All right, good morning, everyone on site. We're going to get ready to go here. I'm going to stay on time. This is the 22nd California Pro Am. We've got a very exciting lineup. We'll get into all that in a minute. Good morning and welcome to the 22nd California Pro Am. We're here in Elk Grove, California. Weather is interesting, a little cooler than normal. Actually sprinkling rain right now, which for those of you that don't know, it pretty much doesn't rain in the summer and fall in California. We're a little cooler than normal, but comfortable. The forecast looks pretty good for today, even better for tomorrow. Today we've got a very exciting lineup. We'll have 2 rounds of open men and women slalom, followed by open jump this afternoon. Quite a great representation of our world ranking list when we look at the skiers that are here to compete. Nice, and a very nice field. Looking forward to getting into all of that action. We're going to start off in just a few minutes with open women slalom. We'll do a round of open women, we'll do a round of open men, and then back to open women, open men, slalom, and then we'll get right into the jump this afternoon. We'll let the boat do a couple simulation passes, get the lake all prepped up, and we'll be ready to go. All right, we're getting ready to get right into the action today. First of so many ski rides. We have so many amazing open men and women skiers here today. We're going to kick it off with the open ladies. Then we're going to get into a round of open men. Back to the ladies and the men again, and then we go into jump this afternoon. We've got an amazing field in all of the events. We've got the boat coming up to speed now. First skier is Violetta Makaluski. See, she's currently 45th in the world on the rankings list. So we get presented with some information where she's starting at 28 off, it looks like. It's a little chilly this morning. I mean, the water's probably right around 80 degrees. Air is maybe 65, but absolutely no wind. Super calm lake here at Shortline, giving her a chance to get settled in, dialed in, and ready to put up the best score she possibly can behind that ski nautique. As she drops into the lake, we'll mention Nautique, our title sponsor here. They're in the wonderful position of celebrating next year in 2025 their 100th anniversary of boat building. Amazing accomplishment. Congratulations to Nautique. We're getting a look at this replay. Very calm and collected, our first skier off the dock, reminding us all why these guys are the pros, and women specifically are the pros. Look at her, so dialed in, so relaxed, so composed. We've got Will Bush behind the wheel this morning for the ladies' first round. He's been driving the blue boat all the last couple of days. He's all dialed in. All right, we've shortened the line. We're on green. 32. We'll talk more about it. Shortline Lake has pulled so many tournaments over all of their years. Lake built in 1982. Will's certainly driven many pro events, and he's happy to be driving now. Violetta coming in, crushing her one ball at 32. Just staying right with that boat, in good rhythm. Nice and tall into 5, and again, very comfortable pass. I'll admit this is the first time I've seen her ski live. Thanks to the crew on site for providing us this excellent video to get a look at her pass. I would think she's feeling pretty good about how this is going. She's a skier posting scores into 38, so I'm sure she has every intention of running her 35 off pass, shortening the line at the other end, coming back at 38. All right, Violetta shortened to 35, blue. Nice pull out for that gate, tight line as she turns in for 1. Little bit into the rope there at 2, but I don't think she's panicking in any way. Staying with that boat, working with that line that she's got. She's kind of backing it out of 5, and really no worries. A little bit more movement with the pressure she's under as we shorten the line, but I doubt she had a doubt that was going to go down. So we look at that replay, nice and out of 1. And then a little bit into that line there, a little bit of slack, just kind of maybe gets in your head just a little bit, something that you have to start to manage. Maybe a little late getting her ski out to 4, but a skier that I'm sure has run this pass so many times, it's not anything to panic about. So now you get to the end of the lake and you shake that off. You learn from it what you can, and you shorten the line again. So she has several scores posted at 38, most of them 2s. So she's looking to put a score up 2 or more. So as we power up that ski nautique, coming around the island, we're at 38, 11.25 for Violetta to take a shot. Like how tight that line is on her turn in there. Little rope to manage at 1. We'll let the judges call that. That was pretty close on 2 ball. So score from the judges is 1. It looked like a 1 from here, but I'm going to do my best to not make any calls, although I am an official. I'm not calling any scores today, so we're going to let the judges get it right. We have an amazing team here at Shortline Lake. I'll get into that a little bit more later, but the number of officials we have just living on site here, the five families that live on site, let alone the greater Sacramento area. When you come to ski here, everything's going to be dialed. I don't worry about anything in terms of calls, officials, driving, lake conditions. This is one of my personal favorite places to ski, and everybody I think that comes here knows that. So there's a next skier. Got to see her ski at Nationals just the other day. She was able to win Opens Women. We've got Taylor Woolsey, Van Malsick. We had Taylor and Jennifer out skiing some practice. I see Chris LaPointe across the lake watching his family ski. Well, fortunately, what little rain there was has let up. And we've got Taylor ready to come off the dock. Another skier starting at minus 2.8. I mean, absolutely no wind to speak of here at Shoreline. Kind of flat light without any sun directly on the lake. Here comes Taylor rolling in for that 28 start. Nice and wide into 1. Very tall skier, one of these skiers that makes the course look small. Makes everything look narrow. Very solid ski. Get a look at this on the replay. Love how much her ski went out to 1. A little bit slow to get back under the boat out of 1. Sorry, back under the line there. But the rhythm, she just got more dialed in as she went down the lake. Nice and confident into that 6 ball. So Will Shorten come back at 32. So we're on green. 32 off, 13 meters. I think we'll see a lot of the field starting in either 28 or 32. So here comes Taylor back on her second pass. Again, a little looked better out of 3, but out of that 1 ball, just a little slow to get back under the line. I wonder if she's thinking about how can I come through that gate to get myself in and out of 1. We'll have to take a little look at that on the replay, but again, not a pass that's going to really put her under any serious pressure. They're just helping her get dialed in for the passes that are coming up next. Look at that roll in. Look good. And then that tip just coming up a little bit through 1 ball. Just watching this pass. Love watching all these ladies ski. Nice and strong through those wakes. No movement. So solid. What'd she say? All right. Here she comes back. This is 35, 12 meters. And even better, 1 ball there. She just getting more dialed in as she goes, feeling how her rhythm needs to be to cruise down this path with this boat, with this driver, on this lake this morning. Maybe a little into 6 there, but again, I doubt she had any concerns with finishing that. And now she's thinking about, what do I need to do to go as far as possible, or even run this 38. She's got scores deep 38, so she'll be looking to get that gate 1 nailed so she can leave that 1 ball with some confidence. Stay ahead of the boat, stay ahead of the pass. As we watch this replay, maybe sliding just a little past 4, nothing bad. From this angle, we look like a little into 6, but again, nothing ahead or under any real pressure. So our first skier of the day to get into that 11.25 line. First of many. All right, Will bringing that nautique around the island, bringing that 6.2 up to speed. Taylor with her gate pull out. Very solid into that gate. Tip up at 1. And she's going to get down the lake there. Let the judges call this from here. Looked like a 3 to me. That's a confirmed 3 at 38. Now, she's a skier that can do more, but that is a score for her that I think is in her range. You know, Brian Detrick and I talk about a window of sort of scores that you should expect based on how you're skiing coming into any particular event. Nice to get that done in the first round so that she can build on that this afternoon when she gets another crack. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. Violetta did run 35. She got 1 at 38. Let my coffee kick in here. And then now we have Taylor with a 3 at 38. Next skier is Sasha Daniskaya, another skier starting at 28 off. saw she was here for going into the event. She got some practice rides, both jump and slalom. Love watching all these professional skiers ski because there's no extra movement. You know, when you watch the amateurs versus the pros, one of the things I notice is just how still their bodies are, and they just make that look so easy, and it's not. It's not. It's hard, especially in a tournament. You're not only dealing with how to ski and how to get down the lake, but then you've got the nerves of the event, and to be able to go out and stay stacked like that and cruise through your opener like a machine. I just admire that. So Sasha looking good at 28, should be coming back at 32. So here comes Sasha. We've shortened to 32 off green. Right foot forward skier really puts that skiing out of that one ball super up course. Yeah, very, very comfortable, very ahead. You know, that looked like a pass where she felt ahead of the boat rather than getting dragged by the boat. So I would imagine she felt really good about that one. Sasha, a skier with several deep 38 scores, but also some 39 scores. As I look at her rankings, 25th skier in the world on that ranking list. Today our skiers are competing so they'll make the finals based on their single best score of the two rounds. It's not on average. It is your best score of the two rounds. So they get two shots at it. Over the years, Greg and Debbie, and we'll talk more about them later, that put on this event with all the help of their friends and sponsors, but they think about the rules and the format, and they'll listen to the skiers, and they'll think about how can we evolve this to make it better. And one of the changes over, I don't remember if it's this year or recent years, is to take single best score from the two rounds. And that, I think that really came from some of the skiers' requests, because why wouldn't that be the basis? You know, who did the best, you know, if in a single round, if you get in on average and versus best. So that's been refined over the years. Single best score. Now we have Sasha coming in 35. Nice finish out of that one ball. Oh, getting deep into two, but a strong skier saying, I got this. And nice. Back on time, back in form going into six. So got a little wake-up call there into that two ball. It'll be interesting to watch that on the replay. So looked pretty good out of one. Maybe just came inside a little bit, leaned in maybe a little bit ahead of that rope, but cleaned up her three ball. Four got a little, she just let that run just slightly down course. Nice swing out to five, and then no problem in front of six. Shortening for 38, a pass that she's proven she can run, a pass that she wants to run. So all three skiers so far this morning into the 38 off pass. The lead is 3 with Taylor. Got Violetta with a 1. We've got 8 skiers after Sasha, so she's not thinking about, I would assume she's not thinking about just taking the lead. I would assume she's thinking about punching this one all the way through, putting herself into the mix. We're only taking 8, So we've got 12 women, 8 make the finals, so they're fighting for those spots. Sasha coming in 38, out for that gate. Everyone's got such a tight line as they turn in. Nice aggressive 1 ball. Early to 2, waiting on 2. In form here, coming into 3. Shoulder a little into that 3 ball, but she is on time here. Big dig to 5. She's going to let it run. She's going to take a little hit. See if she can get... Oh, no! No, she had done all the work. The judges are calling 5 1/2. So a big score when you look at her averages. I mean, but when you think about how ahead of that pass she was, she knows what scores she needs for the afternoon. Way too early to tell whether that would be enough or not. It's always tough when you come into that 5 ball early enough and you're under a little pressure, but you're early enough and you figure, how am I going to get through this 5 ball, make my way out to 6? Just couldn't quite get her hips under her, get stacked enough to get that ski off the second wake, to get in front of 6. And she was so close to getting it anyway. It'll be interesting to watch her on the replay from the boat view. I like, as we watch the boat view, she's just letting it run just a little bit down course. But she's fine, very patient there to get back under the line. Oh, that hook up out of 5 is, that was so close. She just went out the back, so close to getting out the gate. But she's in the lead with 5 1/2 at 11.25. So we will move on to our next skier, Anna Marie Robelski, excuse me. Her dad skied here, I believe, this weekend. She's all the way up at 16 on the world ranking list. She's got a few scores into 39 as well. She's starting at 28. Nice and smooth and in front of that 1 ball. Looking very calm. Very composed. Cruising through that 28. Appreciate the webcast crew giving us multiple looks at these replays from shore and from the boat. You get 3 times the action. We get to watch it live, and then twice this way. Just watching her move in and out of that connection with the boat, where you come unhooked from the boat, you're cruising down the lake in your own speed, you move back into that spot where that line comes tight and you accelerate once again. She's just looks to be very aware of that connection, and love watching how these skiers just work with that boat. They're not diving into the line, they're moving into that spot. All right, we're on green coming around the island. She's got a couple more passes here to let her get dialed in, get everything moving the way that she wants. So patient through that buoy. This just not in a hurry to do anything. Just goes around, gets back to that line, waits for that thing to come tight, and she's off to the races. Very nice 32. I see Carl Garrett on the chat. He got it started this morning. I'm going to do my best to watch that chat today, so if you have any comments, questions, shout-outs, feel free. I'm trying to keep track of that today, so thanks, Carl, for kicking it off. So watching that 32 on the replay, she's looked very much like the 28. Get to see it here from the boat. Righty that can just sneak into that gate so easily. Oh, I didn't even see that little, just a little bit of a small, tiny little hitch out of 2. But look at that edge change out to that 4 ball, just so clean. Same thing out to 5. Look, it just floats through the wakes. I love how quiet her ski is right behind the boat. Looks light on her feet. So now she's at 35, a skier that's run this pass many times. She's out there executing her cues. All of these skiers, everybody that makes it to this level is out there thinking about what are those things I need to focus on while I'm skiing today to get the best performance I can. And then you get to a more challenging pass like this 35, and you want to execute those cues and feel good about your pass. And I would think she feels good about that one. I mean, all of them looking very consistent, very solid, setting herself up for her shot at 38. I think she's right on plan here. Okay. Looks like her best score. Looks like she's got a 2 at 39 and a 2.5 and some mid 38. So one of those skiers that can definitely put this 38 down. She's on form to do it. All right, I see somebody I know, Dave Preston, in the chat. Good morning, Dave. I hope everything's good down at Shadow. I had another Shadow Lake friend, Bob Bankert, send me a text. Morning, guys. I'm glad you're listening. Thanks for tuning in. All right, we bring that ski nautique around the island once again. Will Bush at the wheel. Anna Marie skiing. Here's her money pass. 11.25. See how she gets out of this one. Little tip up, but nothing crazy. Just not quite out to 2 the way she wanted. Looks like we're round 3, a little slack out of 3. She puts that ski out to 4, and she is still in this take it down course. She takes that slack, eats that slack up, and amazing skiing for her after that start to get through that 38. Our first skier through 38 this morning. Sorry, watching that replay, amazing how composed she stays, right? So this pass does put some pressure on her. I'm sure she runs it a bunch in practice. She has run it in tournaments, but for somebody to stay in it after she had the entire ski out of the water, hopping off that 2-ball, takes that hit. That's where we had Sasha just a minute ago, running down course a little bit into 5 and trying to manage out the gate. Sasha just missing it by a tiny fraction. Anne-Marie, little straight to 2, a little tip up, but that's all right. And then that down course hop out of that 2-ball, staying patient, getting back under the line right there over to 4. And again, just at this point, she's just got to stay with the boat and take what she's got. She can't really make up time. She's just got to go one buoy at a time. She just sneaks around that 6 out the gate. Excellent skiing. I mean, if I'm understanding the ranking list right, that's only the 3rd time in the last 12 months that's gone down for her, and what a great time to do it. You're in this event trying to be one of the 8 to get through, and now we've shortened to 39. She stays away from the boat there on that gate roll in. Around 1, maybe a better one than her 38. In front of 2, she's going to, she tries to take that hit to get the full 2. We'll let the judges call that. 1 1.5 at 39. That's a great score. So when you're an early seed in any event, it's always fun to go out and put up a big score. That's a great score for her. It's going to be a really interesting score for the event. So now the ladies coming out after her know we're already through 39. We're already into 39. You've got Allie Garcia, Karen Truelove, Neely Ross, and Allie Nicholson. And those skiers know what the mark is. And it's 1.5 at 39 at this point. Let's see. It looks like a friend of Anne-Marie. Thanks, Sonia, for chiming in. Says, typical Anne-Marie 38 laughing. So maybe she's comfortable making that pass that way. She looks like it. I mean, you have to know you can do it to stay that calm, to not let any of those situations that don't go perfectly according to plan throw you off pace. You just stay in the fight. Greg Bedell himself says, if there's rope, there's hope. So when the skier misses, we'll still run the boat up and down the lake to keep that lake in the same conditions in terms of backwash, what little there is here at Shortline. Not long ago, the homeowners here did a complete rebuild, regrade of the lake, drain the lake, re-scrape the shorelines, and really there's just nothing to speak of in terms of motion in the water. But we still will run the boats. Everyone here is so focused on keeping it fair and consistent and the same. Next skier in the water. As the boat tightens up, we've got Ali Garcia, also electing to start at 28 off. Ali's 12th in the world. Another skier with scores into 39. More scores into 39. So as we move up this list, Ali's put down several 38s. I'm sure that's her plan this morning. She wants to be in the mix with the top seeds. Coming in at 28 to get warmed up, to feel the lake. Just, every day is a different day. And how do you feel on the water? How does the boat feel? How's the driving feel? How does everything feel? How do I feel? So in good form there off of 5. Just gets her hips right up to that rope, swings through that gate, super calm out of 1. Nice and stacked. Riding a good water ski, one of our ski sponsors here this weekend. Thank you for that support. We'll see many of those on the lake today. Watching that replay, I'm such a fan of the sport. I get up watching these people ski, and I'm just thinking about how they're doing it, watching how Ali was getting under that line and using the boat, swinging side to side. It's just, these skiers make everything look so easy. All of us amateurs aspiring to do it, anything like this. So we've shortened to 32 green. Waiting on that one ball, opening up with those shoulders and hips. I see her as somebody that's got nice, kind of hip counter rotation. She's really, looks to me like something she really focuses on coming into those turns. Where are her hips at? How is she going to move through that turn kind of from the lower body? Love it. It looks great. Love how she's skiing. You get to watch that here on the replay. Right there, she just opens up a little bit for that one ball, and I see that hip. She brings that into that 2 ball. That right kind of hip bone comes into the buoy. We see it there. No movement through the wakes. Just so stacked and so strong. Ali Garcia warming up at 32 off, getting everything moving. Get one more look at it here right from the boat. I love watching how, I said it a second ago, these skiers move in and out of their connection with the boat. So right there, the boat is connected. Now she's free, comes back into that connection, and boom, right through the wakes. They manage it so well. Putting on clinics here. So into 35, blue rope, blue boat. Ali Garcia continuing to get ready to put up a mark. Into one. Little down course out of one, but I don't think it's anything she's worried about. She's pretty good at 2. Better at 3. Tip pointed down the lake a little out of 4, but no big deal, and around 5. So maybe she's thinking, okay, I either did or didn't execute my cues. Here's what could have made that better. When I come into this gate at 38, I need to be here. Just watching on that replay, a little push there into 2. Maybe she had to. Patient out of 3. They're pretty much back on form there at 4. She says, all right, I got this. I'm going to let it run at 5. I'll just pull to 6 and out the gates, and we're going to attack this 38 right from the gate. So Allie knows Anne-Marie just ran it. Allie's proven she can run it several times this year. There's nothing wrong with the conditions here. So I would think these skiers can all put up really big scores. We have years in the past. We'll talk about that later. But for now, we're going to focus on it. Focus on Allie here. She pulls out for that gate at 38. Rolls in under the line. Let's see how this one ball goes. She's plenty up course. A little slow out to 2, but here she comes. She's in this. So another skier just letting it run. Just she gets around that 5. I think we'll let the judges call that. Hard to see from here in the tower. So while we let the judges take a look at that 5 ball, we'll have a look at the replay. She's working with what she's got at that point. And if you get anxious or panic and you push too hard once things are sliding down course like that, it might not go well for you. So you just work with what you've got. And it looked to me like she was going to pull it off like Anne-Marie. So I'm sure all these skiers have the opportunity now to go back and watch their own replay, and she can go back and watch that gate and say, what should I have done differently so I'm not, sliding down course, whatever it is that she thinks she can change. If she would have got that ski pointed just a little more across course around 4, I think she could have made it. She knows she could have made it, so it gives her some confidence coming into that next round. I was right there. If I clean that up just a little bit, I'll be right where I want to be. Sorry, next skier, Karen Truelove. Karen always looks so powerful to me, just so strong. I love watching her cruise all these warm-up passes. We're seeing more and more people rolling in on site, getting ready for the action today. Skiers arriving. All right, so we watch this replay. Karen through the gates. Another skier. I love how light she looks on her feet. I just love watching that ski float through the wakes. All right, we just got the review on Allie. Inside 5, so score is 4 at 38 for her first round. So Karen shortening to 32 off green. So I believe Karen has the whole family here on site today. I know I saw Fred. I think their kids are here as well. I love the support and the Kruger family. Freddie helping out everywhere he can, and Karen helping out Fred when he's jumping and helping out both the kids. They're not skiing this weekend, but they were at Nationals. Karen making strong work as we see here on this 32 off. So for our open men, those of you that are on site, we will have a skiers meeting on the dock right before the first round of men's slalom. We'll remind you again later, closer to the event. So Karen coming around the island at 35. Karen, another skier that has scores into 39 this year, several of them. She's been running that 38 pass for years. Aggressive one ball there in front of the boat there out of 2. A lot of ski in the water there out of 3, but she is after it. I remember Wade Cox talking about when he figured out how to break through as a pro was when he learned how to attack. And I've heard that interview several times. Wade, if you're listening, thanks for that. It's in my head. Karen looks like somebody that's attacking. Any tournament skier at any level, if you ski not to mess up, if you ski to be cautious, it just doesn't have as good a chance of success as somebody that attacks. I know Andy used to say that as well. Andy would say, what I remember in interviews, he attacked every pass. There's no reason to be cautious or tentative or quiet on your opener. Get after it. Those thoughts hit me when I'm watching Karen ski this pass in the replay. So 38 off, I think, will be a very important pass as we start to separate the field. You know, we won't really know where we stand. When you take a single best scorer, we really won't know what the seeding will be or who's going to make it until the end of the next round. At this point, skiers are getting dialed in for the day. Of course, you want a big score in the first round. It's always better if you can do that. Again, Karen, aggressive at 1. Ski comes up a little down course there. When you push like that, you lose that direction. She tried to get back under the line and get out in front of 2. And just didn't feel like it was there. Took the full 2. We'll have to watch it again here on the replay. So pushing, but that ski just sticking a little bit. The boat runs too far. The line comes tight, and you just can't get that swing out in front of 2. This will be an interesting angle. Looked like she was early into 1. And she just said, yep, I'm just going to regroup. I'm going to take this 2, go back to the dock, and I'm sure talk to Fred, think it through, and come back out on the next round. Prove the veteran that she is and put up an even bigger score. So as we move up the seating, we've got Neely Ross, Allie Nicholson, Manon Costard, Whitney Reaney McClintock, Jamie Bull, and Regina. Neely sitting at 9th in the world on the ranking list. Scores several scores into 39. Our first skier coming off the dock at 32 off. I feel like I've seen Neely ski so many times because she posts such nice videos, lots of strong social presence, beautiful slalom passes and different locations. Now we're get to see it live here. She floats through that gate. Very unique style the way she moves. I haven't seen Drew in many years, but I'd love to talk to Drew about it. Drew, if you're listening, good morning. Get to watch this on the replay. Just such a student of the sport. Interesting how she moves through those 2-4 turns. Ends up with so much angle, waits for that boat, and then gets it done right behind the boat. As we see here, that ski never stops building angle. Right there, boom. Don't believe Neely had a practice ride. Think she showed up. First time I've seen her on site, but she skied here last year. She skis Nautique team skier, so used to these boats, used to these lakes. So we're right into 35 on her second pass. Get to see this live from the boat view. Right foot forward skier sneaks into that gate. Like how we watch how late this angle comes right there into that white water, into that first wake. Boom. In and out of that back of the boat. Obviously coming from a big skiing family with her dad and her uncle and her brother, the Ross family out here putting it down, representing Team Canada. Training in Florida. Neely taking notes here as she sits at the end of the lake thinking about how that pass went, what she needs to think about and execute for the next pass. Maybe no change to the game plan she had off the dock, or maybe she's feeling something on the water. She wants to update her cues as she comes in to put down this 38 and get into 39 and put some pressure on the rest of the field. We've got, I believe, 3 Team Nautique skiers, maybe more, but definitely 3. We've got Neely, Whitney, and Regina in this event. She's up on the boat, over that front foot, through that gate, in 38 off. A little bit slow out of that 1 ball, makes up some time out of 2, takes it down at 3, into 5, and she says, I can get around that 6 ball, and I'm going to go out the gates. Snaps that 6. Excellent for Neely. She's going to get her shot at 39, her shot at the lead, her shot. Whoa, watching that on that replay, she pushed around that 3 ball. That ski chattered, but it's not to say anything about her ski. It's just every now and then skiers will come into those buoys and they'll push, and you just got to stay with your feet and keep moving. And the more balanced you are, the more you can deal with those things when they happen. We'll look for it right here. A big 3, that ski, just a little chatter there. Some people would get nervous about it. Neely says, doesn't matter. I'm over my feet. I'm going to keep going. Out that gate. All right, we've got Anna Marie with a 1.5 at 39, 1.5. Neely will know what that lead is. It doesn't matter. She's going to go as far as she can. There's skiers after her. There's a whole nother round after this. She wants to pump up a score here. Looked like a nice aggressive one. She's in front of 2. Looks like a 2. Look forward to watching that on the replay. Maybe just didn't get the release she wanted to get out wide enough in front of that 2 ball. Had to wait for that boat. Just didn't get I feel ahead of it out to 2. Ahead, getting that ski to release, getting that ski to kick out. But 2 is a very strong score. We'll see how that ends up playing into the field. Just never got that cross course she needed to get out early enough in front of that 2 ball to be able to turn it and keep going. But very strong score. She's taking the lead with a 2 at 39. So as we move into the top of the field, the rest of our skiers I was sorry, just checking the facts here. Basically, everyone else has run 39. So we've got Allie Nicholson, we've got Manon, we've got Whitney, Jamie Bull, and Regina. And just to be clear, this is the top 5 women skiers in the world. There's nobody missing from here on out. So a few years ago, I'm trying to remember, I think it was 2 years ago, we had 3 skiers run it. We had Manon, Whitney, and Regina, of course, run this 39 pass. So we're going to start to see some skiers that can really put this down. We've got 32 off starts probably from here on out. And right now we've got a couple of Team Syndicate skiers here. We've got Allie coming in, a 32 off start. She got a couple of practice rides, so she should be feeling really comfortable on site here. She has her cues all dialed in, and she's going to go out there and get the blood flowing and get warmed up here at 32. Think of Allie, I just think about how tall she is. Just so stacked, just as tall as, it looks like she's as tall as she can get all the way down the lake. Watch here in the boat. Excuse me, on the replay. Just really in front of that. And you just stay ahead of the boat like she is right here. Just everything feels good. The swing feels good. She's just nice and right into that line out of that 2-3 ball. Cruising through her opener, feeling pretty good. All right, things are going well. We're going to shorten to 35 and keep doing our thing. Allie with an average of, on her rankings list average of 5.5 at 39. So she's got a half at 41 score. She's got some 4s at 39. But if you're going to punch another 39, you may as well do it here. Big event, a big field. I'm sure she's trained to peak at least this portion of her season on this as we get late into the season. Rolling in under 35. Right under that. Just so connected. Just wait for that boat. Wait for that line to come tight. Right there. And then swing. Yeah. Skiing powerful. Another skier that's just not hesitating to attack. Just that right amount of aggression. I know Neely. I'm sorry, Neely. Allie's had some nice podiums as well this year. So she's on the podium at Swiss. And on the podium in Marrakesh, as well as San Gervasio and the Oxford Pro Am, winning at Marrakesh. So she's having a really strong competitive season. As far as the Pro Tour goes, she's in second place. behind Jamie Bull, who's got a strong lead. I know Regina didn't get to make several of those events, and I'm sure she'll put some points and move up that board right now. We've got Regina in 8th, but Jamie in 1st, Allie in 2nd, Manon in 3rd. All of those skiers on site today. So already into 38. Allie looking to feel good on this pass. Nice aggressive through the gate. She knows right when that line's going to come tight, right when to do her work, right when to get after it. It doesn't have to be right off the buoy. It's probably better if it's not. Confidently going through that 38. All part of her plan to get dialed in and warmed up for this next one. 10.75. I think one of the many things that separates these professional athletes from all of the amateurs that are fans of the sport is just how patient they are. They know that it's okay if the tip comes up off the buoy. It's going to be fine. They just let everything come back together. They move inside. They get under that rope. They let the line come tight, and they keep going. There's just no reason to freak out. Right there, the line comes tight. Do our work right behind the boat. We've got that work zone. They know right where that is. She probably knew she was going to be a little bit narrow into 5, but she also knew she was going to go around it. So it's fine. Let's not overcorrect. Okay, so she knows this is the money path. Allie is absolutely a skier that wants to put pressure on all the seeds after her. She's a skier that absolutely can put pressure on all the skiers after her. Coming in looking for that 1 ball. That's a pretty solid one. Kicks that ski out to 2. She's getting after it. She's skiing aggressively. I see her smiling. She's enjoying her ride. Takes that 3. That was maybe a start that had more in it. Difficult to tell on the live view. We'll get a better look at it here on the replay. This is the view that I have from the tower. So she put that ski out aggressively to get it out around 2, but it just maybe was a little too kind of into the boat path and not able to get that ski pointed enough in front of 3 to turn the 3. Let's see here from the boat view. Maybe that ski went out a little late to 2. Never got pointed across course enough to do more than put that ski around it. She's got the little S turn, takes a 3, and takes the lead. So unofficially, I'm keeping track of my own scores here again all day long. I have no official results. Allie's in 1st with the 3. We've got Neely with a 2, and Anna Marie with a 1.5, all at 39. So the top 4 women in the world left to ski. Amazing they're all here. We're so glad the ladies made the trip. Manon on the water right now, also a 32 off start, returning to the sport after a little bit of a break, but on form. If we see her, the way she's skiing online and we see the videos she posts, she looks like her strong old self. Powerful skier coming all the way from France. Was talking with Brian Detrick last night and another friend of ours, Eric Francois, about Manon, and she's like 2 personalities. There's the super sweet person that you meet and talk to, and she's so smiling and so humble. And then there's the competitor Manon that comes out when she's skiing, and she goes into the Hulk mode, and she's just so powerful and so aggressive and so competitive. She just flips a switch. Watching this replay. A couple of movements there. That one going into 3 there, but a skier that knows how to adjust if there is a little movement. She's not worried about it. Generally, it's very clean. Manon, very fun to watch. So 9 in the morning here in California, still very cool. We're at Shortline Lake in Elk Grove, California. We're moving into the top seeds of our first round of open women. We have Manon Castard on the water. This is 35, right up in front of that 1 ball, waiting on the 2 ball. Cruising through this pass, right, just hooked up so nicely out of 3, right in front of the boat. Waiting on 5. She's saying, okay, there's lots of margin in my skiing right now. Crushing that 35. I look forward to watching that on the replay. So just locked and loaded out of that 1, swinging, ski casting out to that 2. Heavy into that, right into that first wake out of that 3 ball. Waiting for 5. Says, all right, I'm going to swing out to 6. She's on form. Watch this replay. I want to watch this swing out to 2. Nice. Just waiting on that 2 ball. Little down. Had to wait for the finish at 2 and then cranks it out of 3 over to 4. As I look at that replay and we look at those clouds, I mean, normally we don't have this time of year. Normally it'd be sunny. It'd be 20 degrees warmer. We're a little chilly. If you're on site, you've got a sweatshirt on. If you're on the water, you're warm enough. You're not wearing neoprene, but you thought about it. Manon pulling out for her gates at 38. Rolling in as we see the boat view live. Again, ahead with time, cruising down this pass. Getting dialed in. Thinking about how she's executing her cues. Doing her work right behind the boat. There's no long poles. Off the gas out. Getting her ski out to the next buoy. Running 38. Getting ready for 39. All the skiers that are left are capable of running 39. They've all run it recently. They all know they can run it here. If I'm not mistaken, they all have run it here in this event. I would imagine the skiers that are left are thinking about, obviously, a score to get the highest seed that they can get. Which one of our ladies will be first, second, and third seed out in that final, the advantages that you have. But first things first, none of that matters while you're skiing. You just have to focus on what you do. What are you focused on? How are you going to execute? How are you going to make sure that you give yourself the best chance at the best score? I think Manon got a practice ride. This maybe is her second set on the lake this weekend. So she's coming in at 39. The lead is 3. I think Manon is more focused on 6. Aggressive 1 ball. Liked it. Out to 2. She's got a tight enough line out of 2 to go. She's going to crank that 3. Gets a little snapped out of 3. She's going to take that S-turn, and looks to me like that will be a 4. Confirming 4. Manon gets a 4. Look forward to watching this on the replay. She pushes hard. That was a 2-ball turn to run, and just a little too much kind of, again, into the rope, a little too much slack, not able to get under the line enough to really put the ski out into 4. I think we'll see it nicely here. One ball was a little more down course if looking at the boat video than I saw live, and that ski hitched more than I thought it too. But good for Manon to say, all right, I'm going to stay in this long enough. I'm going to fight for every buoy I can. I'm going to get to that 4 ball. I'm going to make my ass turn. I'm going to take that 4. It's a score to build on. She has taken the lead. We only have 3 skiers left. We've got Whitney in the water, getting ready to come in, a veteran at the Pro Am. Then we'll have Jamie Bull, and then we'll have Regina. So Whitney, a skier that's run 39 in this event, a Nautique team athlete, coming from a famous McClintock ski family. Brothers, pro skier, parents were. Matt Reaney watching from home. Morning, Matt. So we watch live from the boat video. Powerful skier. Another skier, very stacked all the time. Whitney's, every year I just watch Whitney and I think about how consistent she is, how strong she is, how refined her craft is. It's just very much the same. There's not a lot of variation, and it's so hard to do that. I was just told Matt's here on site. I haven't seen him yet, but morning, Matt. Okay, coming off the dock at 32, Whitney's second pass will be 35. She'll be using this to get dialed in, comfortable on the water, blood flowing. Whitney can smash some buoys. That 1 ball looked aggressive. Such a just powerful skier. So strong. So consistent, so still, so confident. One-handed gate. Oh, 1 ball didn't look as aggressive on that replay as it did live to me. She can really swing through that onside when she needs to and get her done. Watch here. Watch this 1 ball. Yeah, sometimes there's kind of a big whip out of that 1 ball, and she gets all back together in that second it takes between the backside of 1 and when that rope comes tight. But by the time that rope comes tight, she's ready. She knows when that's going to happen. She anticipates that, and she is ready for it every time it happens. And she's so strong behind the boat. All right, I hear that boat coming in. We'll be at 38. We get right into the business here. This pass will set her pace. Pretty good angle out of that 1 ball. Little slow out of 2, but nothing she's worried about at all. She knows how much room she has at this pass. She's run it so many times. She knows exactly what she needs to do to get through it. And making short work of that, 38 off. So as good as she is and with the scores that she has, I'm sure she's sitting there at the end. I would be surprised if she's thinking about the lead. I would think she's thinking 6. I mean, if it's 4, you kind of have to come into the course to run it anyway. I mean, I don't think you ever turn in for the gate and think I only need 5. But see how she just waits there. She gets all, turns that 5 ball and says, I'm good. I'm going to wait for the boat. I'm going to hang out here on the backside of 5 until that rope comes tight, and I'll get over to 6 and out the gate. Pushing that ski into that 2-ball. Right there, just wait for that boat, go to 6, take it down, get out the gate. So end of the lake, Whitney's thinking very serious competitor. I'm sure she's sitting there at the end of the lake, maybe with her eyes closed, thinking, here's what I got to do. I'm going to XYZ into the gate, out of 1, whatever it is, whatever her plan is that Matt will know really well, Whitney knows really well, and she's going to get focused and get it done. Her opportunity to take the lead has got Whitney McClintock-Rini at 39. The lead is 4. Got a few skiers left. She's up course out of 1. She's waiting on 2. She puts that ski in out of 3. She's got the room to run this. Turning 4, looking for her out of 5. So she's going to take it down at 5. Takes that hit. But as strong as she is, a little bit of whiplash out of 5. But, I mean, Whitney is a powerhouse, always. And our first skier through 39, this is big skiing for the ladies. Let's watch this on the replay. Like how early and up course she swung in at 2. She gets after that 2-ball a little bit. Let's see what happens over here at 3. Kind of hidden behind the boat. Oh, I see. She kind of had to be patient there. Again, letting it come together so that she can get her ski out in front of that buoy. Little deep in there, but she's thinking, I'm outside of 5. I'm going to run this. So she takes that. Well, it'll be interesting to watch on the boat replay, to watch that 5-ball. Let's watch this here. So she slid down course. She didn't quite get the angle she wanted to 5, but she got outside of it and then just laid into it to shut that ski down. Professional skier that knows exactly what she has to do to get enough stacked rope in the right place at the right time to get her ski released to 6. Take that little bit of a hit out of 6 out the gate. Our first skier at 41, she sent a message back to the dock for our last couple of skiers with Jamie and Regina. Whitney's going out there, and she's going to put one up there as far as she can at 41. This is a short line, ladies and gentlemen. These are the ladies out there, best skiers in the world. She snaps that 1. Had a chance of 2, but that's a full 1, and that is a big score. So if you want to take the lead, Jamie Bull or Regina Jaquist, you're going to need to get outside of 2 at 41. So it's on. That's what that says back to the dock. This is on. That was, to me, I don't know. I mean, only Whitney knows, but she's outside of 1, and I think when she comes off this gate, she's thinking, I'm turning 1. I'm going to 2. I'm not. This is good enough to try it. I'm not gonna safety 1. I'm gonna get under that line and see what happens. Just couldn't quite get enough dialed in there going into that wake out to 2 to get her ski outside of 2. She was close, but that line is short. It's almost 5 feet short. So you've got to do a lot to get that ski outside the buoy. So let's give it up for Whitney coming back. Running 39, our first skier of the day through that 39. I saw Matt and Zane walking back into the dock. They'll go have their family debrief. Make a plan for the next round. So 2 skiers left in our first round of Open Women here at the 22nd California Pro Am. I think this is the 4th year we've been at Shortline Lake in Elk Grove, California. We've been at Rio Linda. We've been at Belle Aqua, Lake 1. We've been at Lake 2. And for so many years, we were at Greg Bedell's former residence at the Diablo Shores. As we said, the event has evolved over the years from its original inception. You know, rules have changed. You know, we've added jump. You know, we've tweaked things. Greg and Debbie never stopping improving or growing the event, attracting all of these talented skiers, the top 5 ladies in the world, and several others. And Here we have Jamie Bull. Number 2 on the world ranking list. Only to Regina with an average of 2 at 41. Another super powerful skier. I love watching Jamie ski. Team Syndicate athlete. She didn't say this, but I will. Thanks Dave Wingertner and team. Will Asher for all the design work, for putting these fantastic HO skis together. One of our sponsors. Another sponsor, Masterline. I know, Russell, thank you. Your team's been great. I know you give Greg a lot of support. He always gets what he needs. We run full-on Masterline at these events. We've got the shock tubes, ropes. Always dialed in. Thanks, Russell. Again, Nautique, congratulations on 100 years of building boats. That's amazing. Looking forward to you guys celebrating that all of 2025. The lake I grew up on, there was, I believe, a 1962 Nautique out there, still running. Looks amazing. Not quite 100 years old, but that's an old boat. We got brand new boats today. These beautiful ski machines. And we have Jamie Bull on the water. So starting at 32, she's coming back at 35, the number 2 skier in the world, riding her syndicate ski, getting everything moving here, getting warmed up, feeling how she's moving, making sure her cues are working, making sure everything's feeling good, her rhythm's there. I'm connected with the boat. I know how the boat feels today. Everything feels good, and she is going to have the opportunity to put that all together and do her best. When you're putting on the event, that's all you want. You want the conditions and the boat and the ropes and everything dialed so these athletes can only focus on themselves. And as an event host, that's and a LOC, thank you to Shortline, putting all this together so Jamie really has an opportunity to put up huge scores. She's done it before. She's done it here. Again, open men, if you're on site, we will have a team meeting right before you guys ski. So between the ladies and the men first round, please be on the dock for a team meeting. All right, we have Jamie Bull coming back. So quickly getting into 38 off as her third pass. Conditions staying pretty consistent here. Virtually no wind. Got this very flat light, this gray cover, but brand new bright orange buoys on the water thanks to Shortline Lake. Oh, I'd imagine these skiers are having no visibility issues. They're definitely having no wind issues. They're definitely having no movie water issues. And Jamie out there crushing 38. Nice tight line out of 1. Just really, really knows right where that rope is, staying connected with that boat. I'm just such a fan of the sport. I get watching this, I don't even know what to say. Just so impressed with how Jamie's skiing. I just get it's zoned out watching these amazing ladies out here. Look at that powerful pull, and it's all the work's right there behind the boat. Just small little hitch at the 2-ball, but no, we're just waiting for that rope to come tight. That's no big deal. See it here. She says right there, I'm going to hit it behind the boat. Powerful over to 5, or I'm sorry, over to 6. Okay, we are right into 39. So we just saw Whitney run it. We saw Manon get 4. We've got Allie at 3. We've got Regina coming up next. So I'd be shocked if the plan wasn't to run this in her mind. That's the kind of skier she is. Those are the scores she's capable of. That's how she's looking right now. Smashing 1 ball, waiting on 2. It's hard to tell from this angle. Hooked up good enough to go. We'll see. She's outside of 4. She's turning. So not going to get back to that rope out of 4. We'll have to see this on the replay. Looks like that will be a 3.5. Watch this on the replay. This is the same view I had the first time, so we'll see what happens in the boat video. All right, here we go on this boat video. This will be a nice view. I would think that she would have liked that 1 ball pretty well off the ski early out to 2, but just not under that line early enough. And she says, I'm just to stay with it. I'm going to work with what I've got. I got my ski outside of 4. Very, very nearly got that line tight enough early enough to get outside of 5. Had she got outside of 5, looked like she maybe could have gone to 6. So very, very close for her. She'll take notes. She'll assess that pass. She'll say, here's what I could have done better. Maybe it's maybe there's no change in the game plan. Maybe it's go back out in the next round, do exactly the same thing. Maybe it's a tweak to the game plan. Only she knows. But now we have Regina Jaquist. I just talked to Debbie. I know we've got Jim watching. Good morning, Jim. Her dad. Regina, number 1 skier in the world. Her average is 4 at 41. I know there's some big scores from Regina that's pushing her up there. So Regina, 32 off start. She's been on site. She got a little practice. She is a Nautique team athlete. She is a team good skier for many years, representing the brand out of Ogden. Good morning, Chris, if you're watching. Thank you for continuing to building these amazing skis. Thank you for sponsoring this event. Thank you for sponsoring our U.S. Nationals. As we expect, Regina putting on a clinic at 32 off. This is how you do it. She's so strong physically, so strong mentally. So dialed in with how she does things and how she skis. It's just, it's so impressive. It's so hard to get to that level where everything is that composed every time. Good morning, Scott Chipman. I see you posted a question. He wants to know exactly what skis the Team Syndicate athletes are on, and I'll tell you, I do not know. Nobody on site knows. Only they know. Sorry, Scott. When you're a team athlete, it doesn't. I mean, they're either on this year's ski or they're on next year's ski. You never know what top's on it. They're building skis as they go. If I asked them, I don't even know if they'd tell me. But when you're an athlete at this level, you're always working on the product. Sorry, here's Regina at 35. Just smashing it. Just knows what she's doing so well. Just way up course, crushing that. I don't even know how to comment to it. It's just so good. If you want to know how to ski at 34 miles an hour, I don't care if you're masters men, women, men's 5. If you want to know how to do it, just have a look. Got a couple shout outs from friends. So Scott Andrew, that's you. Thank you for sponsoring, by the way, Sanger Homes. Scott, if you want to know how to ski, watch this. Gary Wallace, I know you're making a comeback. Thanks for saying hi. Watch this. This is it. This is what both of you aspire to and will never achieve. Sorry, boys, but just try. I love you guys. Watch this boat replay. So much confidence, so much strength. That good team ski. Regina had been a part of that development for so many years. She knows her equipment extremely well. Again, thanks to Chris for the support out of Ogden. Thanks, Good Skis. She knows this boat. This is her 400th ride behind Will Bush. You've got no issues on the lake. So Regina knows this is an opportunity to go put one out there. Here comes Regina at 38. Very comfortable. I mean, you forget it's 38 off. You know, you forget this rope doesn't get out to the buoy. There's only so many women in the world that can even run this pass. And Regina making it look routine, because for her it is. That's just the level she's at, as are many of our top seeds today. Pushing that ski in there, it looks like deep, but Regina a skier that makes adjustments, right? She's very consistent, very solid in how she skis, but when she needs to fight through to win a pass, I mean, I think we all remember some of those videos she posted a few years ago where she runs 39 and the ski is completely straight up out of a buoy and she puts it down and gets the other side, so she can get it done perfectly and she can get it done however she needs to. She's got those options when she needs to call on them. Again, I'll announce again, open men, please be on the dock before your event. After Regina skis, we'll be having a team meeting. Just a quick review with Greg on site, make sure everything's clear. Open men, you need to be on the dock if you're not already. Okay, this is our top seed. Regina Jaquez. This is 39. 10.75. Whitney ran it. The next best score is 4. Regina smashing one ball in front of 2. Waiting on 2. Hooked up pretty clean out of 2. Remember, this 39 is a short rope. She is early out of 4. Or I'm sorry, 3 into 4. Waiting on 5 and absolutely dominating this 39. Like, it's just incredible. Can't wait to watch this on the replay. Regina's showing all the ladies she's here to play, she's here to compete, and sending a message back to the dock. Not only can I run it, I can run it early and powerfully and left, no doubt. I want to see the boat video of that 3 ball because she came into 3 and not many people can do this, but it looked to me like she made up time. I mean, this pass is so hard for anyone that runs it, but you know, when you know I can make up time at a pass like this, we'll see if that's if that's in fact what happened. So waiting for that boat to tighten her up out to 1. She's over to 2. She's in nicely out to 3. Let's see right here. Yeah, a little bit of a push. She just said, I can make up a little time, push that ski in, slow down a little bit more, but no risk really. Waiting on 5, little tip down course and back across over there to 6, but just super impressive skiing. She ran that and she probably does, do it every day. Big scores. Regina can get this pass going as well. I'm sure for her it all comes down to this gate. See how she does. 41 off for Regina. Yeah, just maybe I'd love to ask her what she felt. You know, how did you feel out to 1? You know, what is it that you're trying to do as a skier? What is your plan to execute to get out to 1? But as she came into 1, didn't look like she felt like she could turn it. And so she's going to take a full 1. She ties for the lead, but she'd be ahead of Whitney on seeding, I believe. So she's right there. We've got 2 skiers in the first round of this event into 41. Yeah, I won't pretend to know exactly what Regina's cues are or what she's thinking, but doesn't matter. That's a huge score. We can wave at her. She gets the victory lap coming back to the dock with a 1 at 41. I'm going to take a quick break on the announcing, and we're going to get ready to open men. We've got 22 of the best skiers in the world coming up next. But we leave this open women round with a tie for first with Regina and Whitney, 1 at 41. We've got Manon with a 4. And then I believe, if my notes are right, Allie with a 3. So well done, ladies, and we look forward to seeing you next round. We'll be right back. All right, we're right into the men. This is Carter Eaton. Carter, a skier from Alaska. So amazing, to be a water skier in Alaska. I would love to know more about what that's like. I know his dad also has a place out in Arizona at Santan. And I know he's been skiing out there some as well. Great to see him in this event. I don't know if it's his first open event. Yeah, we're talking about it here at the tower. We know he skied open at Nationals. I watched him do that, and then this may be his first pro event. We'll have to ask him, but that's, and if you get that open rating, and then you may as well put it to work. So as we transition into this open men event, we have 22 of the best skiers in the world. We have 6 of the top 7 skiers in the world. Fortunately, Freddie, I hope you're well. If you're watching, I hope you're recovering well. It looks like you are. Freddie Winter's not here. Winter not here due to a terrible accident. I'm so glad he's not hurt any worse. But here we go with Carter Eaton. Believe he's at 35 off. I think that was a 32 start. I missed it when I was sitting down back into the announcing stand. Looked like it when he went by in the boat. I said earlier the conditions haven't changed, but they did. Right before the men started, we got a little bit of rain. This is very bizarre for this time of year here in California. It just does not happen. It's a light rain. Nothing that means we would stop the event. It is a factor for these guys. Carter looking unfazed as he crushes his 35. As our first open men out on the water, he is 106th in the world. And it's hard to imagine that there's 105 people in the world that are better than that. But good for Carter. He's going to come out here and put up a score. He's a skier that has deep 39 scores. And he's here to put up the best number he can and start to build his confidence as he skis in these sorts of events. Young skier, he's got a lot more time to refine his craft and continue to push up. We'll keep our eye on him as the years go by, but right now we'll watch him coming in at 38. The first line length that does not make it out to the buoy. Getting in a little bit late out of that, digging out of that 3 ball, over to 5, takes a hit, bent over, throws that ski around 6 and does not quite make it. I'm sure his aspirations were higher than a deep 38 score, but he's got another round to give it a shot. We'll watch this back on the replay. Looks like he probably felt pretty good out of 1. Just a little down course out of 2, but he puts his shoulder down. He gets outside of that 3 ball. Little bit of slack he ate up at 3, but I thought he looked fine, and it's just that stretched out going to that 4 ball, and then we'll let the judges call that, but I would imagine that's going to be a score of 4 at 38 for Carter. Here you can see our skiers coming up. It's an amazing list, and that's only half of it. The whole other half doesn't fit on the screen. Next skier, getting ready. We get the camera view from the dock. You can see our whole dock set up there. Everybody getting ready. Louis Deplon Freiburg. He's coming from France. I was learning last night from some of the other guys here on site, an entire skiing family. So kind of some of these great multi-event skiers that many people haven't even heard of. But he's going to come out here and show you that he's for real. He's come all the way from France. He scores deep into 39, the 67th best skier in the world. Luckily for him, the rain is either stopped or almost stopped. So unfortunate for Carter that he had to go out and ski in the rain. But, you know, the rain can come and go, the wind can come and go, and the event must go on. It's part of the sport. Sometimes it works to your advantage, and sometimes it's your disadvantage. Very solid 32 off opener for Louis. Watch this in slow motion on the replay here. Very calm, very smooth, very tight line. I would imagine that's exactly how he wanted his opener to feel. Very stacked as he swung his ski out to 5. We'll show the ad there for Dutch Brothers. Thank you, Steve Grubbs family, a legendary water ski family. You're going to get to see Blaze Grubbs come up here and ski in a few minutes. But thank you, Dutch Brothers, for sponsoring this event and everything that you guys do for water skiing. We appreciate you. Love the way he just swung that ski out to 4. Watching this on the replay, and I also hear the boat coming, so we're powering up around the island for 35. Title sponsor Nautique, thank you again for all you do for our sport, these boats, giving us 3 of them for this weekend to put this event on and pull Louis through this 35. The confidence in that he came around that 5 ball just was locked and loaded. He knew, I think he felt the rope in his hands all the way through that turn. Kind of pulled himself onto the line. Watch that on the replay, but it looked awesome here from shore. Right here, watch that. Just locked and loaded out of that 5 ball, ripping over to 6. I'm seeing this a little late, but Renee, thanks for saying hi to your sister. She heard you. Renee Jaquist says, let's go. I think Regina heard her. All right, Louise. I'm sure he's a skier confident about 38. I'm sure he runs it all the time. I'm sure he's going to run it here. This is, again, part of his plan to put up a big score at 39. You got to do 38 first, and it's your opportunity to warm up and feel everything out and get clicking. So skied into just a little bit of a loose line there out of 2 ball, but he's fine. He's got plenty of margin. Getting into it out of 4, over to 5, early enough to 6. And so now he'll think at the end of the lake, all right, I'm ready. It's my chance to go out there at 39. As we watch back on this replay from shore. Yeah, just hard to tell from that angle. We'll see from the boat angle what might have happened to have him have that little bit of loose rope that he had to wait for out of 2. It was nothing dramatic, just something that, okay, now I have to adjust to that. Let's see what happens here as we look at him pull in that little bit of rope. 1 was clean. No, it was really it looked even better from the boat than it did from shore. So really no big issue. He's just saying, all right, came a little forward into 4. But nothing that can't get him through 38 off in his shot at 39. He is your leader, second skier. All right, Louis Deplon Freiburg coming back at 39. His chance to put a number up. Pretty ahead into two. Forward, he had that forward movement into that two ball. Have to watch that from the replay. Thought he looked pretty good coming into two. Have to watch this. So that'll be a good one to watch from the boat video. He gets another round. That score from the judges will be 1 1/2 at 39. Here we go. Yeah, maybe it just wasn't out a little early enough. Felt like he wanted to get on the front of the ski and shut it down, and came a little too far forward. He'll collect himself. He'll figure out, all right, here's what I would do differently next time, and he'll come back out in the second round. He also is two eventing today, so we'll see him going over the jump a little bit later today. As we look at the sort of bottom half of our seating, next up is Eduardo. Then we have Blaze, Dorian, Jonah, Aaron Davies, Terry Winter, local boy, and Nick Parsons and Ryan Canepa, homeowner here on the lake. Joe Howley all the way from Australia. And our new to the tour, Lucas Cornell. After that, we've got about 10 more skiers, and we'll get to those guys soon enough. D3 Skis, also a sponsor here of the event. We've got a D3 team athlete coming up next in Eduardo. Those skis, to a large extent, been developed on this lake itself for years. Will Bush and team testing, building, refining skis. Thanks to Denny and Creed. Creed, good to see you at Nationals. Thank you for all that you do to support the sport and build amazing three-event ski product. Eduardo putting it to work. Another skier starting at 32 off. I don't know if everybody will. My guess is they will. Want to give a shout out to some other sponsors. We talked about Masterland earlier, but of course also with Eagle. Thanks, Russell. I love my Eagle vest. Eagle products. Thank you very much for your support. And Zero Off. I don't know if any of us can even remember what it was like before Zero Off, how many marriages have been saved, but having that cruise control in the boat's amazing. Thank you for building it. Will Bush, thank you for helping refine it also on this lake. We've got Wilderness Forestry Industry up in Washington. They're doing their part to help, as far as I understand, maintenance to prevent forest fires and forest fire equipment. You've been a great sponsor. Wilderness Forestry, we thank you for your support. All right, we've got Eduardo coming back. This will be 35 blue, 12 meters. Little deep out of that one ball. Nothing he can't manage. Back into it out of two. Let's see, comes into three. Three was nice. That little one ball, maybe a little wake-up call for him. He says, that's all right, I got this. Putting it all together, get down the lake at 35. That'll be fun to watch on the replay, but our D3 team skier. We'll see this first from the shore view. Yeah, just maybe a little ahead of things, a little anxious, a little inside, got to move into that line. Don't want to be too far ahead. Here we go. Let's watch this from the replay from that gate roll in. Pretty good out to one. Yeah, just a little shoulder down, a little inside. I know how that feels. That's like every day for me. But then he gets, like any of these pro athletes, they go, all right, that's no big deal. I'm going to fix that. I'm going to run the rest of this pass. Now he's got his shot at 38 off. Getting back to sponsors, we've got State Farm, Rich Storley. Thank you very much for your support. You've been a consistent sponsor for so many years. My insurance agent, Rich Storley, thanks for your help. Thank you, State Farm. All right, we've got Eduardo. He's at 38. This rope is shorter than the distance to the buoys, otherwise known as 11.25 in most of the rest of the world. He's pumping up and out to that 4 ball. Okay, that pass maybe required a couple of adjustments by him. Nothing that rattled him. Nothing that he can't handle. Sometimes that kind of thing gives you confidence. You think, I can do anything. I've got this. Little back out of that 2 ball, but he just waited, stayed patient, let everything come together, got over to the other side. Again, there at 4, got a little crushed over to 5, but skiers at this level, they know how to make adjustments and they know what they need to do. All right, we're on 39. He's got scores halfway through 39. He's got some 3s and 4s, it looks like. He's here today to put up his number. The conditions are holding. We still have no wind to speak of. It's getting a little brighter out. It's not sunny yet, but maybe that'll happen here later this morning. No rain. Really nice conditions for Eduardo to take his shot at 10.75. Liked how he came into that gate and in and out of 1 looks good. In and out of 2 pretty good. Heavy lean over to 3, but he's in this. Oh, he knows he had the start. He's coming down right in front of us. He looked really solid. I think there was a lot more in it for him, and he had it. He had that going. But you know, you go big, and you're gonna stay in that pass to run it. He came off a 3 and said, "I'm going," and he very nearly did. We'll see this on the replay. That was a really nice start. Yeah, it's his hands on head there. He knows he had it. He's smiling. He's swimming in front of us. It's kind of that's a tough feeling, right? You say, man, there was more in that. I was killing it. I got this. It's hard just to get the start you want. It's hard to, it's a hard pass to get the gate you want, to get out of 1 the way you want and get that going. That was close, man. That looked good. You liked that start, didn't you? You liked that start, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah, he's swimming in right in front of us. He's smiling. Hopefully that gives him a lot of confidence for the next round, because if you feel that good, you're just dying to get back on the water and have another shot at it. Yeah, thanks for putting that up there. Greg Bedell's driving, so we've got Will Bush and Greg Bedell driving all weekend. So Greg's going to drive the men this round. He's going to drive the women second round, and Will's going to drive the men the last round. So thanks to those guys. That's a lot of time in the seat. So Eduardo, need to write down his score. That was it. That'll be a 2.5. Next skier, local boy, Blaze Grubbs. Lives just up the road from here, 20 minutes from here. Again, a great big skiing family, sponsor of the event, Dutch Brothers. Thank you. They have a beautiful lake, Lake 3 up at Belle Aqua. Their family's done an amazing job revitalizing that lake, bringing it back into really nice form. It's a beautiful spot. They put on plenty of tournaments. I know Horton does the Ball of Spray tournament there every year. It's so much fun. If you haven't been to that event, you should go. But Grubbs' a skiing family. And Blaze, an amazing skier in his own right. 3-eventer. I think largely focusing on slalom. Blaze started at 32. Watch here from the boat. He's super athletic. I love the speed of his reflexes and how quickly he can make adjustments. Although not many required on his opener. All right, Blaze coming in at 35 off. Blaze skied many tournaments here. This is almost like a home site advantage, and we have a couple of those coming up later. But Blaze has been skiing short line, you know, probably since he was in diapers. Ripping through that 35. He's feeling good. So we've also got later skiers that know this lake very well. We've got Terry Winter coming up here pretty soon. Terry's been skiing here for so many years. This is super familiar for him. Got a couple skiers that live here. We've got Brian Dutrick and Ryan Canepa that can walk to the very start dock that we're using today, so they know this place inside and out. We've also got some similarities in the fact that Blaze is a pilot. An amazing, he's achieved a lot as a young man. You know, he's really ahead of the curve in terms of the ratings that he's achieved and the planes that he can fly. But on site here, Ryan Canepa, also a pilot, and as many know, Nate Smith, also a pilot. So we've got at least 3, there could be more, 3 pilots, and we've got 2 homeowners and a bunch of locals. So a couple things to cut across, similarities between some of our skiers. Blaze isn't thinking about flying a plane right now. He's thinking about killing it on his water ski. Another D3 team athlete. We've shortened to 11.25, 38 off. A past Blaze has run many times. Look at that, way up over that front foot. Rolls in for the gate. Off that gate into 1, and we're off to the races. Snapping that ski around 2. Slides just a little down at 4, nothing he didn't mind. Ski rotated a little bit too much at 5 there. We got a little tail slide. He gives the handshake because he knew that was close. That could have been an inside 6. It wasn't. Judges are calling 6. That'll be interesting to watch on the replay. But that was a side slide 5 ball. I said it earlier. I mean, his I've seen it many times. Blaze's reflexes are just incredible. Hard to see in that video, but we'll see it on the boat view. He was almost out of margin for that 6 ball. That was it. Trey, he got stood up just a little bit there at that 3. Now here comes the 5. Watch this ski right here. Whoop. Yeah, that tail just skipped a little bit, and he had to just wait for it and knew how much room he had, or how much room he thought he had, but he pulled it off to get his shot at 39. And here comes the rain again. I said it earlier. It's my fault. I said it was done, but it's not. So Blaze gets his shot at 39 with, you know, pretty good drizzle coming down right now. Gets hooked up out of 1. He's got to pull a little bit long to 2. Comfortably makes that S turn. No big deal. Gets a 2. I think he wishes he'd have got a little more. Take a look real quick, see how Blaze has been skiing. Blaze had some mid-39 scores, so he's got several more buoys in him there. So he'll try to put a shot on that next round. So we'll give Blaze a 2 at 39. See this on the replay. Yeah, just not quite getting pointed across course early enough out of that 1 ball to get outside of 2 the way he needed to turn it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. All right, next up will be Dorian Llewellyn, followed by Jonas Schaefer, Aaron Davies, and a local favorite, Terry Winter. Team Canada always representing the sport. Got a couple Canadian skiers up next. Got a short technical hold. As you can see, we've got our camera crew covering up some of the electronics, but we'll get right back to the action here in a minute. Get a good look there of our what's our chief judge, Ryan Nason, with his back to the boat, or with it facing the boat. We've got Jeff Goldman, homeowner, boat judge, and Greg Bedell. Greg and Debbie, the energy behind this event for so many years. If you don't know Greg, he is the kind of person that loves to give back and work. He's one of the hardest working people I know. I know Greg really well. One of the hardest working people I know, works really hard on this event, his skiing, with Nautique, with Good. Greg loves to give back and loves to help this event. I mean, Greg does this for the sport and for the skiers. That's why he does it. Greg wouldn't be able to do very much of this without Debbie, so the two of them are the team with the team behind them. They've got a group of people that have been doing this with them for almost all of the 22 years. Putting this event on the absolute best way we can, giving pros, or bringing this really to the West Coast. I know that's one of the things that's important to Greg, is to keep pro skiing alive out here on the West Coast. Putting it on in amazing venues with amazing facilities, people, and boats. All right, we're back in the action here. We're getting ready to spin up with Dorian Llewellyn. We've got our equipment, electronics rain protected. We've got, fortunately, the rain passed during that short break. Not fully passed, it's just spitting a little bit. It's not too bad. So, Canada skier Dorian Llewellyn starting at 32 off. Jarrett, if you're watching, good morning to you from California. No, Dorian, I've seen Dorian ski, of course, on social. He posts less of these days, more so in the past, but I feel like I've seen him ski a bunch. Looks very much like himself here on the water today. All right, the rain persisting. The kind of rain that officials probably keep rolling, make sure it doesn't get any worse, but Dorian's got more rain on his second pass than his first. Coming in at 35, he's plenty up course there, waiting on 2. Whipping his head over to 4. Looking confident and looking solid all the way down the lake there. Tight line all the way, up course. As we look to the far end of the lake, for the first time today, I do see blue skies, so we're optimistic this rain is going to clear out. Good to see this boat video here. Dorian's 35. Just very comfortable, I think, where he's at in this pass. You know, you're ahead of it. You're ahead of the boat. You're in rhythm. You're getting what you need to get side to side. You don't feel under any particular pressure. Ski floats through the wakes there over to 5 and over to 6. Just, you know, it's not real heavy. It's using that boat to swing from side to side. One of the things a lot of skiers talk about with these ski nautiques is the new model here is the newest model is the swing that you get from side to side. When you let that boat do the work, you get plenty of swing from this boat. I think the team has designed a really great ski machine that helps you get to side. So Dorian there just feeling a little pressure, nothing to make him panic. He's still doing what he needs to do, working down the lake like the professional that he is. Out the gate at 38. Yeah, but I know that all of the Nautique crew, I think one of them on site here, Matt Rainey today, as they were designing this boat, put a lot of thought into the way that feels between, you know, the engine tune, the way the ZO responds, the way the hull's designed, how that boat allows you to load up and unload, resulting in what I hear everyone talking about with quotes is swing. And when I watched Dorian on that 35, it just felt like he was swinging. And these boats are fantastic for that. We'll see this here on the replay. Take a look at his 38 again. Just maybe a little bit stretched out, a little bit narrow into that 2. Does a little more to get out to 3, takes it a little down course, and then says, okay, I'm where I need to be. I'm in good enough rhythm with the boat, good enough spacing in the course. I'm going to get out the gates 38, and I'm going to nail my start at 39. Dorian with only a couple tournament scores on the books here this year, but they're mid to deep 39 scores, so he's definitely a skier that knows how to do it. He's just got a little bit of spitting rain, gets into that gate for 39. Let's see where we go out of 1 ball. He's in front of 2 enough. He's got just a little slack out of that 2 ball. Gets under the line out of 3, turns 3, crushes 4, down course at 5. So close. I'd love to ask him what he thinks, but I wonder if he says that was the start to run it. I could have done it. I think he managed it really well. Well, let's see what happens on these replays. So maybe swung just a little late to really feel good at 2 ball, but good enough, right? He was really patient at 3. Ski was out a little late to 4, but that was a nice 4 ball. I can't wait to watch the 4 from the boat. He says, I got my ski outside at 5, but I am not going to make it to 6. I'm going to take the S turn. Big score, takes the lead. You know, we'll see where that what that 5 at 39 means later today, but let's take a look here. Yeah, could have got pointed a little in front of 2 earlier, but man, did he manage it well to get a lot out of that. Waiting for that line to come tight out of 3. Skis out late to 4, but he gets back under that line again out to 5. Nice skiing for Dorian. So that's a 5 at 39 to take the lead for this morning. I was talking earlier about local connections. Jonah Schaefer spending some time out here in Sacramento. He's up next. He's been coaching over at Belle Aqua Lake One. Good morning to the Todd family. Thank you for hosting prior California Pro Ams out at Belle Aqua. Those were some great times. I remember skiing out there. I think Stephen Nauvoo won out there one year. Might have been Parrish one other year. I'm struggling to remember. But thanks to the Todd family. I'm sure you appreciate Jonah's help out there coaching, helping manage the lake a bit. This is Jonah Schaefer coming in 32 off. Another Canadian riding his D3 ski. He's got the sleeves on. Don't know if that's because he felt cold or if that's how he rolls. But through that 32 off with this persistent light rain still in play. I'm going to pull up the radar here while we watch these replays and see what we should be expecting. Just look at him waiting on that buoy. Yeah, as I look at the radar, we should be running out of this rain very quickly. There's just a couple of local spots of rain. This should be winding down here pretty quick. Got a hello from Travis Anderson calling in from Texas. Hey, good morning. Stay tuned. We're just getting warmed up here. We're only just getting into the open men. We had the open women smashing it in the first round, and now we're just getting into this open men group. This is second pass, 35 off for Jonah Schaefer. So he's been out here skiing in California. He knows what it's like. Water temperature, you know, people talk about one of the differences between, let's just say, Florida in California is Florida's got all their lakes full of fresh rainwater turning over naturally all the time. California, it's groundwater, and over time our mineral content goes up. And it's also sometimes a little bit colder, and so skiers come from somewhere like Florida to here and talk about it's a little different. For Jonah, it's not, because that's what he's been skiing all summer. One of our other sponsors, California Ski Ranch. We're on site today. Hey, Paul, if you can hear me, good morning. Look forward to saying hi to you later. But California Ski Ranch operating out of Redwood Shores. We've got a nice thing going up there with coaching, ski shop, residence, place to stay. Check out California Ski Ranch. Jonah Schaefer, 38 off, 11.25. Managing that line a little bit out of 2 and 3, over to 4. Maybe getting that ski out around 4, 5, rather. We're going to have to let the judges call that one. Watch this on the replay. Got there a little deep out of 1, but nothing too bad. Over to 2, and then a little slow turn on that 2 ball. Made him a little late to get out to 3. A little bit more slack at 3, so it's just kind of compounding, but then turns 4 way down course and says, I think I can still do this, and throws his ski out there to try to get around 5 and run the pass, and just didn't quite make it. We'll let the boat, I know what I think the score is, but I'm going to wait for the judges to tell me. They may be looking at it to figure out what happened at that 5 ball. It's a confirmed 4. 4 at 38. Just not getting there. We can see just not quite getting that ski around 5. I'm sure he wanted to run it. I'm not sure, the difference between 4 or 5 matters to him. He's a skier that can absolutely run that pass, and he will be determined to do so in the next round. So our title sponsor, Nautique Boat Company. Thanks again. 100 years of building boats. Go to nautique.com to tune in for the latest news and communication about everything they're offering. For example, they're building a Centennial Edition Nautique. I want to know what that is. I want to know, what are they going to do to celebrate their 100 years? You can go to the website. You can build the boats. It's super fun. Play with all the colors. 100-year Centennial Edition Nautique. I'm interested. I've also got a new webpage on nautique.com dedicated to history, and why not? You've been around for 100 years. Why wouldn't you brag about your history? So go to the website, learn about the history of Nautique. Like I say, I grew up watching a 1962, 63. I'm trying to remember what they called it, the model that year, but that boat's still running around my lake back in Michigan. Today we're using 2024 ski Nautiques. Right now, pulling Aaron Davies. Aaron Davies looking good out there on his D3 ski. Nice and open, countered into those buoys. Aaron Davies, our first skier with averages into 41. He has run himself a couple 39s, so a skier capable of doing it. It's absolutely his plan. We'll see today where the cut ends up being for the 8, but I'll be surprised if it's not 41, something at 41. We'll find out whether that's a 1 or a 2 or a half, or we'll figure out what that is over the course of today. It could even be a 3. We'll see how many guys, if we have 8 guys that can get more than 2 at 41, we definitely do have that. We'll see what happens today. We'll see how everybody feels and how everybody performs. But you definitely, from the rest of the field from here on out, they know they've run 39. And that is the plan. We're going to go get something at 41 this round, and we're going to go get something at 41 the next round, and we're going to see where we end up. One nice thing about the format is you can it somewhat helps you relax about the first round because you know you've got two, so you don't have to. It isn't on average, so everybody can just go big.
Yeah, we'll do it under here for now, just while the weather's kind of rainy.
Because that does not want to get wet, right? So you can stand in there. I can actually just have it
do like right here. We get the not-peak banner.
Aaron Davies coming in. This will be his 35. Look at that ski flying out. A great view from where we're sitting to watch that ski fly out to 2-ball. Just lots of swing on the ski. Lots of release. Waiting on that 5-ball. Nice, powerful lean from 5 to 6. All right, here we go from the boat video. Look forward to watching this. As I sit on shore, I could really see the ski cast over to 2. Just curious about how that looks here. He's patient, and then boom, that ski he just released that ski maybe right at the right time. He's again there, watching that ski go out. Puts him on a nice line. I would think he feels pretty good about that pass, and like you. As an athlete, you're thinking, all right, this is going well. I'm executing. Now my confidence is going up higher and higher. Coming into this 38, which he wants to knock it out of the park. 11.25. Rope does not make it to the buoy. Gets into that 2-ball a little bit there, and he's run this pass many times. It's obvious that he has. Aaron Davies with a full pass at 38. We'll get the replay here. A little bit of that handle dunk at 2, but nothing that mattered at all. Yeah, it looked to me like he felt like I'm in time with the boat. I'm in charge of this pass. You know, I feel good about finishing it. I'm moving the way I want to move. I'm not under any real pressure. So we have Aaron Davies at 39. Looks like the rain is all but stopped. He had a little bit earlier in the pass. See how he does on this 1-ball. Little tip up, but he's still early. Gets that ski out to 2. I lost him there behind the boat. He lays into it to get over to 4. Gets deep out of 4. He's going to go down course at 5. He has turns. I heard a scream from the water. He wanted more, but big score for him. 5 at 39. We're going to go to an interview real quick on shore.
You probably see this kind of weather up that way, right?
We do. It gets cold, but honestly, I've been in the States too long to say into this. So I'm a fake Canadian. I'm freezing with the rest of you guys.
Well, it is uncharacteristic to be in Northern California in August and we see rain. So it's like, but you had rain when you're out there. How did it feel?
A little tough, honestly, but again, I'm used to it. We're supposed to be professionals, so that's the way it is sometimes. And it was tough to see, but we had other bigger fish to fry when I was out there than the rain. So it is what it is. We have a round 2 to go do.
All right. Hey, thanks, Jonah. Ski well in this next round.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right, local favorite. Well, or favorite. Local boy, Terry Winter. We got several locals. I'm not sure who I think it's fair to call the favorite. But Terry Winter, been skiing out here. You know, he's from this area. Skied here so many times. Everyone that's a fan of the sport knows how awesome it is to watch Terry ski. Many people will use him as the example. It's just so smooth and it's so calm. Terry, one of my favorite coaches. This summer I sent him some video, and the way that he coaches, if you haven't been coached by Terry and you're thinking about it, just do it. Find him at a Liquid Zone, or take him up on his video coaching. But Terry, my favorite thing about Terry is he just totally relates to the skier and how you do it. He's not going to tell you how necessarily he does it, or he's not going to give you anything that's been contrived in advance. He's going to think about how you're executing and how you do it, how you think about it, and he's going to help you figure out your way to improve and get to the next level. It's so custom, and it's so just like emotionally intelligent. It's so good. Love Terry's coaching. If you need some help, give the guy a call. And if you want to study some video, especially if you're a righty, he's the man. Terry's family raising him out there at Balaqua Lake too. Terry still spends a lot of time in California. He's moved with his family out to Idaho. Good morning, Kristen, if you're tuning in. I miss you. So here's Terry at 35, showing us all how to do this. Nobody more passionate than Terry about this sport. The dude just wants to ski all the time, every day. Just wants to ski. I want another ride. Yeah, I remember Terry from back in the day. The old, first time I remember seeing him was the West Coast Slalom videos with Ciderhound, and Terry and Marcus were just like kids. This is back with Jason Paredes, the guys out at Balaqua, but it was quite a ski scene. We had some Pro Tour events out there. I remember Marcus and Terry kind of breaking out back in the day there at Balaqua. Wade and Andy and Paris and everybody. I'm sure we'll see Marcus on site this weekend. Still living in the area up there at the Ridge. Terry skied a lot out at the Ridge. But here comes Terry at 38. The sun is finally out. First skier in the day getting to ski in the sun. Terry, absolutely D3 team skier. One of the athletes with huge input on ski design, in particular the one he's riding now, a project, the Neo, a project that he and Will got going. How can we take these D3 skis in another direction? We've got an Ion, we've got a R2. Let's build something that's different than those two, and that is the Neo. Terry loves it, and he's putting it to good work out on the lake today. All right, here's Terry coming in at 39. A pass he's run many times. He's run it many times this year. He's run it many times on this lake. So looking decent out of one. Terry can pull some stuff off too. You never count him out. He's got the reflexes of a cat and the experience of a veteran. Another skier that's just not quite going to turn that 5-ball. Look forward to watching that on the replay. He knows he needs more, and he knows he does more. I'll put money on Terry running that the next round. Just watching him on the replay there. Just got a little out of sync with the boat. You watch the finish of those turns, just having to suck up a little slack. It's hard to see the 4-ball there, but it doesn't look like he ever got really under the line and ski pointed up course enough. We'll watch it if we get the boat video here. You know, I think he's sliding a little bit down after even a little slow out of 1, but not bad. I think it was, we start to suck up that rope out of the backside of these buoys, and he gets it behind the boat, still releases his ski, but then right here just got crushed a little bit and never got that ski pointed up course enough. Takes the 5. It'll be interesting later today if that is any part of deciding who are the top 8 are. My guess is it'll be close, but probably no. We'll see. You never know. But Terry's going to process that set, and he's going to come back out the next round and punch it through. All right, next skier is Nick Parsons. I'm standing here with his dad, Mike. They've skied a lot on the West Coast. Coming from Utah. Riding his own ski. The Pineapple. I know Nick's been a ski designer back at Good and with D3, and now I'm sorry I forgot his partner's name up in Canada, but he's got his business building different carbon fiber products. He's also a skier. Somebody put his name in the chat so I can give him credit. But Carl Dennis, thank you, Carl. What's that? Dennis, Carl Dennis. So he's up there, knows a lot about building carbon fibers. Also a water skier, and he and Nick, the Parsons Project or the Pineapple Ski, they've built this ski, and it's amazing. It's a work of art. It's beautiful. And Nick is able to take any of the ideas he's got and put it into a mold and build a ski, and he's going to go out there and show us how well it works today. We've got Team Utah, Scott Chipman, still tuned in here, rooting on his statesman, Nick Parsons. I know they ski together out there. I believe it's called Stillwater. Scott, I hope my old boat's doing good. Nick's a fun guy, loves to have a good time when he's skiing. He's just a constant comedian if you don't know him. Super funny. But he's not making any jokes right now. Tall guy out there making the course look small. Showing off that Pineapple water ski. Looking really comfortable on that 35. Just, it's hard to say routine because it's amazing that that's routine. But for Nick, I kind of think that's for any of them, I think that's how you want to feel. Really dialed. Everything feels like it's supposed to feel. It's supposed to be calm. It's supposed to be smooth. You're really synced up with a boat. Everything's going well. It's hard to make it look that easy. I think it's one of the toughest things about this sport is, you know, the easier it looks, the better you're doing, and the less people that don't know what that means appreciate it. Well, that looks pretty easy. So hard to make it look that easy. All right, Nick pulling out for his gates at 38. Powerful one ball. Ahead of the boat out of into 3. Nick managing the line really nicely as we go down the lake. I would think he loved that 38. I think he liked how it felt. Yeah, one more shout out to on-site sponsor California Ski Ranch. My good buddy Paul Crawford just stopped by, handed me a hat. Thanks, Paul. Go check him out. He's got the Eagle products that's also sponsored here today. He's got several of the ski sponsors in his booth. He's got shirts, gloves. If you are on site and you're a water skier and you need anything, head down. Paul will hook you up. If you're not on site and you need anything, find California Ski Ranch online. Paul will hook you up. If you want coaching in beautiful Northern California and you want to see one of the prettiest lakes around, Redwood Shores. Tony, nice job. Your lake is one of the ones I think about in terms of just crazy homeowners that want it really nice, like Shortline, like Liquid Zone. Redwood Shores is beautiful. Go to California Ski Ranch at Liquid Zone. So, Nick, the pass that matters more than any, this is 39. He's looking good so far. The warm-up passes were great. I think he would like that one ball. I did. He's waiting on 2 super early. Got his ski out nice. Little down course at 3, but nothing Nick Parsons doesn't know how to manage. And then into that 4 ball, blinded by the spray. We'll see how it looks on the replay. Nick. Boat score is 3 1/2. Sorry, everyone's score is 3 1/2. Watch this slow motion from the boat. I'm sorry, I'm just studying this. I mean, just a little bit into the line out of 3, but I don't think he didn't think he was going to finish it, even going in and out of that 4, and just didn't get that rope to come together when he needed it to get him swung out to 5. But Nick will regroup, and he'll come out the next round, and he'll give her a go. Nick sitting at 24 in the world with an average into 41. So we know he's doing it. He's doing it lately. All right, next skier had to walk 200 feet from his house to the dock this morning. Ryan Canepa, living in the house behind the start dock. Ryan, a D3 team skier. Fun guy to watch, super dynamic. He can get in big when he needs to. Used to get in too big, just too deep out of some of his turns, and he's calmed that down a lot over the years. And when he's on, it is a pretty thing to watch. I sometimes love watching, just watch his ski. We'll see if it's here. It just floats from one edge to the other, almost like it hovers over the wakes, like he's so light in his feet. We'll take a look at this when we get back to the boat view in a second. But he's not a heavy skier. He's definitely one of our lighter skiers in terms of body weight. And he just kind of floats behind the boat, and then all of a sudden when the rope gets short, he can be aggressive and get after it. But let's watch this here on the earlier passes. See that ski? It doesn't even move through the wakes. Just slice and dice, nice and light. Watch this. Love it. Nice skiing, Ryan. So Ryan taking a ride at home. I mean, he comes off that dock all the time. Can't be any more comfortable with the site. Your neighbor's driving. Oh, no. Sorry, it's Greg driving this round. So Greg Bedell driving this round, but just as good as Will, I think, in terms of skiers' comfort levels. Phew. He's a skier that gets so much angle right behind the boat, and then he stands up so early, and there's that double pump. He just kind of rises up into the buoy and then rips it to the other side. Nice looking 35. All right, Ryan. He's coming through here on his 38s. These guys will all consider this another important part of the warming up, to get ready for the 39 and then the 41. Heavy, a big old pull out there. Stays away from the boat on that gate glide. Lets his ski out to one and gets a nice start on this pass. Yeah, he gets in and out of the load just quickly. It can be really heavy, but it's really short. And just in and out of that, it's so dynamic. Want to thank Ryan's dad, George Canepa. He's out constantly refining on-site technology. He's an engineer at heart, engineer in mind, and he's always refining some of the video systems we're using, some of the data we're collecting. Thanks, George. So Ryan knows who's coming out after him. We've got 11 more skiers after that all can run 39. All have run 39. Ryan has run 39. So from this point on, these guys have every intentions of getting through this pass, putting in a 41 score that keeps them in the hunt. We'll see how Ryan gets out, get his start going, and see how he keeps his pass down the lake. Little early and heavy into one, but I think it's good. We'll see how he goes. Little jumped on that 3-ball, but not heavy, but I mean nice and strong out of that 4-ball. And through 39, way to go, Ryan. Nice work. Like how those righties, Brooke Baldwin and Ryan and others, do that bunny hop out of 6. So way to go for Ryan. I mean, that's what you want, for Ryan to come out here in this halfway through this first group and in this first round to go put a score into 41. That's where you want to be. So Ryan has his chance to be really in the mix here. We'll see it by the end of this round or the end of the second round where we're at with what does it take to make the 8. Single best score. Again, this year we're taking the single best score. So if you hit a big one in the first round, good for you. If you don't, then you puts the pressure on the second round. Yeah, nice job for Ryan staying patient and not overreacting. There were some things here that he could have spooked him, could have made him, do something impatient or not panicky, but none of these guys panic. But Ryan, being a experienced skier, did what he needed to do to get down that lake. All right, Ryan, staying away from the boat on that gate lean. See if he gets a one that he can turn. It looks like he does. Coming into two. What's he going to do? Is he going to... Oh, I love the aggression. I mean, the difference between a 1.5 and a 2 later may matter, but I love the idea of going for it. Ryan clearly came in at 2. He wasn't taking a 2. He was going for 3. I'll have a look at Ryan's scores, whether that's happened for him. Let me take a look. Yeah, no, Ryan's got some 3s. He's got a pair of 3s, so his world ranking is based on an average of 3. So Ryan's a skier that knows he can get a 3, and he knows a 3 would be. I think if you get a 3, you're feeling pretty good about your chances in the 8. It's not a guarantee. I mean, we'll see. We'll see where things fall, and we'll see how the boys ski today. But anyway, 1.5. You're in the mix. You're in the lead. Everybody on shore saw that. Ryan Canepa 1.5 at 41.
We kind of hear ourselves when we get into.
All right, here I am with Will, California Pro Am. First off, hell of a summer. You've skied really well today. I mean, through this whole season. How's it feel?
It feels great. It's put a lot of work in the off season, and you don't really know how it's going to go. You just kind of, do your best, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, we did a lot of work.
Oh, good. And you prepare yourself here. You're in California. Uncharacteristic to have the rain weather, but you grew up with this kind of weather.
Yeah, I mean, it's like almost a welcome change. Like if it was 10 degrees warmer, it'd be awesome. But scores are starting to pick up. The conditions are obviously great. Thankful they have us back here in California, and looking forward to it.
All right. Hey, thanks, man. Good luck today.
All right, sorry for the delay there. That's Joel Howley running his 32 off. Always great to see Joel at the event. Joel has skied really well in this event. I can't remember if it was 4 or 5 at 41 or something. He ran some big scores here in the past. I know a lot of people like to talk about Joel's equipment and that burly snow ski boot he's got on the front there. It was last year we were announcing, and he came in right in front of us here and had his partner, girlfriend, I'm not sure. She had to bring out the DeWalt tool to help him get out of his equipment. I've been told that he's got an upgrade now and no longer requires electrical power. Joel's such a fun skier to watch. It can be really powerful and really aggressive, and he's so dynamic in terms of adjustments he can make and doing what he needs to do to get her done. It's a lot of power. All right, this is Joel coming back on 38. This is 11.25. Again, the rope doesn't reach the buoy. It's a pass Joel will be comfortable with. I wouldn't say it's a gimme for all these guys, but it's certainly not a pass you expect anyone to miss. They probably would say it's a gimme. He ran that with plenty of space. I mean, if you think about how much margin these guys have, right? How much are they barely running it, or are they crushing it? Are they wide and early, or are they sneaking around the buoys? And I would say that was wide early, a mile ahead. All right, I'm excited to see Joel's 39. If you look at the way that 38 went down, he's in good form. I think we're going to see Joel hook up good out of, strong, powerful, confident out of that one and go. We bring our ski nautique into the course. This is Greg Bedell at the wheel. And there's a one ball. He's ahead, swings out to two, waits for two, gets under that line over to three. Digs nice and strong out of that two ball, and so that's the stuff I'm talking about with Joel. It's fun. You see that five ball, like he was being aggressive, moving in the direction he needs to go, fell back a little bit, but before he fell back too far, that rope caught him out of five, swung him out to six. Joel just putting 39 down in the California Pro Am. If you're just tuning in, we're in Elk Grove, California, 22nd year of the California Pro Am. We're at Short Line Lake. Thank you to the LOC and all the homeowners here that let us come put this event on. Thanks to Greg and Debbie for putting it together, and thanks to all of our sponsors, especially Nautique, for making this event happen year in and year out. And we are halfway through the men. We've got Joel Howley on the water, having just run 39.5 off, 10.75, coming back at 10.25. He gets his shot at 41. We have Ryan Canepa with a 1.5 in our lead, and Joel is looking really good. 38 was nice, 39 was strong, and so Joel's feeling great about his chances at 41. He's a skier that can get way down this pass. I'm not sure how he's skiing the last weeks or months, but we're about to find out what he can do today. Here's Joel Howley, 41. Gets under that line out of one. Turns two down course and makes a play for three, but does not get that buoy. He is in the lead, though, with a 2 at 41. A 2 at 41 is a really good score. As you think about back to our format, we're taking 8 into the finals on Sunday. The 8 will be of our 22 qualifying men, the top 8. Top 8 selected by single score of the best round, your best round. It's not on average, your best round. So you get 2 shots at it. Joel has now a 2. Ryan Canepa has a 1.5. And we've still got 10 skiers to go. All right, let's give it up for Joel on the way back. Well done, Joel. Victory lap 2 at 41. So in the first round of open men, we've got 10 skiers left. Lucas Cornell is next. Look forward to seeing that. I've never seen him ski live. Then we have a Pro-Am veteran, Corey Vaughn. He's back out with a family, Amelia and Seth. Got Brian Detrick, Stephen Navu, former champion, Jonathan Travers, Cole McCormick, Charlie Ross. I don't know if last year was his first Pro-Am, but he was definitely here last year. Thomas DeGasperis, former Pro-Am champion. Joel Poland, Will Asher, who's definitely won some Pro-Ams, and Nate Smith. All right, this is Lucas Cornell. 32 off. Oh, confident enough for the hand drag 6. I've never done it in a tournament. I do it in practice. Never done it in a tournament. I think it's the young guys. It's always the young guys. Maybe that makes him, maybe that's helps him relax. Maybe he's showing off. Maybe he's just trying to have fun. Didn't Joe Poland do that, like a whole pass at 38, just to make everyone feel like he's from another planet? Yeah, I think Joel did a whole pass, 38 hand drag. Yeah, that's right. It was a war with Pagozzi. That's right. Fun stuff on the internet. Thank you. But back to Lucas here. Lucas Cornell coming back. This will be his 35 off, 12 meters. So Conley also in a sponsor of this event. I'm pretty sure he's on a Conley Waterski. Very, very stacked out of those buoys. Very, very tall, hips over feet, shoulders over hips, all that. It's very much ready for that boat when that line comes tight. Very efficient. I love it when there's something about when you're skiing is that quiet and that little extra movement, that efficient. Look at that. It makes it really, when there's no movement in your body, it makes it really easy for that ski to move from between you and the boat to wider than the handle. You watch it just move out, moves out. Nothing else. If nothing else moves, then your ski has to give. And that ski just casts so nicely. It's so easy to see when you scan. All right, here we have Lucas at 38, 11.25. 11.25. Rips that 2-ball. He is definitely on a Conley water ski. Little bit extra there at 5. We got a little whiplash. We'll have to watch that on the replay.
Okay, I'm here with Terry. Terry, you've already skied. You kind of come back to hometown. And first question is, who did you say you were going to vote for? All right. Anyway, but how did it feel out there today?
It's good. I've skied here a lot. I would say the tournament goes a little quicker. So it's a little movier than maybe what you get in the, just a record tournament. But it was good. I mean, all in all, like, it's a little cooler, and but it's all right.
I like the format change of where we get the single best round out of the two. Now your ball's out for the next one, and we're ready to ski next time, right?
Yeah, I don't think you can hold back and expect to do too good, so just go for it.
All right. Thanks, Terry.
All right, always great to hear from Terry. Thanks, Mike, for that quick interview. Appreciate hearing what Terry's thoughts were. We'll get back to that in a minute, but right now we're going to watch Lucas at 39. So everybody, I think it's got to be 41 scores. So you have to come in this and attack. There's, I don't know that a 5 is going to do you any good. Lucas wants to show all these boys that he's here to play. He's in the mix. Having to make some adjustments, but none that he couldn't handle. Well done to get that 39 in the books. So for all these men and women out here today, you've got to have your skiing put together in a place that it doesn't have to be perfect to get where you need to be to compete. So, Lucas needs to score at 41. He didn't run a perfect 39, but he ran a 39, and he had the confidence to make adjustments and complete the pass. No, didn't let anything speed up in his head. He said, I know what to do from here. I know what to do from here, and got out the gates. So now we shake that off. We reset. We're about to pull out for the gate at 41. We've got a 1.5. We've got a 2. We don't know at this point what the cut's going to be. Lucas at 41. Gets out that 1. He's going to turn 1. He's going to get outside of 2. Snapping over for that 3 ball. And from here, it looked like he got outside of 3 and maybe got the gates. We're going to let the judges call that. Waiting. We got a 3 at 41 from the judges. That will take your lead. I will be surprised if that is not a score that gets you through. It'd be kind of fun if it wasn't. But that's a great skiing for him. So we've got, I don't know exactly how old he is, but one of the younger skiers coming up. Everybody remembers when Nate kind of blew onto the scene, and, you've got younger guys. Ryan came in not that long ago, and some of these other guys. So is, Lucas, one to watch. He had a big score in Europe. But, showing up in this event, nice job. Let's hear it. Let's give it up for Lucas. That's a big score. He's got the pocket out. Maybe that's the trick. You leave your pocket hanging out. I know Mark Menashe thinks that's the way to roll. I don't know, Mark, if you're tuned in from Arizona, but good morning. So we've got a 3 at 41 from Lucas Cornell. We've got a 2 at 41 from Joel Howley. We've got a 1.5 at 41 from Ryan Canepa. And we still have 9 skiers to go. So theoretically, everybody can ski that well or better from here on out. Up next, we have Corey Vaughn, Peace, Love, Water Skiing. Corey's been a Pro-Am fan for so many years. Brought his wife out, Amelia. Son Seth has been cute as ever, running around on site. It's a family affair. Amelia got herself on the podium last night for the amateur event. That was pretty cool. You actually should watch her ski, not Corey. It's incredible. I got to watch her from the boat. It was awesome. But anyway, we won't take anything away from Corey. Here's Corey. He's coming out 32 off. Corey, nice and chill, as ever, skiing and in life. Very thoughtful person. Cruising through his 32 off. Corey's got his crew back in Bumpus, Virginia. He's got his own lake, his own setup, his own crew. I know my good buddy, I don't know if he's on today, Mike Kuziak, was skied out there for years with him, said it's a great vibe, good time. So good morning to everybody out in Virginia. We're all pulling for Team Corey. So Corey coming in, 35 off, getting warmed up, getting dialed. Corey is definitely a skier that's put up some big scores. He's put up big scores in California Pro-Ams. Corey has skied out here in California plenty. Been practicing here this week. I think he stayed out here since the Nationals with his family. So all acclimated to time zones and weather. Cruising through 35. Watch this here on the replay. As I said before, it's almost too bad that the easier, it's almost like the easier you make it look, it's just hard to appreciate how hard it is to make it look that easy. It's just, if you're a skier and you know how you ski, and then you're an amateur skier, and then you watch all of these men and women, and just how it's just so hard to make it look this easy. Well done, Corey. Just cruising. All right, coming into the course now, 36 miles an hour. Corey Vaughn, he's at 38, 11.25. Sweet looking turn at one ball. Waiting on two. Managing that rope, a little bit out of four, but no worries. Nice looking pass. I think Corey's probably feeling really good about how things are going out there. Pulling out at that south end of the lake. We'll be down there later today for men's jump. So again, if you're tuning in, we've got 2 rounds of men's and women's slalom. We completed round 1 of slalom with scores into 41. We are a little more than halfway through the first round of men. Then we're going to do men's and women again. When that's done this afternoon, we're going to pull some of the slalom buoys out. We're going to get back into jump mode. We're going to go to the other end of the lake And we've got some of the best men's and women's jumpers in the world here today. Just looking real quick, we've got, hang on, let me get to my numbers here so I don't say this wrong. For the jump event, we've got 6 of the top 7 men jumpers in the world. We're only missing Ryan Dodd. We've got, let's see, 6 of the top 9 women's jumpers in the world, and we have the top 3. So we're going to have quite the jump performances here. We know Joel posted a video going 234, I believe. It didn't even look like he was trying. But jumps later, this is slalom. This is Corey. He's at 39, looking to get out of this one ball, get in front of 2, get into the rhythm with the boat, figure out where you're at. He had to hold up for the line there out of 3. We lose him for a second there when they go around 4. Corey's in deep, pulling to 6, and there it is, 6 and out the gates for Corey. Fantastic skiing. Now he gets a chance to get into the mix with the leaders. Into 41, 10-5. Watch this on the replay. It's so hard to get these rhythms going on any pass, but especially the short ones, from turning into the gate, getting in and out of 1, getting in and out of 2. And if you can turn that 2 in rhythm, I think a lot of skiers feel like, all right, now we're off to the races. And if we're not quite in rhythm, then we know kind of how the rest of this pass is going to go. I think Corey probably said, okay, I know where I'm at out of 1, I know where I'm at out of 2, and now I've got a vision of how the rest of this thing's going to go. Got in and out of the work zone really nicely right there. Patient out of that 3 ball. Then at 5, we can let it run a little bit. We just go down course, get our ski out of 6, hook up, and get out the gate. Well done, Corey. Executed like the professional he is. All right, Corey at 41. His chance to get in there with the leaders. Through that gate. Good enough turn to get outside of 2. We're going to pull for 3. And we're going to go big right in front of us all. He's waving before he stopped moving. So, Corey, well done there. We'll wait for the judges to see if they think he got a piece of that 3 ball, but it looks like it's at least a 2. Judges are going to take a look to see if we got a piece of 3 or not. And hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to Corey here about his ride.
Hey, Corey, I've enjoyed watching you ski this summer. You've had a lot of great success, and, you put out a number there. How'd it feel?
Yeah, it felt pretty. I mean, it's Shoreline Lake. It always feels great here. Sometimes I come and I just kind of am settled in, and it feels kind of super easy. This round, for whatever reason, I didn't quite feel as settled. I hope to be able to bottle that up for the next round and hopefully for tomorrow. But it was a good taste of it. We've got an incredible field here. There's going to be a great show coming up. This one, I think, is going to have to be a backup score.
I think you're right on that. I noticed you fell right here by the family. Family was right here waiting for you to help you pick it up. But I got you first. But, hey, thanks, man, and good luck on the second round.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yep, going to go give him a kiss right now.
All right, great to hear from Corey. Thanks, Mike. And my good buddy on the water right now, that was Brian Detrick. That was his opening pass at 32. Brian's been skiing so many years, back to Boys 3 national champion, Boys 3 national record holder. Took some years off in high school, not off, but didn't really focus on skiing, focused on high school sports. And then through college and after, really committed back to being the best water skier he can be. We all saw him a couple of years ago run 41, get a couple deep 41 and then run it. So Brian is a skier that knows how to be in the mix with everybody. Lives here on site, grew up here at Shortline Lake. My gracious host, I'm staying at his house this weekend. So Brian, great to see him out on the water, getting warmed up at 32. We were talking earlier about the nautiques and how much a lot of skiers like how they swing and how they move side to side behind these boats. Brian's definitely somebody that talks about that. Brian, Greg Bedell, myself ski together, and Brian loves how the boat swings from side to side. If he gets his choice in a tournament, he's going to pick the nautique, and that's the boat he wants to ski behind. And today, that's the boat he gets to ski behind with his buddy Greg Bedell driving. So this is at his home lake. So Brian, this is for you, your opportunity to go out there and get it done. Watching Brian at 35 off. I'm cheering for him. Somebody with a lot of passion for the sport. He's battled some injuries over the last few years. It's kind of had him come and go from the sport. And for everyone watching, it's not because he didn't want to ski. He was passionate about skiing. He had to unfortunately miss all of last year's California Pro Am and sat here with me announcing, which I appreciated, and that was great. But, he'd much rather been skiing, and he's skiing today. I know he's skiing pretty well. He's trying to get back to feeling like he did when he was running the 41s. He's taking it, piece by piece, putting everything back into place to get those scores. I know a couple weeks ago here at Shortline, they had a record tournament, and he got a 4 at 41. So it's coming. I know this event was a big reference point for his whole season, to get ready for this and come out and get it done in the California Pro Am at his home lake. I know his parents are on site. Steve and Jan just down the shoreline. Good friends here supporting their son. Steve's been there, and so has Jan. I've been there for Brian's whole career of skiing. Steve's right by his side, driving for so many years, coaching Brian through it. And I remember a number of years ago, when years before Brian ever ran 41, Steve said to me, I don't see why he wouldn't someday. He's got the height, the athleticism, and the opportunity. And sure enough, it ended up happening. So now we're at 38. Brian's getting dialed in, getting comfortable with everything that's going on the water today. And no matter whether you live here or not, it's a big event where nerves come into play. And what Brian knows how to do it. It's a matter of whether he puts it together today, he stays in the moment and does what he needs to do to get it done. He's dealing with some projects he's got going on off the water that are on his mind. We talked this morning about staying clear-headed about all of that and getting to the right state of mind to go out here and get this done. So definitely cheering for Brian. He's looking really good. That 38 looks solid. Watch it back here from the boat replay. Sorry, I just watched Brian ski that pass, thinking about some of the stuff I know he's working on. Sure, he feels like this is going pretty well. But now we've got Brian at 39. We heard Corey say just a minute ago that Corey thinks, I don't know if his score was confirmed as a 2. They give him a quarter. Okay, so Corey's at 2 1/4. Corey thought that Corey's words were, I think that'll be my backup score. So that says two things. That says Corey thinks it's going to take more than that, and it says that he's planning on doing more than that. So we need to run this pass, and Brian needs to get his shot to get 41 going. Brian's out for the gates. We're at 39. This is 10.75. Looking for the one ball. So tip up at 1, but he's all right. Little late out to 2, but Brian can run the pass from there. We're going to see what he does. He gets into the line out of 3. Okay. Over to 4. He's got it down out of 5. Brian takes it down course and gets out to 6, and fantastic skiing for Brian. I'm super happy for him. Look forward to that on the replay. See how that one ball really was. I mean, that one ball could have been enough to kind of throw you, but Brian stayed right in the moment, so focused. Good for him. Get his chance at 41. All right, the boat has powered up. Greg Bedell at the wheel behind that beautiful ski nautique. Brian's got everything he wants right here for his chance to go out and do something big. Super passionate skier, ready. This is 41 off. Brian digs in deep at 1, gets over the ski a little bit too much, but pulls that thing out at 2, goes to 3. Looks like, when I look at it, the emotion he displayed out of 3, I think that was because he liked my guess is he would say, I liked the gate. I liked the gate. I like where I felt going into 1, because he definitely didn't get out of 1 quite the way he wanted to. Folded up a little bit forward there, got crushed. I mean, hips totally behind him out to 2, but yet got out of 2 and then squeaked that skier on 3 for a 3 at 41. Now that's tied for the lead. We'll see what it takes. I'm going to ask, I got Corey standing right here. Corey, I'm not going to hold you to this, neither is Vegas, but what's your guess on where we're going to end up today to get in on 8th place?
I'm going to say you're going to need at least one full 3 at 41, so just what Brian did right there, the full buoy, and then you're going to need a solid backup. I mean, gosh, with the field, it could be 3 and 3, which would be bad news for me. It could be 3 and 2, which would be okay for me. But I think you're going to need a 3. I think we're going to see some scores past, higher than 3. Maybe not a ton, but yeah, I think 2 2s at 41, and you're not in.
All right. Well, you heard it from one of the pro skiers in this event. The boys are confident that they can put out some scores here. You've got so many guys that can go get a 3 at 41 or more. And, Brian, after him, Stephen Navu, Jonathan Travers, Cole McCormick, Charlie Ross, Thomas DeGasperi, Joe Poland, Will Asher, Nate Smith. You listen to that lineup, right? And right now there's already 2 3s. And Corey's 2 1/4. Then we've got a 2 with Joe Hawley and a 1.5 with Ryan Canepa. So we'll see if we can get some opinions from the other skiers on what they think it's going to happen. But by the end of the afternoon, we're going to know what it takes for these 8 men to get into this final. Again, we're taking the top score from the 2 rounds, and then your second round score is your backup. I believe from there, if there was a tie, we'd resolve. No, if there's a tie to get in after that, we will have a runoff. We'll talk about that maybe more later, but that, I believe, is an update based on skier feedback that for 8th place, if let's say 2 people had 3s and 2s, we would do a runoff to determine who gets in. But now from Canada, on his opener, Steven. This is a former California Pro Am champion. I remember when he won, like I said, was it 16 maybe? Over there at Belle Aqua Lake 1. Definitely a skier that, when you watch guys like Steven or Chris Parrish, these guys that just make the course look small, they're at the buoy and their hand feels like it's halfway to the wake as they reach. It just makes it the course looks more narrow to me when he skis, but he does so many things right. Always very calm. I never see anything I never see him overreact. All right. I've got Chipman chiming in here. So Chipman's going to go with Corey. We've got the cut for the men, and we're just going to predict, and we can be wrong. It doesn't matter. We're just going to make a guess here. Corey's saying a 3 with a backup of 2 to make the cut. There'll be scores above it, we think, but that's what it takes. So Brian's got himself a 3. That's nice. If anyone else got a different idea, go ahead and chime in. I'll see if I can get it out of the comments. We can predict. We should do the same for the ladies. Figure out where we think that cut's gonna be. We'll be talking about that more as we go through the afternoon, through that second round. Right now, Steven's coming in. He's at 35. Ski was so far out to 2-ball. I mean, he was just so much space. He's looking solid. So many Canadians on site today. But all right, Steven coming in minus 38. This is 11.25. We've got the sun out. Looks like no chance of rain for the rest of the morning here. Starting to warm up a little bit. But he's Canadian, so he's not worried about the temperatures. Got a couple friends chiming in. Schroeder, get your butt out here. I know you're. Thanks for watching and thanks for listening. It'd be good to see you. Saw you quickly at Nationals, but yeah, Steve, come on out. Steve, local skier, great skier in his own right. But we're going to watch Steven here. This is 39. Just calm rolls in for that gate. No drama. Says, I'm out in front of 2. That ski flies out to 2. Radar Ski, Radar Team Skier, Radar sponsoring this event. In front of 3-ball. Takes down. Look at that. Just so chillaxed coming around 5. I got this. Very, very cool, Steven. Nice work. Nice skiing. Another 39 in the book. Got my buddy Mike Kuziak. Thanks for the text, buddy. Love you too, man. Mike been out here skiing a whole bunch in California. Knows a lot of these guys. Knows this lake inside and out. Mike, thanks for tuning in. All right, so for all these men that run their 39 and they're sitting at the end of the lake, and they're thinking like Corey, they know they know how many guys are here that can run big scores, and so they're not thinking about 1 or 2 at 41. They got to come in like they're going to try to run it and then take it as far as they can get it. So we'll see how Steven approaches his gate, his 1, and we'll see if he gets that 3 or more to make him feel a little bit better about, well, anyway, our predictions so far about what it's going to take. Let's see if this gate turn-in is as casual as it looked at 39. So out there with one hand, rolls in, so calm in front of that 1 ball. That was maybe the best hookup we've had out of 1. Really long, maybe into 2. And a big front flip. We all right? Give us a wave. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to spin the boat just in case, but Steven's all right. He's swimming in. That was impressive. We'll have to see how much of that we got on the video. That was right in front of us here in the tower. I'm sure he wants that one back after as good as that 1 ball looked. Let's watch this here on the replay. Ski chattered a little bit, but I mean, it looks from here like he would have felt up course and kind of ahead, and then just that ski stuck. He was just a little exposed coming into that 3 ball. That ski stuck and threw his momentum forward right over the top of his ski. We're really happy he's not hurt. See if we can get Steven to come up here and tell us more about what happened from his perspective. But look at that forward front flip completely. If he still had the rope, he almost could have skied away. But we're just really happy he's not hurt. And looks like he's going to come up here for an interview. So we'll get it straight from Steven on his take on the event.
All right, here with Steven. You just got off the water here. Big fall there at the 3 ball. You're okay, right?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I think it looked a bit more dramatic than it actually felt. But, yeah, I had a good start, really good start. Just got a little complacent in the 2 ball there and threw it away pretty much. So time to pick up the pieces and try it again next round.
All right, well, you made it looking easy out there today, and good luck in the next round.
Yeah, thank you. Feels awesome out there.
All right, next skier. Been behind Nautiques for many years. I believe that's what we run fully at the Travers Ski School, but we have Jonathan Travers. While he gets ready, he's in the water getting ready to warm up at 32 off. I'll say hi to a couple friends. Appreciate all the shout-outs. Yeah, Tony, no worries, man. Love Redwood Shores. I'm glad you're watching. Maybe come out on site and say hi. Be good to see you. Got my good ski buddy Brian Leaguewater down in San Diego tuned in. He's a NorCal boy, and he's watching the webcast this morning. Says, I wish I was there. I said, we do too. Just saw Brian on Monday. But here we go. This is Jonathan Travers, an exciting skier to watch. He's definitely somebody that can throw down when he needs to. Can be really passionate person, right? Jonathan can get fired up. When he's skiing the way he wants to, you wouldn't know. It looks like this. It looks really smooth, really calm. He's I think he's got a lot of, I don't know, he's just mentally, he's just super confident. Like, he's a guy that knows what he can do, knows how to attack. I've never asked him about this, but I remember one California Pro Am, when he got in the water before his first pass, he jumped in. It was Belle Aqua Lake 2. He jumps in, and he literally started, like, punching himself in the head like he was in a boxing fight or something. And I only thing I could think of is he's trying to wake up and get fired up. I didn't see him do that this morning. I'm not sure he's ever done it since. But, you know, intense. It's got a lot of intensity when he needs it. So we'll see as he gets down the line and he has to dig into his toolbox of how he's going to get it done. So after the judges looked, we got Steven. He got a 2 1/2 for the judges' score. That is what it looked like from here. The judges have the best view. They've got the cameras, and we've got a whole bunch of senior officials up there resolving any questions on what the scores were. So Steven with a 2 1/2. Here's JT, syndicate team athlete, definitely a core part of that. That syndicate team, they're a close-knit group. You know, we've got Asher and JT, Winggertner up there in Seattle, giving the team what they need, listening to feedback. Got Jamie Bull and Allie. So they're all pulling for each other. They're all watching each other. They're in the boat for each other in practice. It's a cool vibe. It's good for HO. They've got a couple of skis out there, Works 1 and 2, that they're really happy with. There's a lot of team skiers on it and a lot of amateurs on it having great results. So thank you, HO, for your sponsorship of the event. I know Jonathan's another person, kind of reminds me of Greg, that puts a lot into the sport, whether it's at their ski school or putting on pro events. Or I remember seeing him in Okehili when we were doing a U.S. Open down there, and he was running around like a crazy man, doing all the TC work and making sure everything was in place. And just like I said before, passionate person that gives a lot back to the sport, but loves to compete and wants his turn on the water, and he has it now. This is 38 for Jonathan Travers. Still looking very composed, very calm, very dialed. I would think John's in the state of mind that he wants to be. I mean, when you're out there crushing passes like that, feeling good about how you're moving and how the boat feels and how everything feels, I don't know how you come out the gate feeling any better than that. Give a shout out to Spencer Schultz on the webcast. Thanks for chiming in. He says, thanks for bringing us the action. No worries. That's why we're doing it. That's why Greg and Debbie fire up for this every year. It is to give these pros a place to compete on the West Coast and then to bring it to everybody in the sport to watch. Can't do it without the team we have on site and cannot do it without the sponsors. So let's hope that JT can take that momentum from those first 3 really clean, really dialed passes down the lake here at 39 and beyond. JT had a win earlier this year. I have to remember which tournament that was. Let me look. At the San Gervasio Pro Am, JT was on the top of the podium. He would love to do that again this year, but first he's going to have to rip this pass. It's a very nice start at 1. It's looking good out of 2. I think John's in this the way that he wants to be. Look clean out of that 4. Able to just wait for everything to come together out of 5. That was a very nice 39 for Jonathan Travers. Very nice. Look forward to watching that on the replay. It felt good right from 1. So just locked and loaded out of that one ball for that swing over to two. And we talked earlier about how hard that is to get the start, to get this pendulum going, to have that turn in through the gate, out of one, out of two, and then you go, okay, now I'm in rhythm. Now I can get this thing done. Let's watch it again from the boat. Just love where he picked up the boat, both out of one and out of two, right there, right into where that clean water goes to the white water. That line comes tight and he rips it into the center line. Very smooth for John. I mean, we've seen him do it both ways. When he's on, it looks like that and it's smooth. When he needs to, he can go to that hero zone and dig deep and pull off magic you just can't believe. But I want to see him keep the smooth going here. Let's see JT punch through on this 41. He's in really good form. I love his opportunity here. So let's see how Jonathan does pulling out for the gate. This is 41. We need 2s, 3s, or more to feel like we're going to be in the mix today. This is the prediction. Pretty slick looking one ball. He's going to take that 2 down course. He's going to pull long to 3. He's going to S-turn the 3. See if he gets back. Unofficially 3. He's got a fist pump. Waiting for the judges just to make sure. That was some solid skiing by Jonathan Travers. So that is a 3 at 41. We now have Jonathan Travers, Brian Detrick, and Lucas Cornell tied with 3 at 41. We have 7 skiers to go. So if we remember, we're only taking 8. And the top 7 haven't even gone yet. And we've already got 3 threes. So remember, Corey's prediction was 8th place will be maybe a 3 and a 2. We won't hold him to that. But we're certainly on pace to have that be, it's starting to feel like that might be the minimum. But when you bring this many of the top skiers in the world to one of the top performing ski site like this, that's where we should be. We should see these athletes pumping up these scores, putting on a show for all of us today. So if we look at who we have left, Cole McCormick coming up next. Then we'll see Charlie Ross, veteran Thomas DeGasperi, Joe Poland, Will Asher, and Nate Smith. So in there we have a few California Pro Am champions, and Nate, Will Asher, Thomas DeGasperi, and everyone else has been in the mix. Be fun to watch Charlie Ross. He's one of those, we talked earlier about some young guys. Shame on me for leaving him out. Here's a skier that's coming up. A lot of people are studying him online. Thank you for your Charlie and Drew and everyone for posting that video. You watch how efficient Charlie is. You just wonder, I didn't know that it could look that easy. And so we'll see how he does. I saw him warming up a little while ago. Looking forward to seeing him ski. But coming around the island right now, we've got Cole McCormick. Cole McCormick at 32. So Cole looking good there at 32 off. Just saying hi to Steve Detrick, Brian's dad, who's on site here watching the action today. We're getting ready to pull Cole back here at 35. I want to give a shout out to some of our officials. First of all, we talked about Shortland Lake, and how nice I think this place skis and how beautiful of a setting it is, and these trees. It was built in 1982 by Will Bush and Jim Bristow, developers, and then some other families that came in after. And the families that are here today, we'll get back to that in a second, but we'll talk about Cole coming in at 35. He's on that LaPointe ski. We know we have Chris LaPointe himself, the absolute legend, Chris, building the ski. And I saw them on site yesterday as Cole practiced, going back and forth about how he wants to ski and the way he's going to approach his rounds. It's pretty nice to have somebody like KLP in your corner. But if we look at the families here, there's 5 residences here at Shortline, and all of them, of course, are ski families. And I'm always impressed by the number of officials we have on site. There are 5 senior drivers that live at Shortline. There are 10 senior judges, 4 Pan Am judges, 2 technical controllers, and at least 2 scorers. And that's all senior. Not to mention other people here that are regulars, assistants, and so on. And I may have missed somebody, but you've only got 5 houses, and then you've got all of those officials on site. Not to mention then the extended friends and family that come out from around Sacramento and farther than that to come help put on the event. But thank you to all the Shortline families for all you do for the sport and this particular event. So here comes Cole. This will be 38 off, 11.25. Early, just staying ahead of this early enough to stand up. Just stand up and wait, Nice skiing, Cole. Here's a skier that's got 5 scores at 41 this year. So his average is clearly 4. He is sitting at number 7 in the world, and he's our 6th seed today because we're only missing Freddie Winter out of all the top guys. And again, Freddie, hope you're doing well. Sorry you're not here. I know last year watching you in the California Pro Am, you were really passionate about that, and then following on to Worlds. Hope you're healing well. So like JT, I think Cole should be feeling pretty good about how things were going. I'd love to talk. Hopefully I'll catch JT on shore earlier or later and ask him how he felt about that ride, but I would imagine he felt pretty good about that. He looks solid. And Cole looks really solid too. Snapping off. Sorry, I'm watching a time-delayed replay, but ripping that one ball at 38. But now we're at 39. Everyone else from here on has to run this pass. It's a must run, no question. Cole's out for the gates at 39. Rolling in, swinging out to 1. Pretty close to the backside of 1, waiting on 2. I think he's where he needs to be to finish this. Staying in the pass. Looking early over to 5. Ripping 5, out to 6. As solid as it gets. Cole McCormick through 39. Ready for his opportunity to put some pressure on the leaders. Got a shout out from Carl Garrett. Again, thanks for tuning in. He says he's thinking, I just read this from when JT was skiing. He misses the neck brace days when JT used to wear that harness from the whiplash he used to take. I've not asked JT about how he got away from that, but he's clearly cleaned up his skiing so that that's not necessary for him anymore. It'd be good to ask him about that. If I get a chance, I'll ask him on shore. But yeah, those were the days. All right, we're just sitting here taking bets on shore. I'm not going to say any numbers. I don't want to jinx him, but here comes Cole at 41. Like I said, looking pretty good at 39. Good enough one to turn two. He's going to turn two. He's going to throw the ski out, and we're going to have to wait for the judges on that one again because that was a ski contact to the buoy. The judges are going to have to make that call. Sure, Cole wanted more, but Cole's looking good. I think he knows as well as he was skiing that round. He had more than two in him. All right, they're confirming two for Cole, and we're hopefully get a chance to talk to him since he's swimming in front of us here. That's one of the downsides for all these guys. If they fall in front of our announcing station, then we'll try to collar them and get an interview out of them. Also want to announce we've got a couple of score revisions, so our officials always doing the absolute best that they can to review and get these calls right, especially some of these I'll announce here in a second because they could be meaningful to who makes the cut, and I trust everybody up there to get this right. So looking closely at Corey's score, that is going to be revised to a 2 at 41. And Stephen Nevu review, that led to a 2.25, so 2 1/4 for Stephen. So if you're keeping track at home, and we've got on the announcing here, we'll get it updated online for the results we're sharing. Those are updates. So Corey is a 2 and Stephen is a 2.25, 2 1/4.
All right, guys, I'm here with Cole. You just got off the water. From your point of view, what do you think the score was?
It gets 2, but I know the judges are going to review it, so I'm sure they'll get it right. Felt like I hit the buoy, but I don't know. That was kind of dumb. I should have run a little more than that. I just didn't commit it to there. We'll do better.
All right, so we like you guys falling in front of us here because then we get to talk to you. So thanks for the interview, man.
Unfortunately, I don't like falling over here. I'd rather be down there, but that's okay.
All right, I won't take that personal, but ski well the next round.
Thank you.
All right, so in order to finish the event, we took that opportunity to put a little gas in the boat. So now the boat's running that simulation pass. I know Cole, we just had the interview with Cole, and I know when he first came off the water, he said, I don't know, maybe I got a little more than 2, maybe I got 2. You know, you kind of have to leave that up to the judges, and I know they're looking at it. All right, at this point, I think Cole's Cole scores 2. They may or may not be looking at that up in the tower. If we get an update, we'll let you know. Next skier is Charlie Ross. So we talked about him as one of the up-and-coming young guys. Amazing technique to watch. I'm sure Drew's very proud of both of his kids and how they're skiing. Looking forward to our chance to watch it live here on the water today. Charlie Ross sitting at number 6 on the world list with an average of 4 at 41. Looks like that's by having skied a 3 and a 5. So Charlie's been to 5. Big score for a young guy. He's a Nautique team athlete, and he's a D3 team athlete. Out there showing us all the easiest way to run 6 buoys. I'm sure of it. That boat camera needs adjustment. So you watch this replay, there's just there's zero extra movement and zero extra load. It's just so efficient. It's so admirable. It's unbelievable. All right, here comes Charlie. This will be 35. Just look how short that work zone is. He's so patient, carries that speed through the turn on his own, moves back into that line and takes that little quick, light little leverage from side to side. It just, I know he's a lightweight skier, and it's probably not that hard to get him moving, but don't take anything away from how much credit to give him as an athlete to time this the way that he does and to be that physically ready for that load and those forces and that release and swing, and it's just amazing. Boom. Got a shout out from my friend Gordon Simmons back at the pond. Gordon, thanks for tuning in. I hope you're great. Glad you're enjoying the webcast. I hope you get to ski today. All right, this is Charlie coming in at 38. I've got his sister Neely right here on shore getting some video. Drops in front of that too at 38. Wow, Charlie just putting on a clinic. The easiest way anyone can run 6 buoys, that's it. I know a lot of people make the comparison to Nate, especially Nate when he was just getting out here and showing everybody a really easy way to run 39s and 41s. I'm not going to go into any great analysis on how much these two look alike, but it is reminiscent of the early days of Nate. Yeah, I don't know what's more impressive, just how calm he is, just mentally, how patient and relaxed he appears, or just how technically right Charlie does it. You know, both individual things any skier aspires to, you know, put together as an athlete. But now we're at 39, and let's see how well Charlie puts this pass together as we see it from the boat. Just so patient out of that one ball, you forget that this is a hard pass. Just in no hurry to spike that line off the buoy, just so patient, waiting for everything to come together and get out the gate as easy as you like. Credit to Tony for that. All right, so we just got done talking. So Charlie has posted a 3 and a 5 at 41, and I'm sure he's got many scores in that, 2 to 3 range, many. So we, as a skier in this event, we expect these guys to be the cut to be in that range, that sort of 2 to 3 range. Charlie's got the potential to go farther. He looks like a skier that's absolutely could run this pass, but let's see how he does. He turns in for that 41. A lot of push into that ski tip out of that one ball, but he's good enough out of 2 to yank out to 3. See if he gets that S-turn at 3 back to the boat guides. Looked like a 3 to me, but as we have been, we will let it be called by the judges. So that is a 3 from the judges unless they choose to do a review. So that's great skiing by Charlie Ross. He's in the hunt. That 3 is a nice score to have in your pocket as you complete the round. So Neely's standing here. She just showed me a picture, and we'll see it on the replay of the one ball at 41. He pushed and cranked that and popped the whole ski out of the water. So Neely's got a still shot of him with the entire ski hovering over the lake. Well, hopefully we'll get an interview here with Neely while she's standing here. We'll get him on the mic with Mike.
All right, guys, I'm here with Neely. We got family support here. You're here supporting your brother?
Yeah, we're having a great time. This is a trip where just him and I come over here. We did it last year. We're doing it again this year, and we love it here.
Oh, California's a safe place to travel because a lot of times you have a little bit more of a entourage that goes with you, right?
Yeah, usually my dad or my mom comes with us, but we've been talking to them. They're at home, but we're having a great time so far this trip.
All right, Charlie skied well. How did you feel on your ride this morning?
It felt great out there. We had Will Bush driving back the Nautique, beautiful lake. It's awesome, but I'm definitely looking for a little bit more.
She is just like all the skiers, a little bit more. All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks.
All right, great to hear from Neely herself. Great skiing by both of them. And now we have, just double check, this is Thomas, right? Thomas Di Gasperi from Italy, the legend, a fierce competitor. Another tall skier, another good team athlete, riding his custom ski. Thomas always in the mix of the Pro Am. He's definitely a Pro-Am champion. I can't remember if he's won more than once. He's definitely won, and he's always in the mix. I see Menashe did tune in. Mark, thanks for the comments. I see you on there, buddy. Did you see Lucas Cornwall with his pocket out? Cornell. All right, here comes the none other than Thomas DeGasperi, T-Gas. He's at 35 off. He's I think revered by his competitors as just Mr. Consistent. Thomas is a machine when he's on the water. Thomas is good for like 3 at 41 almost every time, and he's certainly been farther. Thomas should be riding high on his ability to compete with his field and to compete in this event. He's comfortable here. He spent a lot of time here. We're happy Thomas makes the trip every year. Maybe one of the most, I'm just thinking about, is Thomas the most consistent, one of the most consistent skiers in this field? It looks the same every time, and that's so hard to do. I wish I could do that. Looks different every time, but Thomas, like every year, year to year, event to event, pass to pass, Thomas is out there doing what he does, what he knows how to do, the way he knows how to do it, and it looks great. When I watch Thomas ski, I just think about how many times he's run those passes and just how much experience he has to know exactly where he's at. Like this 38, exactly where he's at on the lake, like direction, speed, where's the boat, where's the rope, where am I at, how am I going to get to the next one, and it's all right in his control. It's incredible. Well done, Thomas. As I watch him ski on this replay, there's never too much. There's never any extra. You know, he's never dropping away or loading too hard or turning too hard. It's just the right amount. He's right in that range every time. Mr. Consistent. Mr. Control. So we've shortened that rope to, well, I don't know whether it's fair to call 39 the money pass or 41, but I mean, I guess it has to be 41. You don't get to even try that unless you run this one 39. I'm sure like Jonathan Travers and like Cole McCormick and other guys that were looking really comfortable and really strong through their first three, 32, 35, 38. Thomas did too. So he's feeling, I think he's right where he wants to be coming into the course here at 39. Looks like a typical nice T-Gas 1. Little inside of 2, but all right. Powerful out to 4. I lose him there on his way to 5, but turns that 5. Strong lean over to 6 and out the gates for Thomas. Another 39 in the books. I'm always curious what what other mindsets are, and they may not even tell me if I asked them. But so Thomas is at the end. What's he thinking? Is he thinking 3? I'm going to 3. Is he thinking I'm going to get in front of 1 and go as far as I can? Is he planning on a 3, or is he planning on more than a 3? How's he setting himself up to each their own? What they might want to do? Probably just take it one buoy at a time. Thomas knows he can get to 3, and he knows he can get farther than 3, so he'll make his choice. I think as far as the gate in 1, it doesn't matter. You've got to attack and get in front of the 1 ball and just go. But we'll be pulling for Thomas. He knows where he needs to be. I think he's one of those guys that knows where the field is at. I know, like Nate does. Nate knows kind of where everyone's at and what he needs to do. And, you think back to past champions and people like Andy Mapple, that always knew what the field was going to do and always knew how to make his way to the end and win. I think Thomas is another one of those guys that knows right where everything's at. But right now he's at 41. Out for the gate. T-Gas rolls in. Let's see how the 1 turns out. I think it's a 1 to go for Thomas. In front of 2. Drops in front of 2. I think he's going to turn 3. He's turning 3. He's out to 4. Around 4. Unofficially around 4 and unofficially back to that gate. He thinks he made it. Judging by that fist pump, that's a big score for Thomas. We got a 4 from the boat. Let's see, wait for the towers to confirm, make sure nobody wants to have a look. But we are at a 4 at 41 for T-Gas. So back to this replay. I mean, maybe that was the best one so far this morning. Well, actually, we're in the afternoon now, but in this round, let's watch this on the boat camera here from shore down the lake. It looked like a solid 1. I think Thomas is right into that first wake, out to 2. He gets out of 2 early enough. I think he knew when he left 2 he was turning 3. Let that ski run just a bit. Gets around that 3, makes the S-turn, gives a wave to the crowd. Let's give it up for T-Gas. 4 at 41. All right, he's going to be happy with that. He's here to play. We've only got 3 skiers left in this round, and then we're going to turn right back around and go into the women. But we've got Thomas DeGasperi with a 4. We've got Charlie Ross, Jonathan Travers, and Detrick, as well as Lucas, all at 3 at 41. Steven Nevu's score was revised to 2 1/4. We've got, I think, a 2 1/4 for Corey, too, if I remember right. I think, no, Corey's a 2. Corey's a 2. Yeah, Corey's a 2. That's right. And Cole's at a 2. So plenty of big 41 scores. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 guys into 41. And we have 3 to go. We still have Joel Poland left. Then we'll get Will Asher. And then we'll get Nate Smith. All 3 of these skiers have run 41. Love watching Joel Poland ski. Team Radar skier. An amazing athlete, a lefty. Love watching the lefties. Joel rolls in for that gate. And Joel's going to get warmed up at 32. He's been dock starting. We see him dock start, 2-foot dock start online. His hair's all dry, so my guess is he dock started here today. Wasn't sure if there'd be a hand drag or not, but not today. Joel's all business. Sue Pickrell tuned in to say nice skiing T-Gas. I would say indeed. T-Gas killed it. So we watched Joel in the replay. There's some amazing athletes on site, but anyone that's watched Joel ski, trick, or jump, he's on my short list for maybe one of the most amazing athletes I've ever seen on the water. We'll see him later in the jump event. So Greg Bedell brings that ski nautique up to speed around the island. Joel's out for the gate at 35. Handle at his hip. Rolls in. And just cruising down the lake at this 35 off. I said he's a lefty, but that's only if he's on his slalom ski, because he tricks as a righty. That doesn't tell you about his athleticism. I don't know how. There's probably other people that have done that, but not many. I know he skis with Matt Reaney and family. See a lot of videos posted on site there. So, you know, got a kind of a team thing going on today with Whitney, Joel, Matt's on site. All of them training behind the nautique. And Joel, not to mention, obviously he's an athlete and he can ski, slalom, and trick, and jump. But he's the overall world record holder. I mean, Joel is third seed in slalom in the world, and that's missing Freddie Winter. But today he's our third seed. He's our second seed in jump, only because Ryan Dodds is he ahead of Ryan in rankings? But this is Joe Poland at 38. Yeah, so Joe Poland is currently third in the world in jump. An exciting slalom performance at the Worlds. Last time we were at the Worlds, you know, and I think a lot of people remember he ran that 41. And what an awesome celebration, you know, just a absolutely visceral, awesome how pumped he was when he ran that 41. You know, and good for him. He posted a jump video from here in practice. Probably a lot of you have seen it. If you haven't, go look it up. Just posted it a couple of days ago. And he turns in, like, for the jump, like it's in slow motion. Just so calm. And I was first watching it. I'm thinking, what is he just taking it easy? And, you know, he builds such nice, efficient line tension into that first wake and into that ramp and then just explodes off the jump. I think it was a 234. And it looked easy. Like he was just taking it easy. It's incredible. So can't wait to watch him jump later. But he's got a few slalom rides to complete first. So he's partway through this ride. He's coming in at 39. He knows what he has to do to compete in the slalom event, and this pass is a part of that. Nice hookup out of one, waiting on that 2-ball. Little stuck at 2 there, but no problem. Managing that rope at 3. Screaming into 4, lays out for 5, does not get around the 5-ball, at least my unofficial view. So a bit surprising, I'm sure, for Joel as well. We'll watch this on the replay. So we said earlier you're getting in on your single best score, which is a true statement, but ties will be resolved by your backup score. So the tough part for Joel is there's only really one way for him to get in, which is to get a high enough score that he doesn't even need the backup. So that just puts a little more pressure. You know, he's still got a chance. He's still in the fight. He's still a skier that can go out in the next round and run more than 3. But his, you know, all these things compound a little bit into your strategy. All right, so a California Pro Am veteran. Will's been at this event longer than I've been coming to this event. I remember watching Will, gosh, back it was 2007 or 8 at Diablo Shores was my first Pro Am. And Will's good friends with the Bedells. I know they ski together in Florida now that Greg's moved to Florida. Stays at Will's house, or I'm sorry, stayed at Greg's house whenever we did it at Diablo. Will, such a fun skier to watch. It's like I was saying about T-Gas, just so composed and so consistent. Technique has been refined over the years. He's refining those HO skis over the years. Spent so much time and energy testing skis, building those new Works 1 and 2 from that syndicate team. Like anyone that builds and designs skis, that sometimes is at the short-term detriment to your skiing, because you have to try a bunch of stuff that probably doesn't work to go find things that do. And you spend a lot of time moving around on different equipment and trying different settings and putting in the hours of time and energy that Will Asher's put into designing skis. And I have no specific knowledge of whether this is something Will's been on for, weeks or months straight, or whether this is something that he filed on last time before his ski ride. Not sure where he's at in the whole process, but Will looking like Will, regardless of exactly what equipment he's on. Like T-Gas, just so consistent, such a machine. Has won multiple California Pro Ams. Another skier that's always in the mix if he's not on the top of the podium. He's on top of the Pro Tour list right now with a commanding lead. We'll get back to look at some of his podiums here in a second. But here's Will pulling out for his 35. No, I just always feel like I'm in a clinic here, watching some training video about how amazing Will Asher gets down the lake. He's had a great season. He won. I think he started out. He won Swiss Pro. He then won. I think it was back-to-back in Europe with Marrakesh and Monaco. And if he wasn't on that podium, if he wasn't winning, he finished second in the San Gervasio Pro Am. So Will's having himself a good competitive season. I think he had a great run there on that European tour. Come back here to compete in the California Pro Am and then move back on. I think most of our events are in Florida for the rest of the year. Several to come. All right, here comes Will Asher. We've got the sun out. We've got essentially no wind. We've got 80-ish degree water. We've got Greg Bedell driving that ski nautique. Will Asher swinging side to side on that Masterline rope on his HO ski. All of those sponsors of the event helping Will Asher compete. So again, after this, we're going to go right back into the women and then back into the men. Now, we reseeded the women based on their scores, and we'll get back to that in a minute. First, we'll finish with our top two seeds in men's slalom. Then we'll go right back into a reseeded slalom round. We'll wrap that up and move into jump. Based on how many skiers are skiing so well, we're going to be under some time pressure, so we'll have to see how Greg manages that. We're going to be jumping late in the day, I believe, but we'll get to that later. We'll see how we go with the men and the women. But we're scheduled to go right into jump after the women. So this is Asher coming back at 39, a pass he's run so many times. I'm sure he's confident. I'm sure he feels good about getting her done right here. I fully expect him to crush this pass. Asher rolling it on the gate. And check out this one ball. Does he get off to the start he needs? I would say absolutely. Crushing it into 2. Willie's 2-4. I can remember Wade talking about that. Had to suck up a little rope at 3. Out to 5 like a champion that he is. And in front of that 6 ball and out the gate. You know, I love you, Wade Cox. I love your announcing. I love your style. And I miss you, buddy. But I love the Willie's 2-4, man. It is unbelievable. We'll watch this on the replay. That was just a ripper of a 2-ball turn. So strong into the wake, and from there he was just off to the races. Not that there was anything wrong with 1, but just watch this 2. Just smashes right into that line and so up course into 3. Not sure where he just had to wait for that rope to come together, collect everything. Powerful out to 5. Chilling into 6. Will, you know, quiet competitor walking around site, kind of keeps to himself. But you know he's thinking in his mind. You know he's focused on his skiing. All right, eyes on the water. We've got our second seed, Will Asher, his chance to get in the hunt. He's done all the pre-work. He's now at 41. Double pulls out for that gate. Comes into 1. Little forward into 1, but good enough. Gets in front of 2. Slams into that 2. He's in front of that 3. He's going to try to turn 3. He does. Putting that ski out. He gets around 4. We'll see if he makes that S-turn. Difficult to tell from here, but I won't be surprised if that's a 4. All right, unless they go back and look at it, that judges are calling 4 for Will Asher. Fantastic skiing. So we have 2 4s. We have a T-gas. Wow, Will had to make some adjustments there out of that 3 ball. But the veteran that he is, the experience that he has, how many times has he been there? He knows how much room he has. And let's see this 1 ball. I felt like he was nice and in front of 1. Had to kind of wait to get out to 2, but he dropped into 2 plenty early enough. Over to that 3, hand in the water, leaning forward, gets that ski around that 4 ball. He's pumped. We're getting a thumbs up. Asher in the hunt, as ever, at the California Pro Am. One more skier before we get back to the ladies. None other than Nate Smith. One of the most dominating skiers of all time, and certainly recent times. I should have asked him to make, because I know he's got it right in his own head, how many times he's run 41. As of late, focusing more on getting his career as a pilot going, allowing that, as he should, to potentially impact his skiing, not because he wanted to, but because he knows he has to get that career going, but always a force at these events. I'm not exactly sure how much he's trained lately. I'm not exactly sure it matters. Nate knows how to ski, even if he hasn't been on the water very much. Another Team D3 athlete. Skied short line many times, many records. You know, back in the early days, Nate would just hop on a plane, fly out here for a record, ski with Will and Elaine and the crew here at Shortline, test some skis, win the Gold Rush, etc. I know Nate's played with what he should start at, 32, 35. My guess is this weekend it'll be 32, but we'll get that confirmed here when he goes by. We'll take a look at the pylon, but my guess is this is 32. Looks like it to me. I mean, even back in the day, I remember talking to Nate about it here, even on the shores of Shortline. He certainly was a good enough skier. I mean, he's running 41, so you kind of say, do I really need to start at 32, and he just never felt like he got into the same rhythm. And he never really felt tired. So why not run that 32? He tried it a couple times both ways and said, I think I'm just going to stay at 32, and I think that's where he stayed. So our 22nd skier and our top seed coming onto the course at 35. Nate's somebody else that hardly ever does any extra work, hardly ever puts his shoulder down, hardly ever drops away. You know, Nate knows how to scramble when he has to. He just doesn't put himself in that position very often. So I think about the different athletes we have here competing today and how competitive they all are. I mean, they all are. They're all competitors. They all want to win. They all want to compete. Nate is one of the most competitive people in the field, and the people that know him talk about it. It doesn't matter whether we're playing on the Xbox or, I don't know, skipping rocks across the lake. Nate wants to win. And he tracks the competition really well. He's, like we were saying a minute ago, he knows where everybody's at. He knows what he thinks needs to happen. He knows what he needs to do as an athlete and as a skier. And he's going to be in that hunt. And he's not going to leave anything on the water. Not one bit. All right, this is Nate at 38. Ski swung out nice and wide into that one ball. Drops in on two. He's just dancing with that boat. Got many rides behind these ski nautiques. Swinging down the lake. Just really, really nice. But after a morning of announcing by myself, I'm joined with my good buddy. Sat down to announce some skiers with me. I got Brian Detrick with me. How you doing, Brian?
Hey, good afternoon, Kevin. Great job on the mic so far today. We've got some great skiing so far.
Yeah, boys are killing it. I mean, look at, we got, you did great. You got a 3. We got a bunch of guys. We got to pile up with some 3s. And then we got a couple guys around 4 now. We got, it was Asher and I've already forgot, T-Gas. Asher and T-Gas. I mean, how good for T-Gas, right? To not, everyone says T-Gas will go get 3, right? And turn that 3, went to 4. I mean, so we got 2 of them out there at 4.
Yeah, it looked like T-Gas had a great start, and men's slalom's evolved, right? 3 used to be enough, and that's not enough. So when you have people coming in, having some space into 3-ball, they're not thinking about standing up. They're going down the rope and trying to get down that pass.
Yeah, so we'll get to your situation in a second, but we'll see Nate coming. Nate looking on form to you today?
Yeah, I just got his 38. Looked great, typical Nate fashion. A little different this year with him working. A lot of seat time in the plane, but a great looking start, tight line, 1 and 2 here at 39.
Yeah, I mean he's got this thing going as good or better than anyone else before him. I mean that looked like a lot of these guys 35s or 38s. That was the Nate that we know, and it's nice to see that version of Nate out here on the water today.
Yeah, that was a great 39 for him. In control, tight line, doing all the work in the right spot, which Nate has done his whole career.
Yeah, ever since the first time we saw him, I mean, Brian, you and I ski together a lot. We talk about work zone, but that work zone for him is so well defined. It's so consistent. He knows right where he's at, when that rope comes tight and when he comes off. He's done it ever since we've known him. I remember, I know I said this before, but I love this quote. I mean, Chad Scott, hope you're listening, but Chad Scott says, "No one ever told Nate 39 was hard." And that's the way it looked from day one, right? And it still looks that way. Good for him, even with less seat time. So, Brian, we asked Corey earlier, what's it going to take? And we had Corey standing right here, and Corey said, to make the cut, we're talking, he said maybe a 3 with a 2 backup. What do you think?
I think it'll be higher. I think it might take 2 3s.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And Corey said that as well, by the way. He said it might be 2 3s.
We've got 2 4s already, and then I think four or more of us are at 3. And
yeah.
Well, we got Nate coming back, 41 off. T-Gas and Asher in the lead. A little loose line at 1, pulls to 2. Good 2 over to 3. He's going to turn 3. Little long to 4. We'll see him get to 5. And unbelievable with that 1 ball, heavy to 2, able to manage his water speed at 2 to get down that pass.
That was just unbelievable. Like you say, that adjustment that he had to make. But I mean, we've got a guy that's run more 41s than anyone ever has. He's got that experience, and he put that together and delivered in a big moment, sending a nice message to everyone back on the dock. Guys, I'm here to play.
When we see the replay, real slow at 1, little shoulder heavy just to get the momentum over to 2. He was fast, but had a great turn. We see him sometimes kind of sit back here. We'll see the replay again from the boat.
Man, there was so much hesitation at 1, but he knows. He knows what I can do. I can go from here. I can go from here.
Well, and this is where I believe Nate is able to accomplish, especially at 41, when he makes a mistake, he doesn't over panic or overreact. He keeps that work zone the same, and so he's able to keep a tighter line, slower water speed into those next buoys to be able to get down the line like we just saw him do, where you see a lot of skiers at all levels, they'll pull long, try to turn quick, hit where they'll lose the line, and then they get in trouble again, and it starts compounding.
Our first skier of the day through that 41 into 43 off. Nate's going to take his crack. Gets a half. He thought, I'm going to try to go. I'm going to see what happens. I'm going to turn that 1. And we have a half at 43. Incredible skiing by Nate Smith. I remember interviewing him back in D3 days over here. We're talking, this is when he was trying to up the world record. And he said, 43 is just another ballpark. He's figured out how to make 41 something that he knows he can run, and he just said 43 is it's hard. Brian, you've tried it.
Yeah, I know. Somebody had a conversation with somebody actually yesterday about that, and it's totally different than 41. And we see here on the webcast our leaderboard top 12. So we got 12th place. I mean, we've got local. My neighbor here, Ryan Canepa, 1.5 at 41. So not sure our total number of skiers who ran 39 that first round, but it looks like we've got our bubble score right now, 8th seed, Stephen Navu, 2.25. So we had 4 guys at 3 at 41, 2 at 4 at 41, and Nate half at 43. So going back to your question that you brought up with Corey is what's it going to take? So we've got 8th at 2.25.
Yeah. And there's no reason to believe that we won't have similar scores the next round. So if we take what you said, right, maybe it'll take 2 3s. It could easily take 2 3s because right now a 3 is tied for 7th. Or you could be 7th, sorry, based on that. So from 3rd, 4th, 5th.
So it won't be 2 3s, would guarantee you in at this point. And then you've got the Steven with 2.25, and then you've got 3 guys at 2.
All right, in just a second, we're getting ready for a couple things here. First of all, we're getting ready to get the women back on the water. We've got the boat doing its simulation, and I'm sure we're going to pick up our first gear in a second, and we're going to try to get an interview with Nate when he walks back by. So, Brian, just while we're waiting for a second here, just want to ask you, go back to your ride. So, as I'm watching, I'm always wondering how these guys feeling. Are they confident? Do they like it? How did they feel at 41? Let's just go to your 41. I mean, you look good warming up. How did you feel on that gate, turn in one? Just talk about your 41. How did you feel coming in today?
Yeah, so the set, the wind was up and down, I felt. And as you know, I've got just a couple sets on this ski.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing I was really trying to adapt to is just the water speed difference on this ski. And so with the wind being up and down, definitely, played a factor a little bit, and felt at the 41, my water speed was a little slow. Wasn't able to stay as high on the boat as I like to. And I was having to kind of come from a lower point on the boat and generate a little more than I'd want to. So just didn't come into one as good, and had a really big load out of one, and so definitely didn't have the start I was looking for. But confidence in this ski that I was able to turn to, and coming into 3, it's that split second. Do I kind of stand up or do we go? And just with how one ball was, I just didn't feel kind of comfortable to just go down the line at that point.
Yeah, and probably a smart call now that, in hindsight, it's 2020, when we look at this, big difference between a 2.5 and a 3 at this point. So probably the right call in the moment. And, happy to see you get that score, and look forward to seeing how this whole thing unfolds in the next round.
Yeah, we're gassing the boat for women's slalom, so we're going to go to a quick commercial break.
Now
All right, guys, standing here with the current leader of the California Pro Am. I know all the viewers out there are probably wanting to know, okay, you're going into 41 off. What's in the mind of Nate?
I mean, normally it's to run it, but, you know, this past year I haven't skied a ton, but the last 3 weeks for me have been pretty good. So I finally got some time off work and able to ski, but I knew that I needed to get a piece of 3, and then there were 2 guys at 4, I think it was. So my goal was to get at least 4 and just see where I could go, but with that start, it was pretty terrible. So
I'd have to agree. I mean, a lot of ski there coming out at 1, but you seem to just do number 2, just bam, and you're back in the ballgame.
yeah, I mean, the little bit that I've skied, I've been in Indiana skiing, which is a little bit more difficult than Florida. So coming out here, it feels pretty similar to me. So it's just mental, you know, knowing that I can do it. I was doing it there, so do it here.
All right, good skiing. All right, see you in the next round.
Thanks.
All right, the action is back on. We are now getting into our reseeded round 2 for open women. This is Violetta, who got a 1 at 38 in the first round. She'll be coming in at 32 off for her chance to improve upon that score. So based on the first round scores, we've reseeded this. We have the same 12 women are all back out on the water this afternoon for round 2 based on their first round scores. And again, we're taking 8 women into the finals on Sunday based on their highest score of the 2 rounds, and then their other round will be their backup score. The lead is shared by Whitney and Regina at 1 at 41. Incredible skiing. Then we have Manon in third place, 4 at 39. And Jamie Bull with 3.5 at 39. At this point, based on the first round, the cut would be 4 at 38. But we'll see where the scores fall after this round. All the women will be starting at 32 off in this round. This is 35 for Violetta. Up course at 1, early enough to 2. See if she managed this pass. Oh, nice deep lean over to 4. Turns 4 in plenty of time. Lets it run at 5 and out to 6. So again, our intended schedule is we absolutely will pull the women's round, then we'll go into the men's slalom round 2. And after that, we intend to go into jump. In order to save some time, because we have to, the women are starting at 32, and my understanding is the men will be starting at 35 in the second round. So Violetta looking to improve on her first round score of 1 at 38. She's on 11.25 right now. Rolling in for that gate. 38, I think much better one ball for her this time. Slid down course at 2. Oh, no, she could have had more. I think that expression on her face is, with that kind of one ball, I had more in me. But it wasn't to happen today with a consistent skiing for her today, probably short of her goal, let's say, maybe not her expectations, her goal. So 1:38 first round, 2 at 38 in the second round. Watch this on the replay. Yeah, she probably felt like she hooked up pretty good. Didn't get that ski transitioned early enough into 2. Let her go a little down course at 2 and just no angle to go to 3. But great skiing for her. Show up and skiing in this pro event here at the 22nd California Pro Am in Elk Grove, California. Give a quick shout out to some sponsors. We've got title sponsor Nautique celebrating in 2025 their 100th year anniversary. They're going to have a centennial edition boat. They now have a history page on the website. I didn't know that till this morning. Can't wait to check that out. And thank you for Nautique for all you do to support the sport, build those beautiful boats, and in particular, be there for the California Pro Am. got a number of ski companies. Good Skis, Ogden, Utah. Thank you, Good, for building those products and bringing so many athletes out to this event and sponsoring us. We've got Syndicate, team out of Washington, killing it today. Got a great representation for those, for that Syndicate team. Also appreciate Conley, D3, Radar. Thank you for building your beautiful products and supporting this event. Couldn't do it without tow ropes. Russell and team at Masterline, thank you so much for that quality product, keeping our skiers moving on down the lake. We've got Eagle wetsuits. Thank you for that. Thank you for your help. Next skier, Karen Truelove. We've got Karen on the water now, Freddie on the water later. Karen looking to improve on her first round score of 2 at 38. She certainly can. Given how solid Karen looked in that first round, I was surprised by the score. I'm sure she was too, but you know, that's the way this thing goes. Anything can happen. But Karen going out there in her first pass is making it look like she was going to do a lot more damage. But looking the same here. Watching Karen on that replay. Sorry. All right, Karen working through 32, coming back on 35, the 12-meter line. Little hitch at 1, nothing she needs to worry about. Maybe just say, well, I better not do that at 38. Being the professional she is, she puts that together and gets down the lake. All right, Karen's made many finals here at the California Pro Am. She knows what she needs to do. 2 at 38 from the first round. So Mike Parsons asking me, what does she need to do? Deep 38 at least. Actually, that wouldn't make. Hang on, we'll look at that in just a second. Big 1 ball. Karen's attacking. In front of the 2, drops in on that line, turns that 3, pushes to get that 3 ball. She's going to get out to 4. Little rope to manage. Over to 5, and 5 at 38 for Karen. That was a pass that maybe could have gone down. I think she knew how to do it. Let's see where that puts her. Thank you. So unfortunately, that won't be enough for Karen because we have in 8th place based on that first round. We have a 5.5 at 39 from Sasha. So that will not be enough for Karen, but another great showing. We're happy she made the trip. Let's give it up for Karen Truelove. Next skier is Taylor. She's coming off a 3 at 38 from the first round. I'm sure the ladies know, as I just double checked the scores. 8th place based on the first round is a 5.5. So if she wants to break into the group, she's got to run this 32, the 35, and the 38. First time today, a little wind coming up from the south end of the lake. Nice little head tail. I mean, it's a factor, but it's not a problem. I'm not sure how often Taylor's practiced coming off the dock at 32. She's certainly a talented enough skier to do it, as she's just proven. But for these early seeds that prefer to come off at 28, that's kind of a factor. I'm sure they've been to pro events where they've needed to do this in the past. But you wouldn't know it by watching this replay that this wasn't her typical opener. All right, Taylor coming in, pulling out for that 35 gate. This will be a slight tail for her, but if she gets this done, which we expect she will, she'll have 38 in the headwind. So after a little bit of a hitch at 1, the 2-ball looks strong. I think she's back in this pass, running low on space, but she had enough to get through this 35. So now she'll drop at the end of the lake with what, to me, looks like a really nice little just slight headwind to come in and give her that chance to put down that 38 off. And that wind Maybe let up just a little bit, just a couple miles an hour, just a little bit of a push on your body. Not much. It would make. I would hope it just would make her feel better about her chances on this pass. As she pulls out for that 38, rolls in. Looked like a pretty good turn, but then got pulled up a little off of 1. She's snapping that ski out to 3, turning this 3. She's going to pull for 4. Looks like maybe got around 4. Turns 5 and cannot quite get out the gate, but that's interesting if that's a 5.5. We'll let the judges call that. So the judges are conferring. But it looks like she did not get her ski around 4, according to the judges. We'll get to watch that replay here in a second. So that will be, we'll let the judges confirm. But it sounds like that may be a 3 at 38. Watch here and see what we can see on the replay. So not only did the judges believe she did not go around 4, they're questioning on the gate. It won't matter for the purposes of determining our champion here this weekend because she needed a 5.5 to continue. This would be a good video to see right here. Yeah, difficult to tell for us, but the judges can slow it down and take a closer look at themselves. And they will. Yeah. Next skier, Ali Garcia.
We're missing one of his brother, the camera.
She ran a 4 at 38 in the first round, and we know right now 8th place based on the first round scores is 5.5. So she's another skier that has to finish this pass, and she can. She has. Let's cheer for her that she will. 32 off for Ali. Strong work there for that 32.
All right, guys, I'm here with Taylor. Just got off the water. Couple of things. We're coming in at 38 off. You're in there. You're concentrating. You're going in that to run the whole pass, correct?
Oh, absolutely. It was a little harder for me than most of the girls because I would have had to PB to get in the finals. My current tournament PB is 5, but we were in the hunt.
Oh, definitely you were in the hunt. Fell at the 5 ball. There was a question on which buoy you missed, and then right now your gates are under review, but some great skiing out there.
I got my gates called. Really glad I didn't run it then if I got my gates called, if I missed my gates rather. But yeah, what a pleasure to ski here. It's such a beautiful sight, and the weather turned around for us this afternoon, so the sun's shining, and everyone's happy. Now I get to go run around and swim with my 2-year-old.
All right, great skiing. Good to see you here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. So now we have Ali, 35 off. Maybe not the one that she wanted, but a one that's good enough. She's going to stay composed. And a confident 5 ball over to 6. She's going to get her shot at 38. We watched that replay, that little bit of a stall there at one ball. But a pass, she knows she's got plenty of room, make up some time, get back together, and by the time she gets around this 5-ball, boom, I'm ready. Nice. Go back to a couple of other sponsors. We have Dutch Brothers. Thank you, Steve, and the crew at Dutch Bros for not only bringing us amazing coffee out here on site, but also for sponsoring the event. We have Sanger Homes down in San Jose. Beautiful custom homes. Scott, thank you for sponsoring the event. And the Bay Area Waterski Club, always helping out. Thank you so much for your support for the Pro-Am over the years. But eyes on the water for Allie. This is her must-run, 38 off. She has no choice but to be aggressive, no choice but to get after it, and just not the swing to 2 that she wanted. Watch this back in the replay and see if we can see what happened there. Just a little slow out of 1, but I think more it was just not getting that ski enough into that first wake and get enough release to set her up for a pre-turn that would allow her to get out of that 2-ball. This would be a great look at it here. Yeah, still just surprised, but I'm sure she is too. Glad she came out to compete. Gave it her best. Happy to have Allie out here for the weekend. Jealous of those kickers. They take their foot out. Let's give it up for Allie on her way back to the dock. So that being the case, we have 8 girls left in this group. On these 8, if I'm doing this right, which I think I am, are your finalists today. So the thing that could change from here on out would be seeding. Sasha Daniskaya currently with a 5.5 at 38, sitting in 8th place based on that first round. Let me just double check. I'm getting this exactly right. 6, 7. Yep. And then we have Anne-Marie Robleski. She's at 1.5 at 39. Neely Ross is a 2 at 39. So our next 3 skiers are in the final, but would love to be a higher seed, but also can relax that they're in. So whether you're just looking for another chance to go dial in your moves and your cues and get comfortable with whatever it is that you want to improve, or whether your mindset is, I want to be the highest seed possible, doesn't matter. But these women are in the final, and they're going to make use of this round however they see fit. So Sasha Daniskaya at 32 off. We'll see her again later in the jump event. Nice flow there over to 5. Early to 6. Powerful skiing for her. Give a shout out to my friend, sent me a text, Steve Parlett in Lafayette. Steve skied the amateur portion yesterday with his daughter Nicole. Both ended up in the finals. Good for you guys. Shout out to Adam as well. Adam's tuned in and watching the webcast. So thanks guys for tuning in and supporting the event and coming out and skiing yesterday. So Sasha will be coming back at 32 as her 35 as her second pass, with an opportunity to improve her seating and dial herself in for tomorrow morning's finals. Again, we're taking 8. She's currently in 8th. If she does better than 5.5, she may or may not improve her seed. 5.5 at 38. She has to run this one as well as 38. Very comfortable, very confident 35. I believe that's the way she looked in the first round as well. Very solid, very confident, consistent. As we just watched this on the replay, she just works her way down the lake. No drama, no concern. But time to step up, because now we're shorting to 38. A pass she can run, a pass she almost ran the first round, and a pass that she'd like to run now to get an even higher seeding into this final tomorrow. Quick shout out to Zero Off as a sponsor, giving us this great speed control in these boats. Such a consistent ride. Use it every time we ski. Can't imagine without it. Again, we have California Ski Ranch on site. Go see Paul Crawford if you need anything for your water ski gear. So Sasha, with her chance to improve her position, coming in at 38, crushed, just jumping on that one ball. Taking a little slack out of 2. Trying to make up some time there, pushing at 3. She had nothing to lose. Pushed at 3 and did not get back to that handle the way that she needed to continue. But she's in the final as your 8th seed for tomorrow. So the table is setting. She'll take notes from that ride. What did I do that I want to improve on tomorrow? So she can do some damage in the 8-person finals tomorrow. So we see that a little stretched out going into 3. Knew she was running down course, and she didn't really have a choice but to push that ski, try to get back to the line, and just keep that thing going. But it just wasn't to be. So whether the skiers like it or not, if they fall right in front of us, we try to snag them for an interview. So we'll see if we can get Sasha on the mic here in just a second, as we also get ready to pull the next skier, Anne-Marie Robleski. First round score for Anne-Marie was 1 1/2 at 39. She's currently in the 7th spot for tomorrow. See if she can improve on that.
You want to go the other way?
That's fine.
Oh, is that better?
Not much taller.
All right, here we are with Sasha. So you're in the final. So you had a half at 38, half at 39 the first round, correct?
No, I had 5.5 at 38.
Okay, 5.5 at 38. All right, so that was the mark that. But you were wanting to run that whole past that round. What happened?
Just was too strong, not in the good places. I need to relax and trust the process. I wanted to run it too much, and instead of doing technical stuff, I just muscle my way through and it didn't work.
All right, well, good enough to make it one more day, because you live day by day on this sport. Is that right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Mainly side by side. Yeah, exactly.
All right, thank you.
All right, as we get our dock view there, Anne-Marie jumping in the water. I mean, it must be nice for these skiers from here on out that know they're in. So she knows she's in, so she's got kind of a relaxed opportunity to try to improve her seed. As we stand right now, she would be 7th. If she can get 39 going, she may well end up with earning a higher seed. But let's see. First, she's at 32. So calm. Just in no hurry to finish that turn. Just get back to the handle and get to the other side. Looks great. All right, the Slalom Club in Northwest Ohio. Shout out to Anne-Marie for getting it done. Hometown girl. I can relate. I pulled her dad yesterday in the tournament. I'm from Michigan, so we got the Midwest representing. We've got Sony tuning in as well. She's cheering for Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie's got a fan club. It's great to see. Next year, you guys should come out. Come with her. Come ski in California. All right, Anne-Marie's got a couple more passes to complete before she can improve on her position. One of them being this 35, so we're at 12 meters. Conditions essentially ideal here. No wind to speak of, no rain. Kind of calm, flat light, not too bright. Anne-Marie from Ohio through her 35. Looking forward to her chance to put down another 38. That replay, that ski stood up a little bit at 2. She says, I've done this before. It's okay. I'm fine. By the time she gets to 5, you wouldn't know any of that happened. Comfortable pull over to 6 and out the gate. A thank you to Wilderness Forestry, Inc., not only for sponsoring this event, but helping the Pacific Northwest stay safe from fire and fighting fire. Appreciate your guys' support. I know Greg said to me specifically, love your sponsorship. Thank you very much. All right, this is Anne-Marie. She's got to get this one done. She did it earlier. We know she can do it. She proved it. Let's see how she looks at 38. She's pulling out for the gate. Stays to the left, rolls in. The 1 ball looked like she's good to go. Ooh, a little loose rope at that 2 ball, kind of like the first pass. Now she's going to have to fight to stay in this. She's over to 4 and just go big or go home. She went big at 4. Probably the right call there. Jumping in front of that rope. If she'd have hooked up, she'd have been shot out to 5 and she would have finished it. You got to take that chance sometimes. Let's watch this back on the replay. Yeah, so 2 ball, at 38 off, that's a short line to have your path be so direct into 3, so straight to 3. She just could not get back under that rope the way she needed to turn the 4. Let's see here. Yeah, so that path from 2 to 4 just not enough to keep her ahead of this path. 38 is the rope doesn't make it to the buoy, so you really do have to get high enough on the boat. Give yourself a chance to get back under the line. But great skiing for Anne-Marie. You had plenty of friends from Ohio cheering you on. She's swimming in right in front of us. All right, next up, I see the Ross team on the dock. So she's still in 7th. Yeah. So Neely getting ready for her turn. She's going to come back out again. A skier that's in. She's currently sitting in 6th. She will have an opportunity to improve her seed. So Neely Ross coming in, but we're going to grab a quick interview with Anne-Marie.
All right, Anne-Marie, you're in the finals. Congratulations.
Thank you. This is my first pro finals ever, so I'm super excited about that.
All right, so a little bit of travel getting here from Ohio, is that right?
Oh yeah, we had 2 flights. One of them was 4 hours. It was so long, from Ohio at least.
All right, well, that last run, we always want to ski better than we did, but you're looking forward tomorrow and, time to get on the podium.
Yeah, definitely going to try to improve my score tomorrow and see what I get done.
All right, great skiing.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mike, for that quick interview. Great to hear from Anne-Marie with her friends in Ohio, Midwesterner, representing her first pro event final, anyway. First pro event final. It's great to see, but we've got Neely on the water smashing her 32 off. She's going out there to build on that first round. She's got Charlie on site helping her out, so we've got the team on site, and I'm sure we've got the team back in Florida coaching her through this pass, or through her day anyway, through her competition. So Neely at the south end of the lake. They've shortened to 35, 12 meters. Again, she had a 2 at 39 in the first round. If she pumps that up by a buoy or 2, it could certainly improve her seating. A powerful turn at 1 and 2. Girls getting after it. Just loads of time waiting for that 5 ball and 6. I would imagine this is inspiring her with confidence before we crush another 38 and take our shot at 39. Neely, a Nautique team skier athlete. Ross family been with Nautique boats for some time. Not only to helping us out with this event and all that they do for the Masters and so many events around the world, also making a difference off the water with charitable organizations such as the Nautique Cares Initiative. It's a company that cares, and they're proud of that fact. You can learn more at nautique.com. Learn more about those initiatives. Learn more about how they're going to celebrate 100 years as a boat company. Learn more about the centennial edition of the boat, which I imagine will be cruising up and down the aisles of Lake Hancock. Drew behind the wheel. Neely running 38 after 38. what she's going to do right here. Pulling out for her 38, 11.25, Neely Ross. She is up course, on time with some space. She's going to let that 4-ball just a little farther. Oh, no. Oh, no. She throws her hands up. She's thinking like we all are. I was so ahead of that. We'll have to watch that from the boat view to see what happened. I thought she just looked to me like a mile early for this. Aggressive turn at 1. Nice hookup out of 1. Waiting on 2. Aggressive at 2. Waiting on that 3-ball. It looked like a clean exit through the spray there. 4 was just a little down course. Nothing big at all. And then on that 3, maybe just turned in front of that rope a little bit. We might get a chance to talk to her about that and find out what her perspective was. The boat video would be good to see here. I mean, this is the start she can run from here for sure. All right, we went a little down at 3, a little bit at 4, but she still got that ski pointed across, got out to 5, and from 5, you just have to get back to that line and get over to 6. So 9 times out of 10, I think Neely would have finished that. But at least she's through to the final, and so she can learn from that set and get herself all warmed up for the head-to-head 8 skier tomorrow. Next skier, Allie Nicholson. She's coming off a first round score of 3 at 39. This will be her 32 off.
Okay, sounds good.
Allie's smiling while she skis. She must love 32. All right, I think we've got a quick interview here with Neely.
All right, guys, I'm here with Neely. First off, congratulations. You are in the finals for tomorrow.
Thank you.
So going in that pass, you knew you wanted to run the whole pass. You did earlier. And everything seemed to be going really well. And then?
I know. It actually felt like a great pass. I felt early. 3, I was a little bit on the tail, a little bit slow, but it felt like a great pass. I felt like I was really early showing up to 5, and I got a little bit impatient and ahead of myself, and then I was in the water. I felt pretty stupid.
Well, that's all right, because we can put that one behind us, and now you're looking for tomorrow because you get one more day to play. And I'm glad to see Charlie here supporting his sister like you did with him.
Awesome. Yeah, we're excited to be here. Every set we get to do on this lake is another opportunity, and it feels awesome out there.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. All right. Next.
All right, Allie, after running a nice 32, thanks for a chat to talk to Neely, we get to see Allie at 35. So from the rest of the skiers, they're used to 32 starts. That's what they do. And we can see why. Comfortable at 35, just still getting warmed up and dialed in. Allie with a 3 at 39 score from the first round. So that has her through, but I wouldn't say that has her satisfied. A skier that can run, 39 and get into 41. And she wants to be up there with the Whitneys, the Jamies, the Reginas, Manon. And she deserves to be, and she's proven it in the past. Allie's had a good run this summer. She was third in Swiss. In the spring, she was, let's see here, she won the Marrakesh Pro. And she was third at San Gervasio and the Oxford Pro Ams. So she's been in the mix, she's in the hunt, and she'd like to improve her seed to give her the best chance possible tomorrow in this head-to-head bracket. So if you're on the bottom, you have to ski against the best skiers. If you get in the middle, you're skiing against the middle of the skiers. So seeding really matters. It depends on who you get matched up against in the morning. But here's Allie at 38. Nice angle through that gate. Standing up so tall into those buoys. A little bit down course at 5 out to 6, but nothing that was a problem for her. So she'll drop down there at the south end, and we'll shorten that line to 39. And she is going to put a number up. I'm gonna guess she's gonna go bigger than she did the first round. Let's get her through this pass. Get her into 41. That'd be fun for all the girls on the dock to see that go down right in front of them. All right, these are those moments that you look forward to as a competitive skier. She's got an opportunity here. She's already in. She's coming off a 3 at 39. She knows she can do more. She's excited for her chance to do more. It's got perfect conditions, and she's a skier that can do it. Here we go, rolling in for the 39 start. Little tip up, but she's early enough. Ski out a little late, but she's going to turn and go. We'll have to see what the judges say. I'm not sure about the 3-ball. Couldn't see it hidden behind the boat. You'll see from the video here what I had to watch. Yeah, just not the start that she wanted, and getting that start at these shorter passes is difficult. Allie said she'd come down here and help me with some announcing later. If she does, we'll ask her more about what she's feeling today and how things are going out there, and maybe specifically what happened on that ride, what she's going to take away from that, what she's going to do tomorrow. Down. Well, now we're moving into the top seeds again. This is Jamie Bull representing Team Canada, representing Syndicate, HO. A powerhouse of a skier. Making strong work of that 32 off opener. She's currently sitting in 4th seed based on her first round score of 3.5 at 39. I'm sure the competitor in her has every intentions of putting that mark up quite a bit higher. After the women, we'll go straight into the men. We've reseeded that. We'll get to what that action amounts to later. But based on their first round scores, those 22 men have been reseeded. We've got some sitting where they were in the first round and some moving up quite a bit. These are the conditions I'm used to here at short line. They're just absolutely epic. Jamie coming in at 35. On form, on time. Building confidence. If you're just tuning in, we are well into our qualifying here at the 22nd California Pro Am. We've completed the first round of men's and women. We are now more than halfway through the second round of women. We already know who our top 8 finalists are. We'll get back to that maybe in a second. And then we will determine out of the 22 men which 8 get to ski on Sunday. Again, they get through based on their single best round score as the first qualifier. Tie broken by second round score. Interestingly, if we have a tie for 8, there will be a runoff rather than go to seeding, which is what we've done in the past. We'll call that the JT rule. We had some suggestions from the skiers and we listened. Tomorrow you will have Sasha Danaskaya, Anne-Marie Robleski, Neely Ross, Allie Nicholson, Jamie Bull, Manon Costard, Whitney Reaney McClintock, and Regina Jaquist will be in the final. What is left to be determined is what will their seeding be. Jamie looking to improve on that seeding. It's a tight one ball. I think she's where she wants to be into 3. Standing up, waiting. Great skiing there. Making that 38 look routine, making it look easy. I'm just watching and studying as I see Jamie move into that load, strong into those wakes, and then strong off the wake. How she keeps that handled, keeps that line tension up and out as her ski releases. She's not letting anything go off the second wake. So Jamie's run herself several 39s over her career. She's had a good season this well, I believe. We'll check on that here in a second. Yeah, she won Monaco. She won San Gervasio. She was second in Oxfordshire. She was second at Marrakesh, third at Lake 38, and won Swiss Pro. So I think she's been on all of the podiums. She'd like to get on another one here this weekend. First, she's going to run 39. Put some pressure on the leaders and improve on her seed. Jumped on that 2-ball maybe a little quick, but she's oh, here we go. The long pull. So we heard her touch the 4-ball. My guess is that's going to be another 4. We're going to let the judges call that. When the skier hits the buoy, sometimes it smacks and makes some sound, and we heard that from here. So judges are confirming 4. So does that move her up? That moves her into a tie with Manon at this point, depending on what she runs in the second round. So that may or may not have improved her seeding. We'll have to see how Manon does. our view from the dock. That's Denise Goldman, homeowner here at Shortline, in the boat with Greg Bedell driving. Getting ready to pull Manon Costard from France off the dock. First, our dock starters have to get her the handle or she won't get very far. So Manon running 4 at 39 in the first round. She looked great. I know she can run the pass. We all know she can run the pass. She's done it before. She's done it here. She ran that in the California Pro Am a couple of years ago. That was an incredible weekend. I believe for her it might have been a French record. I have to go back and ask the historians exactly what that meant. But it was incredible to watch. So Manon coming out at 32 off. The GoPro on the boat making those clouds look quite dramatic in the background. It doesn't look so bad from here, but almost looks like a thunderstorm coming. Great to see Manon out here from France ripping up the water at Shortline Lake. Manon ranked currently fourth in the world, so we have the top 5 in a row. The very top 5 skiers in the world are here. Manon's 4. The next 3 are coming up off the dock. I'm sorry, just Jamie Bull's already skied, sorry. Anyway, top 5 in the world here skiing at Shoreline Lake, Manon being 1. Well, we've had a little wind, we've had a little rain, but right now we have neither. Or do we? There is a little bit of rain. Look at me jinxing it. While Manon's running her 35 off, we just had the rain pick up just a tiny bit, just a little drizzle. Not preventing her from making light work of that 35. I want to thank our webcast crew here for this great video. Dialed in right on Manon, getting us a great look at her. All right, our boat judge is shorting the line to 11.25. Maybe still just a few drops of rain, not too bad. Hopefully we'll be down to 0 for when Manon gets her shot at 39. But first, she'll run this 38. Nice strong 1. Way up course at 2, just waiting on 3, waiting so long. Really early to stand up into that 4 ball. And a nice 39 for Manon, making her feel good about her chances on this next pass to go out there and ski like she knows how. And instead of the rain getting less, it's getting more. So in order for Manon to improve her seed, I believe she would have to get, well, at least one at 41. Or let me just look at the seeding originally. No, she has to get more than one at 41. So she's sitting on a 4 at 39, which currently, I'm sorry, she has to get more than 3.5 just to maintain her seed, because Jamie behind her got a 3.5 and a 4. So Manon has a 4, and just to hang on, she's got to get another 3.5 or 4. Some significant rain. It's a deep, heavy one. A little bit of a long pull to 2. She's pushing that ski into 2. She's going to get drop that shoulder at 3, but she's putting her ski around 4. She's turning that 4 ball, going for 5, around 5, and almost hangs on to that. She was pointed across course. I think if that rope would have come tight, she would have held on to that and been to the other side, and we would have seen another 39. So close, but great skiing for Manon. Just looking down here, I believe that will leave her as the 3rd seed going into the finals tomorrow. Again, the disclaimer that everything I have is my own records and unofficial. We'll have it all posted by our judges that are just rechecking everything, making sure we're getting it right. But we have our top 2 seeds based on that first round left to go. Canada's Whitney McClintock-Reaney and Florida's Regina Jaquez, both having run 1 at 41 in the first round. So we've got Whitney in the water. I'm not hearing. I don't have access to officials, but I have a feeling we're waiting, 'cause there's some pretty significant rain at the minute. I think we're thinking about waiting here for just a minute. Make this fair for everybody. Yeah, our officials are agreeing to hold. Unfortunate for Whitney, you get all ready to go and you're even in the water, but I think she would agree that it'd be better off for her to wait. I mean, nothing we can do about Mother Nature. Just take a minute then to thank Nautique again for sponsoring this event year after year after year. Congratulations on your 100th year of boat building. Go to nautique.com, build your boat, play with your colors, check out the history, tune in for news, especially what they're going to do on a Centennial Edition Nautique. Go to Nautique Boats on social. Follow for the latest news on athletes and product. Watch Sean Murray give you these fantastic reviews about all their boats. Not only the Ski Nautique, but all their wake machines are incredible. I know Greg has a Paragon. Got to go surfing behind that last year in Florida. What an incredible boat. But thank you, Nautique, for all of your support and everything you do to support not only these events, but through the Nautique Cares initiative. We'll thank our ski companies. Good Carbon Innovation out of Utah. Syndicate, Pacific Northwest. Thank you, HO. D3s, designed and tuned on this very lake. Conley, Radar, thank you so much for your support. Thank you to the Bay Area Waterski Club for volunteering, helping out at our event every year, helping us with sponsorship. We really appreciate it. Dutch Brothers, ever present. Thank you, Steve, Nicole, Blaze. We'll get to see Blaze skiing in here just a little bit. Thank you, Zero Off, for the speed control that we all use to pursue our dreams behind the boat. Thank you to Wilderness Forestry and California Ski Ranch. We're on a rain hold here at the 22nd California Pro Am.
Hi, my name is Thomas De Gasperi. I am from Trento, Italy. That's where I was born and raised. I'm here now in Orlando, Florida, where I spend my winters, doing a little bit of ski school, a little bit of training. I joined the Team Good in 2004, and I remember calling up Dave and asking to try a new ski, and because I was kind of like looking for a new ski, and he sent me one, and since then it's been a good relationship with him, a good relationship with the company, and I'm still riding it today, and I still feel like it's the best choice for me.
Skiing is fun. It sounds simple, but it's what drives us to build the best products day in and day out. Radar was founded and led by skiers who have instilled in us the passion to push beyond the norm and make better products. This passion fuels our desire to innovate and create. It means early mornings and late nights, red-eye flights followed by dawn sessions lead us to conversations that flow to progression. We never stop dreaming of what's next and what we can do to make skiing even better. Our constant desire to push the sport leads us to where we are now. We have fun creating every day so that you can have fun on the water. Just go ski.
Theoretically, it could be 10 people in. Connor. Starting? Yeah. Perfect. All right, welcome back. The rain is all but stopped. It's getting close. We've looked at the radar very carefully, and it looks like everything's going to blow over. So Whitney did her best to stay warm and ready to go on the dock. We've got really light rain, kind of like Manon finished in, so pretty fair for all the competitors. Whitney coming in at 32. Nice and wide and early for that one. Same for 3. With her pink signature handle, Whitney cruising down that 32 off. The wind right now, as we can see from the flags across the lake and see on the water, the wind is a bit of a tail off the dock. Setting these girls up for headwind 39. Whitney's a tough competitor. I'm sure she dealt with that delay and having herself on hold as well as anyone can. I would imagine she wrapped up and stayed warm on the dock. It's still not that warm here. I mean, we're probably a good 20 degrees colder than normal. And with it damp and without much sun, it feels pretty cool on site. This feels like fall weather for California rather than late summer. Whitney's not worrying about the weather right now. She's worrying about her skiing. Maybe she adjusted that gate pull out just a little bit for the head. Maybe not. Into the course at 35. Whitney coming off a 1 at 41 in that first round. She's got herself tied for the lead. So with Regina also with a 1, these ladies are either going to push their score up or secure their backup score, as high of a backup score as they can, which will resolve, either way will resolve who's first seed and who's second seed. But that's what we're talking about at this point in the competition. If I'm keeping track of these scores right, so far we're finishing, other than resolving 1 and 2, 3 through 8 look to me like they're going to finish in the way that they were seeded this round. And the last thing we have to figure out is who will be first tomorrow. Will it be Regina or will it be Whitney? So the sun comes out. The rain has stopped. Whitney gets the course all lit up for her 38 off. Big, powerful 1 ball. Way up course. That ski in the water at 2. Same for 3. Skiing like the champion she is. Whitney with all kinds of space and time on that 38 off. Slight tailwind for her. Not a problem. Really nice conditions for her to come back in 39 with a slight head.
Actually, no, if you could go uncover them and wipe them off with one of those.
Okay, Whitney knows what she needs to do. Ran 39 the first round. This is her chance to run it in the second round. Not sure what her preference is for wind, but I think a lot of people would like this headwind. Little bit on the back out there. 1 ball, but not so bad out of 2. She's in this out of 3, coming into 4, looking early to 5. Little crushed out of 4, but she gets that skier on 5, hooks up to 6, and she is back-to-back 39s for Whitney. Watch this on the replay. She got back over that ski enough to get it wet and in the water at 2. Had plenty of room there coming into 4, but it would be interesting to see from the boat what happened there on the backside of 4. But when she pointed cross course and got that line tight out of 5, she knew she had it. Be curious here. This boat video would be great. Yeah, that rock back, but she stayed with it out there, out to 2, got out of 2. Let's see, watch this 4 ball here. Stayed just stacked enough to get that ski out to 5. She got compressed a little bit off that 4 ball, but enough to get that ski out. So Whitney's going to, if Regina wants to keep her seed, she's going to have to run 39. She's probably sitting on the dock saying no problem. But first, Whitney coming in on course. 1 at 41 the first round. 41 off for Whitney here. Smashing that 1 ball. She's got outside of 2. She S-turned confidently. She goes out and gets a 2 at 41. That would put her in the lead at the moment. So Whitney's skiing strong today with a 2 and a 1 at 41. The only lady left to come out behind her will be Regina with a 1 at 41. Watch this 41 gate here from the boat. And that was quite a bit of direction there just right at that first weight. That angle, she had enough angle, got that line, and she probably knew she was going to get a 2, but not necessarily turn it. But great skiing for Whitney. Let's give it up for her on the way back. Representing Nautique Boats, Whitney McClintock, Rini. As we get the dock view there, that's Regina getting ready for her ride. Your #1 woman skier in the world, your current world record holder, multi-time world record holder. Certainly, at a minimum, one of the most dominant women's slalom skiers of all time. I'm not sure how you argue she isn't. If you think you can, put in the chat why. Back-to-back Nautique team athletes. Regina been riding that good for so many years. Very close relationship with Dave and the company going way back, continuing to represent the brand. Sponsors of the event, both Nautique and Good, and the line she's on, Masterline. All of those pieces of equipment coming together for Regina at 32 off in the second round, looking to stay in that top seed. Well, she's no longer in the top seed, but she is top seed in this round. She'd like to be top seed tomorrow. But Whitney's put out a mark.
You want me to plug these back in. Should be on. Yeah. Is that just salt? Or is that including the chemical? No, that includes it. I think late. Like, it wasn't this many like 2 weeks ago. A bunch of extra stuff.
We've shortened Regina's rope to 35, 12 meters. The headwind that Whitney had is still here. Regina will get to leverage that exact same, what looks to be exactly the same conditions for these last two skiers. Here comes Regina on course. Nice, tight, comfortable looking turn at that 1 ball and 2 ball. Regina in clinic mode here, showing all of us 34-mile-an-hour skiers how we should be doing this. And just for anyone tuning in, I mean, 35 off is a pass that amateur skiers around the world are aspiring to run. It kind of separates a whole lot of the field, really, when you run 35, and Regina just showed everyone what it's supposed to look like. We'll see it again in this replay. It's just clockwork. Hooked up strong out of 1. Just right, tight line, the path she wanted, the stance that she wants.
I think all you got to do is just slide the corners down.
All right, I hear that 6.2 Gen 4 motor spooling up. Behind that Nautique, we're coming in at 38. Regina staying wide, rolling in. Nice tight line 1. She's where she needs to be at 2. Really nice release out to 3. Waiting on 4. Looks as good as a 35, if not better. So she's locked and loaded. She's got to run this next one and then take her shot to either at least match Whitney. I mean, we'll take it one pass at a time, but when she gets to 41, I mean, if she gets a 2, the tiebreaker would be seeding, and she would be first. So if you're Regina, I guess all you really need to do is go out and take that 2. Your world record holder, number 1 ranked skier in the world, number 1 ranked skier in this event. These are big moments for any competitor. Whitney's put a mark out there. Whitney's making Regina get to 2 at 41, but first she has to run this 39. We're going to see Regina in full-on beast mode here. She's going to make sure she gets this done. That's the 1 ball I think she likes. She's waiting on that 2. Aggressive at 3. Looks like the exit of 4 is clean. Around 5 and second skier today through 39. Let's hear it for Regina. Big-time athletes step up in big moments, and that's just one of them along the way this weekend for Regina. That was a necessary pass for her to keep her seating. Whitney with a 1 and a 2. Regina with a 1 from the first round, needing a 2 to maintain her position as the top seed. All right, all eyes on the water. This is for the top seed for tomorrow. Regina has a very clear target she has to hit. She's pulled out for the gate at 41. So she goes big on the 1 ball, and she doesn't get out of 1. So she has 2 1s at 41, which will mean Whitney takes the top seed going into Sunday. Regina will watch this on the playback. I feel like she probably thought I was in good shape going into 1. With that hand on her head, I think I had the first couple of steps right. You got to get the gate pull out right. You've got to get the turn in right. You got to get the swing out to 1 right. Then you got to finish 1, and she had that going in her favor and just did not come back to the line to get herself outside of that 2 ball. But big time skiing. Congratulations to Regina, back-to-back 1 at 41. Whitney to our top seed with her 2 at 41 tomorrow. Then we'll have Manon in 3rd, Jamie Bull in 4th, Allie Nicholson 5th, Neely Ross 6th, Anne-Marie Robleski in 7th, and Sasha Danaskaya in 8th. We will get the brackets published. They will be battling it out tomorrow in a head-to-head knockout bracket. These will be your 8 ladies taking the water first thing in the morning tomorrow. We are going to go as quickly we can directly into the men. It's a different boat with a different crew. They're ready to go. We've got the men on the dock. We're going to switch over to the action with the guys. They have been reseeded on the basis of their first round, just like the women. And we already have the boat running at SimPass. Here's your running order coming up in a minute. Based on their performances in the first round, we'll start with Jonah Schaefer. We'll move on to our skier from Alaska, Carter Eaton, Louis Duplan Freiburg, Blaze Grubbs, Eduardo, Nick Parsons, Joe Poland, local hero Terry Winter, Aaron Davies, Dorian Llewellyn, Ryan Canepa, Cole McCormick, and more. We have 22 men in this group. That's who we're starting with. Currently, if we were basing this on 1 round, the cut is 2 1/4 at 41. Our 8th place skier, 2 1/4 at 41, Stephen Nevu.
best way possible.
Awesome. Onto that. All right, as we get ready to pull the men, I've got some help in announcing. I'm super thrilled to have Allie. How are you doing?
Doing well. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. No, love it. We'd love to thank you for joining us. I know everyone in the world would love to hear what all our open men and women have to say. So our first skier, Jonah Schaefer, this is a 35 start for the men.
Yeah, so we're doing a 35 start for the second round. I think it'll be kind of interesting. Some of these guys I don't think always are very used to starting at 35. So Jonah's one of those ones that unfortunately did not make it through the 38 pass in the first round. So he's going to be looking to come back, but that'll be a second pass. So that's going to be kind of a quick start, quick to get there. But he's going to be looking to get, all 6 on that second pass for sure.
Yeah, like you said, not everyone's used to that 35 start. Some of the guys are more comfortable with others. Even Terry Winter was standing here with me and sick. Man, I haven't practiced that in a while.
Yeah, it's one of those things I think that they don't do that much in practice, but we've already skied today. That's pretty typical, I think, especially on the Pro Tour stops, to have the second round of the day starting at 35. It's kind of to be expected a little bit, I think. So they had their morning, they had their kind of warm up this morning, and I think we'll still see big scores this time.
Yeah, for sure. So we've got Will Bush back in the boat, pulling the men for this round. We have the same 2 drivers for both the jump event and the slalom finalists tomorrow.
And they're definitely getting their hours in behind the wheel this weekend.
Yeah, I think Greg was just in the boat for like 3 hours straight. Will got the break. Will got the rest in between.
Yeah, there's really no way to configure that where they're not stuck. But yeah, Greg was in there for a while. He was a trooper, felt great. Big scores went up behind him, so he'll be happy to have a little bit of a rest now, I'm sure.
Yeah, Greg works really hard on his driving. He has done so for so many years. I mean, he works hard at everything he does, but building up every year on year, pulling these events, becoming, one of the guys everyone wants to ski behind. So good for Greg. But now this will be 38.
Yeah, so we have Jonah Schaefer coming in for his second pass, our first men's skier of round 2, coming in 38 off a round 1 ball. Pretty good looking start here for Jonah. So outside 5, he's going to surpass his score from round 1 and get all 6, it looks like. So a full pass, 38 there.
Yeah, great skiing. Always nice to see him step up, under that pressure of not having that extra pass. And he's in the second round, and he gets through 38, adding a few buoys to his first round score. Good for him.
Yeah, I will say these first few men, at least the first few of the first round of the open men, had kind of a little bit of challenging weather earlier. The temperature dropped, and it started raining. It definitely got colder than it was for the women this morning for the start of the men, and then dealing with the rain and whatnot. So I think he was one of the ones that kind of got probably the worst of the rain.
It's interesting you say that it got colder, because I felt that too. I was like, the temperature just went down like 5 degrees.
Yeah, it felt like it went down like 5 degrees when it started raining for sure. Be able to see another look here of Jonah's pass.
Do you know, is he a full-time resident of Canada? Do you know, or does he spend some time in Florida? I'm not sure. He's a Canadian skier.
He is a Canadian skier. I actually do not know where he's at right now.
I just wonder, like, how, if you're full-time in Canada, then this weather's less of an issue for you. But he's super happy to have his shot at 39 as we bring that boat around the island. We still have a bit of a tail off the dock, so he's going to have a little bit of breeze behind him. See the flags across the lake. Out for the gate at 39. Good enough one to get going here. See if he gets hooked up out of 2. Gets that ski. Oh. Man, it's nice to get that ski outside. Got him outside of 3 after he got stood up just a little bit out of 2.
Oh.
Oh, that's right, Allie. I asked you a question I knew the answer to. Thanks, Horton. Horton reminded me. Jonah's here for the summer. He's coaching at Bell Aqua Lake 1. Too much new information for me to process. So he definitely knows the weather around here, although this is a little cold for normal. The judges are going to take a look at this score. We're going to double check everything. There was a question on whether that gate was in or not, so we have all the ability to review that. I think it's going to be either 3 or 0, but we'll give the judges a chance to get that all reviewed and figured out. But good effort for him either way. Nice improvement on his first round by almost a pass. So Carter Eaton up next. Now, a skier from Alaska, so cold weather shouldn't bother him, although he lives in the opposite weather in Arizona now, so it's quite hot there. I've got some people tuned in from Arizona this morning. I got to ski at Carter's Lake this last spring. Beautiful place, suntans. Another lake. But anyway, super cool spot. There's some good group of skiers out there. Menashe was tuned in. He skis out there. Greg Kornick and others. Carter coming to us from Arizona rather than Alaska today. Carter Eaton, he's coming in, so 35 off. Again, a skier that probably hasn't started at 35 a lot. Got in a little deep there at that 1 ball. He's going to settle this in, back on form, back on time here into 3. And through that 35, looking to improve on his 4 at 38 score in the first round. All right, after gate review, Jonas 3 at 39 is confirmed. That score will be going to the books for him. Won't be consequential to the event, but he's added 5 buoys to his score from the first round, so well done. Getting some information on the sideline that this is Carter Eaton's second pro event. The only other one was Moomba. I mean, how do you have Moomba as your first pro event? That's a big one.
I actually think Moomba was my first pro event, but I was young. I was like 14, and whenever we went, they were like, "Oh yeah, you can ski open too," and so I did. So I actually think Moomba was my first pro event, but I'm honestly not sure what my first one would have been after that. But so the second pro event here for Carter Eaton, looking to improve. Probably another skier that does not normally start at that 35 off pass. So here we go. This is 38, looking to run this one for the first time today.
Saw a little deep there, a little ski push at 2. Staying in this pass, fighting to stay in this pass, but there he goes. Hooked up a big pull over to 6 to make sure he got there and out the gates at 38. Well done. Oh, wait a second. So already improved into 39.
Sometimes I think that the 35 off start, although people don't do it very often, it can sometimes work in your favor. So we might see these guys decide that they kind of like it today.
Just checking some scores to remind myself of how he's been skiing. So he has a posted score of 4 at 39. Maybe others. I'm just looking at IWSF, so maybe he's got other scores at Class C's and whatnot. But a skier that certainly knows how to get 39 going. He's got his chance to do that here and put up a mark that he's proud of. but already a nice improvement from the first round, a 35 dock start, through 38. So once he catches his breath, we'll be coming back 39.
All right, here we go. Carter Eaton coming around the island. Coming in. This is at 39 off. Outside 2. Can he get outside 3? Oh.
That was a big effort to get a piece of 3. We'll let the judges call that. There was definitely ski contact there, but give the chances for the judges to call in. 2 confirmed, so a score of 2 at 39 for Carter. So our skiers are improving on their first round scores, getting that pro event experience. So, Allie, how did you feel out there today? How was your ride?
No, I mean, it felt pretty good. I mean, I just kind of think figuring out the gates and whatnot. It was a lot windier the other day in practice, so today it felt better, not having as much of that, the little bit of wind the second round. But I think just figuring out the gates a little bit more and, trying to get gearing up for tomorrow. So, going to kind of go back and watch a little bit tonight and see what else we can pick out and hopefully bigger scores and, good skiing tomorrow.
When you come out here to California, does it feel different to you, these lakes, and does it feel different than where you ski back home?
It's definitely different than Florida, that's for sure. I spent the last week up in Indiana, and I think it was a lot more similar to that, kind of the shallow water and the cooler water and everything. So definitely. But compared to Florida right now, it's 90-degree water, and I know that there's a big adjustment for all of us coming from Florida.
Yeah, I bet. Every time I go down there from here, right, we're going from 80s maybe to 90s, and freshwater versus mineral content high water. And I'll go somewhere like Okehili, and it just feels so much different. I probably easier, but definitely different. Definitely that gate glide, like you're saying.
I will say, I think the Florida lakes, it almost gets to a temperature that's too hot, not only for enjoyment of skiing, but performance skiing. I think sometimes the lakes just don't ski that good when they're 95. So it was kind of nice to get a little reprieve from feeling like you're boiling in the water.
I live down in Southern California now, out in the desert, and the lake I ski in right now is probably pretty close to 95. And I feel like it gets significantly worse once you start getting much over 90, right? The 80s feels good, much over 90 is less so.
Well, and I said, when you ski in the wintertime, you know how the first drop is the worst, and then every time you drop after that, it feels a little bit warmer.
Right.
It gets better. In the summertime, I think the first drop is the best, and every time you drop in after that, it gets hotter and hotter and gets worse.
Yeah, your body temperature's going up.
You're sweating by the end of your set.
So this is Louis Diplôme Freiburg. He's in his second round, 35 start. He had a 1.5 at 39 the first round. And big, deep pull there on 2, but stands up, and he's going to see if he can keep this together. Way down course at 4.
Way down course, yeah.
And too bad. We'll have to watch that on the replay. But I couldn't quite see 1 behind the equipment here, but 2 definitely got.
Yeah, let's look at 1 ball, see what happened here. 1 ball looked fine. He got really deep here at 2 and got stood up straight into 3, and then from that he was behind the 8 ball there for sure. So. Unfortunately, not getting through that first pass. But that's not the end of his tournament. We'll see him again later today in the jump event for sure.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. We've got only a couple of guys are doing both, right? We've got him, Joe Poland. I'm trying to think, are those the only 2? I don't think Blaze is jumping. Blaze could jump, but I don't think he is. That might be it. I have to pull up the men's jump order. But yeah, so nice when you have 2 events.
Oh, is it this?
No, that's how we did this year. This right here. Sorry.
And Edo.
Is he skiing slalom?
Yep. I believe he's on it. Homer.
Oh, yeah.
Alrighty, so up next we have California local Blaze Grubbs coming in for his second round.
Yeah, Blaze is such a nice guy, such a positive attitude, always kind of upbeat. I've never seen him down, never once. I'm sure it happens, but I've never seen it.
That's the best way to be. If you're down, just
Yeah, if you can keep that attitude high, man, why
keep
not?
the attitude high as much as you can.
But skiing family, his sister's skiing, and his dad was out skiing yesterday, tearing it up in the amateur division. But now we've got Blaze way up over his front foot on that gate glide, coming in at 35. Big turn at
big
one.
Turn at one. Looking good here, kind of calming down as he gets towards the second half of the pass.
Yeah,
I think that one ball maybe was a little bit of a product of when you're coming in at that shorter line length, it's like, okay, you don't go too easy, but also don't go too hard. So I think that 35 start is kind of the little bit of jitters, maybe a little bit there at one ball. Of trying to make sure he was ready. Big one ball, but rest of the pass looked like no worries. Looking good for Blaze.
Thanks, Scott. Just my buddy Scott here just reminded me Blaze just came off a fresh national overall championship. Allie, were you an overall skier?
I don't know that we can even really say that. I did trick and jump as a junior, not very well, if we're being honest. And then whenever I made junior masters for the first time, I think that was kind of when we're like, okay, you know, we're only really good at one event. There's no point in wasting time with the others. I hated tricking with all of my heart. I thought jump was pretty fun, but I didn't have a jump near me and it was never very good. So yeah, I decided when I was probably about 14 or 15 that it was going to be slalom only.
All right. I can't imagine the time it takes for those three event athletes and how much water time they need. And it's just incredible. But Blaze is out there getting a lot of rides. His dad spends a lot of time behind the wheel as well as other friends. Now Blaze again, another deep one ball. So something going on maybe with his gait and his one, but he's going to stay in this 38, fight for another chance. He's going to have to go down course at 6. He's going to pull out, down course at 5 to pull all the way to 6. So through 38 both rounds, he's going to try to improve on a 2 at 39 from the first round. So Blaze has some fairly good scores this year for him. I think a 3, a 3.5, and a 4 at 39 in record events. But he's going to need to have a better one ball if he wants to do that again.
Yeah, I think if he does that again, it's going to be a lot to hold at 39. So we'll see. He stands up nice and tall in the gate, really like that. Maybe moving back just a tiny bit as his turn in. But yeah, definitely getting pretty deep there at 1. But able to get under control after that and get through it pretty nice there. Definitely a little bit down course, lost a little bit of angle there out of 4, but able to pull all the way to 6 and out the gates.
All right, they're taking bets here on shore, a bunch of Blaze's friends. We won't share any of the numbers to any fear of jinxing him, but here he comes, 39.5 off. Let's check out the one ball. So again, a little over the top at 1, but not crazy.
Wow,
rips off the 2, rips it off, and oh no! Right in front of us, he's came in early enough to 3 to turn it and go, and he was thinking about going, and just the tail couldn't quite stick. Pop that tail.
All right.
Yeah, really snapped the skier on the backside of 2 there. Came in there definitely looking for, he was hungry for more coming into 3, maybe came in just a little bit fast there. And All right, so that makes Blaze our third skier into 39 for round 2. Another skier to improve on his score from the previous round. So that's what we like to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, we got something for you, Blaze.
A good one ball? We didn't find that yet.
Hey Blaze, how you doing? Tell us about how you felt out there today.
Oh, it's fun. This lake is absolutely gorgeous. Big thanks to Greg and Will for putting it on, and yeah, it feels fun going out at 35. I don't do that a lot, so gets the heart rate up.
Yeah, we saw you working through that. Allie and I were watching that through. Tell us about what you felt at 39.
Yeah, 39, I liked the gate. Thought one was good, and then 2 ball was like, I'm in it, and then I think I got a little ahead of myself. Got to let the ski finish before I want to go, so live and learn, but it felt good.
Yeah, all right. Well, hey, thanks a lot, Blaze. Why don't you go get your jump skis and join the boys in the later this afternoon? I know. All right, thanks, man. Good skiing.
Alrighty, as we see our next skier jump in the water, this is going to be Edo Marenzi. He's another skier that we're going to see later on this afternoon in the jump event. He is looking to improve on his score from this morning of 2.5 at 39.
Yeah, we're getting right into it here. Look at some of the skiers coming up next. We'll take it one at a time, though. All right, Edo, 35 start, just like everybody else. D3 skier, just like Blaze. Looking all right there for his 35 start. Probably another skier that doesn't practice that very often. Watch this on the replay. Look pretty comfortable out of the 1 ball. I mean, nice to get a start like that. Pretty calm into 3. I mean, he cruised this pretty nice. Who knows? Maybe he does practice 35 dock starts.
Edo's another one of those really talented overall skiers. He spends all the time getting... I have mad respect for everybody that's able to compete in all 3 events at a high level, because I know how much time I put into it for one event. So to be able to train for all 3 events, I know it takes a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort, and a lot of support from others to be out there at the lake with you too. So you have to have a strong crew behind you as an overall skier as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, only thing I do is slalom, and by the time I recover from that, it's time to slalom again. And I don't know how I would do that as trick. And you hear about just how many hours a day. It's I got to get a trick ride, and then a jump ride, and then a slalom ride, and then maybe another one of some of those again. And you know, that's somebody's got to drive the boat for 2 hours straight.
Right, so. Yeah, and I barely keep my body together with one event. I don't know how they do it for all 3. All right, here we go. So second pass here, 38 off, looking to get through this one for the second time today. Nice start here for Edo. Oh, getting kind of pulled up there out of 3. Over to 5, and wow, yeah.
Well, nice
that
nice
was
work.
A big hit out there out of 5. Nice work there for Edo to get through that one.
Yeah, that was he ran out of room there. He had nothing left. No more margin left. He was holding on. I thought it was a pretty well. Watch the replay. I felt like the 1 ball looked nice, and then right from 2, he was holding on, just trying to stay in the pass. Let's take another look at the 1. I mean, not too much wrong with that 1 ball. And then there's something right on. Even 2 wasn't that bad.
It was 3 here. He kind of got stood up a little bit.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, lost a lot of his angle there into 4, and then here out of 5, I don't really know how he held that.
But that was twice he got totally pulled up. I mean, I know, Allie, we both ski at 34, but even at 36, that stuff happens so fast. Good for him for staying in there and staying collected enough. Maybe that's that trick experience, right? He's just got all the balance of a trick skier. So he's looking to improve on a 2.5 at 39 from the first round. So he's He's got his opportunity here. Man.
Yeah, let's see if he can get a good start like he did there at this next pass. I mean, I thought 1 and 2 of that 38 looked really nice. So if he can do that again, we might be cooking here at 39. All right, here we go. Coming into the course, 39 off for Edo Marinzi. Pretty good.
Oh, no. Pretty solid one again. So a skier with, I think he knows that he's out there in just a little bit of frustration and like, I think I should have, I could have, it's hard. It's so hard to get that start. And when you get the start and then you don't go where you think you can go with that start, you feel like you left it out there. Maybe he bumped that ski with his boot because the ski sure hopped out of the water pretty quick.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. I mean, I thought he had a really good one there, and I think that was kind of his frustration was he thought he had a good one too. So, unfortunately, yeah, the ski kind of pops out of the water there. You see the whole tail of the ski. So, I know when you get a good one, it's very frustrating. You're like, oh, I had something going there. So, unfortunately, just 1.5 for Edo Marinzi for round 2.
So we're moving on up the list here. Next skier, Nick Parsons. So we've had his dad here helping us with some interviews. They've both made the trip out from Utah. Nick, a skier who's run 39 in this event multiple times, only managing 3.5 at 39 in the first round. I mean, for a guy like Nick, if you want to ski later, you've got to go big. I mean, it's a 3 or more.
Definitely. I mean, I think this round, it's a all or nothing kind of thing. I mean, there's no going easy on it. He's definitely a skier that is capable of getting through 39. Right now, like we said earlier, the bubble score is 2.25. So it's kind of all or nothing. You've got to lay it all out. All of these skiers we have coming up are more than capable of getting that score, I think. It's just a matter of who does it today. We'll see if there are ties for the top 8. We'll go to backup score. So that could come into play. He, with that 3.5 at 39, does not have a very good backup score. So he's really got to secure his spot and not depend on that. So it's, like we said, kind of all or nothing. He's got to lay it all out on the line, leave nothing there.
And as we are, right, the 7th is a 3 at 41 right now.
Yeah.
As we sit now. So Nick's his path is clear.
I would say he would need to get almost a 4, probably a piece of 4 to really secure his spot with that backup of 3.5 at 39.
Looking comfortable at 35 start, though. I mean, backside in 1 and 2 on his personal home-built or friend-built ski. The thing's beautiful. It's amazing. They do a nice job. But there's Nick getting through 35.
Getting a little bit more sunshine here now, kind of brightening up the day a little bit.
Yeah, normally we'd be, I don't know what the average here is, probably in the 90s, low to mid 90s, and I don't even know if we're at 80.
This is definitely the coldest I've ever been. This event.
Yeah. I'm glad. I barely looked. I mean, I know what the weather is normally here, so as I packed, at the last second I looked at the forecast and went, oh my God, it's going to be cold. I even threw neoprene in for skiing, threw a shirt in. I didn't wear it, but I brought it, and as I'm sitting here today with a sweatshirt and a vest on, I'm used to where I live in the desert, it's like 110, so this is cold for
I
me.
packed for the evenings because I know it gets cool in the evenings. I was not planning on wearing my sweatpants and sweatshirt all day, but here we are. All right, so we've seen Nick get through his first pass of 35. He's coming around the island right now for 38.
You've got something on Nick, Ellie. I asked him to come up here and announce, and he said no, he can't do it. He was intimidated. So you've got him there. But he's going to save it all for skiing. Making strong work of this 38.
Oh, no.
Then he turns around, looks backwards, and says, what did I do?
Yeah, he looks a little bit miffed there. Let's watch the replay. I did not see that coming at all. So, good start here. Good one. Nice tight line out of 2.
This is the same look you and I had at it live, so we'll kind of need the boat video here in a second because we couldn't really see what might have gone on there. Nick looking a little bewildered.
All right, here we go. We'll have a different view here. I mean, from the start, I didn't think he had any worries there at all. So here's where it went south out of 4.
Yeah, I don't know. Just maybe tipped in a little bit early, like just kind of leaned in front of that rope, but could not get his ski under the line and get the line tight and get accelerating into that next buoy. And Nick's rides over on the backside of 4 ball. So Nick will not improve his score in that round, but we'll see Nick again. He's been at many California Pro Ams. I'm sure he'll be back. We hope he does. Nick's a fun guy.
Joel Pullen actually jumped in the water. He normally does his signature dock start at pretty much every event.
I think he did the first round.
Did he? Probably, most likely.
I can't see from here, and they didn't show us, but his hair was dry.
Oh.
So I'm assuming that's the
yeah,
sign.
he does like to do dock starts most of the time. So Joel, again, one of the very, very talented overall skiers, excels in all 3 events.
Yeah, this guy like just drips with athleticism. It's just insane. I like watching him ski as a lefty myself.
I would say Joel was one of the skiers earlier that we were a little bit surprised to see not get into 41. So I think he is definitely looking to put himself in the final with this round.
Yeah, and no one should bet against him either, right?
No, definitely not.
We saw him at the Worlds last year, or run 41. And
yeah, the newest member of the 41 club. And now he is a skier that does start at 35 fairly regularly, so this is nothing out of the ordinary for him.
I feel like he can do anything he wants. I feel like he probably could have slalomed right foot forward today and been just fine. Yeah, and hand drag 6 and
I think he has skied right foot forward, in practice and stuff for fun, and can still run pretty good scores.
Yeah, just reminding us all that we're just, well, not you maybe so much, but me. It's just a regular athlete instead of one stellar one. Yeah, Joe cruising through 35. No worries. I love how he moves his ski through the wakes and how that thing casts out, making his radar ski look good on the water. All right. With that 35 start, we're straight into 38, 11, 2-5. Joel Pullen warming up because, as Ali said, he wants a big score. He wants to improve on that round. He wants to be in the mix with the big boys tomorrow. Skier pushing there, getting a little tail slide at 2. But, trick skiers slide their skis down the lake all the time, and no problem. Back early on time and into 6, so no problem for Joel. So 4 at 39, surprisingly for Joel. Now that he's been skiing so well over the last couple of years, our expectations for him have all gone up.
It's funny how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to get through this next pass. I think the 4:39 earlier for him was pretty uncharacteristic, especially from what we've seen this year. He's been skiing great. He's gotten on the podium a couple times for solemn events. His goal is to win an event in all of the disciplines, so he's got 2 of them down.
All right, so the peanut gallery on my right is telling me that they're pulling for Joel to get a 4. So if he gets a 4, then he's got himself a chance. He can't really count on that backup score, but 4:39, it's not really going to do him any good.
But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We have to get through this next pass here. So this is 39. Joel's coming around, pulling out for his gate now.
That is the way it works. Thanks, Allie.
A little bit of loose line there out of 2. He's got to stay with it and fight for it here. Very down course out of 5, but pulls all the way to 6, makes it. Big hit.
And that's why he's Joe Poland.
And now he's in the talk. That was a must-run pass for Joel. Like we said for Nick Parsons earlier, he had the score from the first round of 4 at 39. That's not very much for a backup right now. So with all of the threes that we have currently from round 1, I think he's going to be looking for a piece of 4 for sure to kind of secure his spot in the final. I don't know that 3 is going to be enough because I think it'll come down to backups at that point.
Yeah, that's got to be where we end up. I mean, we're almost there already. Right now, 7th place is a 3. So somebody unique that's not in the top 7 will probably get a 3, and then all of a sudden, it takes a 4 for Joel.
Yeah, because we have several skiers sitting at 2 at 41 from the first round that are more than capable of getting 3. So then I think 3 will kind of be the score you're going for, but then it comes down to backups. So a 3 right now really isn't safe.
I don't know Joel well enough, but I bet he's clear on that. I bet as he's sitting at the end of the lake, he knows I've got to go 4. So I think if we see Joel, get this going at all, and he comes into 3, and there's any question, he's going to turn because I think he has to. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows exactly what he needs here as he comes around the island, getting ready to pull out for the gate here, 41.
So first time today, we're taking 41 from the other end. Really no wind to speak of. See how he gets out of 1. Yeah, just trying to keep that going. We'll see what the judges give him officially, but he had no choice there at 2 but to turn and just take the chance that line was going to come tight and he's going to get his ski outside of 3 and keep going. Looking at that replay, just not tight enough onto the line early enough out of that 1 ball. Did he ski over the line? That looked kind of crazy in the replay.
I'm not really sure. I thought he came out of 2. He went behind the pole and then never came out the other side for me. No, I think it was just a little bit too much load there as he came behind the boat. What was that score?
I heard it too.
I think they called it 2.
That's really close to it. We'll give the judges some time, and when we hear, we'll let you know what the final score for Joel was. But he's not done for the day. He's got to put on his jump skis and put on a show. Did you see that video of him jumping in practice here the other day? Did you see that on social? Oh, my God. I'm watching it, and I'm thinking, why is he taking it so easy? He turns in so slow, and it's almost like he's just cruising and pops this huge 234.
So we do have a confirmed score for Joel Poland, 1.5 at 41. So that will officially put him out of contention for the final. But
I don't know. So if I'm a pro jumper, I'm already concerned with Joe Poland because he's a force to be reckoned with. Is he more dangerous now that he didn't quite get what he wanted out of slalom? Is he going to take it out in the jump field later?
yeah,
Let me see if
that's right.
See if he'll do it. So we're getting ready with Terry on the dock. Terry Winter coming out. He's on his 35. Said to me earlier, hasn't tried this in a while. I'm not worried about it. I'm sure Terry will be good.
So we had a little bit of a delay. I'm not exactly sure there on the dock. So we are bringing the boat in now for a simulation pass just to make sure conditions are fair and equal for everyone. So we'll do a sim pass and then we'll come in with Terry Winter next.
Tell us when.
They paid to be here.
Yeah, all right, Joel. Just coming off the water here. Enjoyed watching you ski. Let us know what you think of that ride.
Well, it was better than round one, that's for sure. 39 was okay. It was scrappy. Like I was getting in deep, got in deep at 5, and then yeah, on that 41, like honestly a pretty good setup. That was a bit of a shame, bit of a waste because definitely could have got to 3 with that. Maybe got a bit excited at 2, but you know that's slalom. That's how it goes. We got jump later, so thank God.
We talked about that 2-event skiers, so you get to get a little redemption. I said the rest of the jump field, should they be more afraid of you now?
Well, maybe not today because I've done 2 rounds of skiing, but tomorrow I only have to jump, so I'll have some energy. No, I'm definitely excited to jump, especially like with the way practice was going here. Everything felt dialed. It feels good. So, yeah, really excited for the jump set later.
Yeah, we are too. We saw the one. I keep talking about the one you posted online the other day. It just looked really good. So nice. So can't wait to watching the jump event later. Nice skiing.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right. We'll see you later.
Alrighty, so we're getting the action going again. We had a little bit of an order confusion. Looks like we have Dorian Llewellyn actually next. Our next 3 skiers all tied the previous round with 5 at 39. So our skier on the water currently is Dorian Llewellyn, coming in 35 off.
And five's a tough score, right? Horton says 5's the worst score, but it's tough when you get that far, right? So we've got 5 skiers, I think, that are all really excited to do better than they did that last round.
Yeah, 5's that score where you're right there. You were so close. Definitely all skiers are capable of getting through it. I mean, I think everybody that we have left has got a fighting chance to make it into the final. So right now our cut is 2 1/4, but as we said many times, we have a lot of 3s stacked up. So I think you got to get a piece of 4 if you want to be sitting somewhat safe at this point.
Yeah, and these guys are, remember, like you made the point earlier, they're only going to have a 5 at 39 backup the next couple of skiers. So they really do have to push into that more
You
than
got to get
3.
past that 3. Yeah, exactly.
And then we've got a group coming up that we're all tied with a 2 at 41. So that might be a good enough backup score. We'll see. But things are about to get really interesting for what this cut line is for the men's event. Again, this is the 22nd California Pro Am. Greg and Debbie started this event a long time ago. 4 skiers, pro skiing on the West Coast. We're so excited to still be doing it. So thankful to Shortline Lake for letting us use their site. Perfect place to put on such an event. Everything's dialed for the skiers like Dorian, coming in for his second pass at 38 off. Ooh, a duck getting just out of the way. Good for both the duck and Dorian. Look forward to watching it on the replay. Felt like he got a pretty good start and just stayed with that thing all the way down the lake.
So Dorian is another one of our 2-event skiers this weekend. So we'll see him again in the jump event. See if we can see the ducks escape here.
There's a rule about ducks in this event, and it's my fault.
Ooh. It was your fault?
It was my fault.
Did you hit the duck?
No. So I probably should only tell half the story, but it was in a California Pro Am, Greg and I in a head-to-head. And as I pulled out for the gate, Brian Detrick's my boat judge, and I'm pointing. Rochelle's the chief judge. She sees the duck. Brian sees the duck. Duck's right at zero where I have to turn. I have to turn around the duck. I have to adjust my skiing, and I end up tying Greg. And in that event, if you tie, you lose. I asked for a reride. Felt like I'm in my right to get a reride. But Greg's point was, you should have not entered the course. You should have thrown the handle. Why would you get 2 tries? You shouldn't get 2 tries. And I understand Greg's side, and I understand my side. To resolve it, Greg wrote a rule in. There are no reride for birds in the California Pro Am.
All right, here we go. Dorian Llewellyn must run 39 off pass.
He's
Slow
managing a little loop. Oh no. Ooh, jeez. Glad. I think he got under the rope or on top of the rope there for just a second. You okay, Dorian? Okay.
Yeah, he definitely looked like he was getting close to getting caught up in the rope there. Just confirming that he's okay. Says that he's fine. So definitely kind of went over the rope a little bit there. So fortunately, he's fine. But unfortunately, ending with a score of 2.5 at 39 there for him.
Yeah, just had that rhythm kind of from the start, a little bit into the rope, a little bit loose line, and he's, great effort to try to stay in that and make something out of it. There was only one way for him to go, which was to try to stay going down the lake, and he did the best he can, but it's just a reminder, fortunately he's okay, but the sport can get dangerous quickly with the rope. We take it for granted because we do it every day, but that rope can be a scary thing, and really lucky that while he's going for it there, nothing happened.
I went over the rope, and then it caught my front boot and yanked the whole buckle off my front boot. So I was pretty lucky to walk away, be fine. But definitely got a bit of a yank.
Yeah, he's got a little rope burn on his arm, so I mean that was definitely a close one there for Dorian. Dorian, make sure you're good.
Did you get your arm?
Yeah, we had that at the just did the U.S. Nationals in Masters Men. I skied into a pile of rope trying to finish 38. I'm standing in the gate and the rope's all over me and in the water, and I just like, holy crap, this is scary, and got away from it. And Menashe came out right behind me, did something similar. So it can happen. There it happened to him in the middle of the course. Glad he's okay.
Well, next we have Aaron Davies. He's one, unfortunately, that had his run-in with the rope as well a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Pretty nasty. Had to have some surgery on his arm, and fortunately, though, was okay and is back skiing and looking pretty on form this year for sure.
Oh, great. No, good to hear.
Yeah, and they're not very smart. They don't move. The geese are worse. I almost hit one on my pull-out.
And here comes Aaron pulling out for his gate. This is like everyone in this round. It's a 35 start.
So another skier that ran 5 at 39 this morning. Please don't hit a duck. The ducks again hanging out there close to 4-ball. Hopefully that was enough of a scare for them to move on and get out of the way.
I hope. They're desperate to be a part of this event. Yeah, get a look at this on the replay. Looks pretty comfortable for 35 start. You know, good for these guys that aren't used to doing this. It's kind of just, we'll get right into it, get rolling. When you think about our goal here is to determine the top 8, why not start at 35? I don't see how it disadvantages really the competition from doing that. I love the call. I mean, we've got to make up some time.
It definitely makes the event go a lot faster, which is very nice as a spectator. So Aaron earlier, like we said, got 5 at 39. He was definitely frustrated with his efforts a little bit. So he's definitely capable of getting into the scores big enough to make it to the finals.
No decisions to make here. We pull out for the gate and we're going for it. So into the 1 ball. Tight enough 1, out early enough to 2. Clean exit out of 2. In front of 3, he's staying with this pass. Looks like he's got plenty of angle over to that 5 ball rather, and over to 6 out the gate. Good for him for stepping up. Now he's put himself in a position to get into, well, he's definitely going to get into 41, and then we'll see if he can get
Nope.
3 or more.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
Did I really?
That was 38.
See, I've been doing this too long today. Thanks, Allie. I'm sorry, peoples.
Yeah, so we're going the opposite direction of this morning. So that was his second pass. That was 38. So next up, we've got the must-run pass for 39 if he wants to challenge the lead.
I thought that was a pretty nice-looking 39. Yeah. No, thanks, Allie.
Yeah, so we still have 5 more skiers outside of the cut right now. He's our 6th skier from the cut line currently. All right, here we go. Aaron coming around. Must run, 39 off pass. Definitely a skier that's more than capable of doing this. He has many scores posted into 41. Can he get a good start? No. Oh, blowing the tail there at 1 ball.
Yeah, always a shame. I think that's actually the one score that's worse than 5. I hate doing that at 1 ball. I absolutely hate falling at 1. But it looked like he got through that gate and got his ski out and had a nice line. And I mean, it's hard to tell necessarily from this angle, but I felt like he thought he was going to go and then just wanted to be aggressive maybe and jumped on that thing a little hard and then just popped that tail out. But a great effort for him. I'm sure he wanted more, but we're going to determine this competition one skier at a time. So that should be a half at 39 for Aaron Davies. So now we're with our updated running order. Our officials working hard to make sure this is fair and everybody's going in the right order. I trust this crew. Now we have Terry Winters. I moved out to California from Michigan in 2006, and I came up to some tournaments here at Shortline. And at that time, the ski scene out here was totally different than it would have been in Michigan. I came out here, and there's Terry and Marcus and some other open guys out here all tearing it up. And I remember just meeting Terry back then. Gosh, it was 18 years ago or something. And he was out here running 2 or 3 at 41, and here he is, still doing it, still just as passionate as he's ever been. I don't know anyone that loves skiing more than Terry. And love seeing him out here skiing today. Can't wait to see what he does this round.
Yeah, I love the skiers that, have been in it for a long time and they still love it just as much and are so passionate about it and, are still just as involved in it now as they have ever been.
It's almost like some of us just have this screw loose, right? And it's just, I don't know, a gene or something. And Terry just wants to ski. Like if you're sitting around, he's like, hey, who wants to ski? Just wants to get out there and get after it, and he wants his chance, and he's an amazing skier. He came up a little short with a 5 at 39 in the first round. He doesn't miss it that much. I mean, I don't want to guess at what his percentage is, but we're all used to seeing him into 41, and my money is that's what's going to happen this round. But we've got a few passes to go. I'll try not to get ahead of myself again. This is blue 35, 12 meters. As good as a skier Terry is, he said to me earlier, he said, man, I haven't tried this in a while. So it's not like he's not thinking about it. I'm sure he's comfortable with it. I know there's no chance he thinks he's going to miss it, but interesting when you get inside the heads of any of these athletes, the different things they might think about.
Yeah, I think we all kind of get comfortable in what we do, and then you kind of, when you change the routine, sometimes it can mess with you a little bit. I mean, even skiing at home, your home site, you get used to starting at what you start at all the time, and you run your passes and you end up running them all in the same direction. I know I was talking to Ryan Campa earlier, and he was like, I just don't normally take passes this direction because it's just you do what you do. You always take your 38 one way and your 39 the other, and I think it's just kind of breaking the routine mold a little bit to switch up the starting line length.
I think about doing it in practice sometimes, or practicing something you might have to do in a runoff or whatever that we might have to do in these events, and I never get around to it. I just do my thing every day.
It's always I should do that. I should try that sometime, and then that day never comes.
I just got a shout out by text. I love calling out my friends. If any of you know my number, send me a text or want to comment on the webcast, go ahead. But Brad Conger tuning in from Redwood City, California. When I first moved to California, Brad introduced me to everybody here at Shortline and so many of the people that I ski with. I skied with Brad for years. Brad, thank you for all of that. Thanks for tuning in today. Yes, I'd love to ski with you again, buddy. Let's pull for Terry, though, Brad. Just cheer him on. Coming in at 38.
Terry making nice work at this second pass, 38 off. No issues there for him.
Yeah, a lot of people love to watch Terry. I said that earlier. I love to watch Terry. I like watching it live. I like watching it on video. A lot of the stuff that he does, other people would love to do as well. Looking forward to watching this boat video from the replay. He's constantly working on his skiing. I don't think he's stopped for 25 years or whatever, or longer. he's videoing, he's analyzing. And I was talking earlier about how much I like his coaching. If you get coached by him, he'll take the time to do side-by-side video. He'll compare you to himself or you to another pro skier or whatever to try to help you see the difference between what you might be doing and what they're doing. He does that for himself. He's very aware. If you ever get a chance to ski with him, you will not regret it.
All right, here we go. Coming in, must run 39 off pass. Terry, one of those skiers that has the one-handed gait. Not too many of them left these days. Little on the back out of 2, outside of 4 here. Staying with it. Oh my goodness. I don't think so.
Yeah, that was close. Heartbreaking for Terry. Would love to see that, have seen that go down. You almost got to see one of Terry's skills there with the rope whip and taking the hit out the gates. I don't know if you saw it, tuned in at the Nationals. Terry took an impressive one right out the gate. He just sucks up and takes it. I don't think he felt like he went around 6, so he wasn't going to try, but he didn't quite get into that rhythm he wanted, even from early on in this pass. Let's take a look here. Just couldn't quite get put together enough to put that ski around 6. Thought about going over the jump and then said,
Fortunately,
I better not.
decided not to do that. Look at another angle here. I mean, I thought it was a pretty good start here. I don't know, maybe a little slow out of 1. I think he kind of got on the back here out of 2. Yeah, he's just getting more and more down course here. Out of 5, he got a little bit too much, got pulled up, and then unfortunately looks like not able to get outside 6. Throws the handle of the boat and says,
Yeah, I think he knew at 5 because you saw how far down he was at 4, and then it was farther at 5. And if he didn't try to shut some speed down somehow, he just was never going to get over to 6 and did his best.
So unfortunately, he is ending with another 5 at 39, tying his score from the first round.
Terry will be back. He'll go clean it up, and he'll be at the next event. Say hi to Kristen and Emery. Hope you guys are tuned in. Hope you're doing well. Ryan Canepa looking pretty relaxed on the dock there, smiling and stuff. He can, I don't know if serious is the right word, but he's just kind of keeps himself. There's not a lot of emotion words. You get him talking, he'll get talking. But surprised to see him smiling there on the dock, getting ready for his ride. Maybe that's a good thing.
See Will Bush kind of pumping him up there.
Yeah. Will's fun in the boat, right? I mean, he's encouraging. He'll talk to you if you want to talk. He'll leave you alone if you want to be quiet. And you get, you have so much. I think we all have so much confidence in his driving. It's always nice when you look in the boat and you see guys like Will behind the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of skiers. Everybody's different. I'm one of the skiers that really likes to talk on the ends. So, Will's one of those boat drivers that he fills it out. A lot of people know that I like to talk on the ends, so they'll talk back to me. It's kind of my nervous thing. I don't like to be quiet on the ends. I think too much about my skiing, which never really goes well. So, I like to chat on the ends for sure. It's always nice to have a friendly driver that's willing to accommodate.
So as you were saying, Allie, here's Ryan, a skier that probably doesn't dock 35 very much. I don't know how often he ever skis off Will's dock, so he'd at least take 32 first and then 35 from the end he just took it. I'm not sure, but here's Ryan docking 35. Hey, some short line friends on the chat here. Mike and Kim Boudreau used to ski out here all the time, enjoying retired life, cruising around in boats and RVs, living big. So thanks for tuning in. Miss you guys too. Enjoy Kentucky, which happens to be where they are right now. But both of them run many buoys here at Shortline Lake. Looking at that replay of Ryan running 35 for his opener. His family owns a ski nautique, so this is a very familiar setup, lake, driving, and boat. Ryan's second pass at 38 off.
So Ryan was our first skier from the first round that got through 39. He's looking to repeat that and hopefully throw his name in the hat for the final. But first things first, getting through that 38 off pass.
Yeah, he looked pretty locked and loaded on that. Just, everything coming together out of that buoy. Line's tight and just rocketing over to the other side.
Yeah.
I think you've only had to adjust it twice today, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, it looks better there. His first pass was like...
Okay.
All right, we're going to see the replay of Ryan's 38 off pass there. Looking good. Hopefully he can keep it up here, coming in for his next pass. 39. This is a must run for him if he wants any shot at making the final. Scoring earlier 1.5 at 41 in the first round.
So Ryan can have some confidence on this pass. When he's on, he runs it. He ran it earlier.
Oh.
Getting in a little deep there at both 1 and 2. Maybe settling that thing down here into 4. A little late out of 4.
Down course here. He's got some work to make up. Outside 6, can he hold that? He took that hit like a champ. I don't even think it looked as big as it should have been.
Yeah, and looked like he pulled off that. Yeah, waiting for the judges from where we sit. It's hard to make any decision on that 6, but the judges are saying that was 6. So wait for Ryan to stay in this pass. I mean, he...
Really not the best start for him there, but he was able to stay with it and get through it. He definitely fought. He was getting down course a little later and later. Here at 5, I thought he was going kind of, or maybe it was 4, he was going kind of out the back. But able to hold that, really, I thought it was going to be a much larger hit out the gate there.
Yeah, so kind of like Terry's ride, right? He's just getting a little bit more down course, but out of 5, Ryan just had a little bit more room to get that ski pointed in front of 6 and barely around 6. And then, like you said, Allie, was able to take a hit that maybe could have been way worse than it looked. We'll
He's
have
definitely down course. I mean, I think Ryan did really well there to stay as composed as he did and calm and get all 6. That's reps in practice, I think, of just knowing that you can do it and not panicking as things aren't going exactly your way.
All right, but so into this competition where we keep talking, he's got hopefully what is now a backup score of 1.5, but needing...
So he needs at least 3 here.
Yeah.
Anything more than 3 would be great, but at least 3 to even put his name in the hat right now.
I'd have to go check his scores. I don't know if Ryan has more than a 3. He might. This would be a great time to do it, though. Here comes Ryan at 41 and see how this 1 ball looks.
Oh, half.
So he attacked.
We'll see. I think maybe just went a little bit too hard there at the start.
Watch this replay. Yeah, I don't know, Allie. I don't know how to run 41, so I can't sit here and critique his ski. But let's see here. I mean, it doesn't look like he went super hard. Just a little down course, maybe a little, not quite the direction he wanted, and then leaned into it to try to get going over to 2 and just got ahead of things, maybe. But a great effort running 39 both rounds, into 41 both rounds, but not going to be enough to make it to Sunday.
All right, as we take a look at the list here, we got who we have coming up. Joel Howley is going to be our next skier all the way from Australia. Previous world champion. He has his drill close by there on the dock.
Oh, yeah. I was told earlier that he's updated that he doesn't need it, but apparently that's not true.
Oh, no, that's not true. No.
Okay.
I watched him practice the other day. They brought him the drill. He swam in with his ski on.
All right. All right, we've got the blue boat, the blue rope, the blue water, and the yellow boot. I was saying earlier,
The signature yellow boot.
It is signature for sure. It works for him. I find Joel, he's an exciting skier to watch. You know, sometimes it's very steady, very. Oh, they didn't get the rope in the ski dock thing.
Oh.
Yeah, so we won't have the boat video on that path, but we'll get to watch it from here. He can get in deep and powerful and dynamic.
As we see the replay there of his first pass, I mean, looking nice and easy. He definitely is a skier that is no stranger to starting at 35. So nothing abnormal for him. He is our third skier left from the cut line. So again, he is hoping to improve here and be able to try to get in the top for the final. He had a score of 2 at 41 from the first round, along with our next two skiers.
Yeah, so we'll see how this all shakes out, but Joel would love to improve on his 2, so 2 becomes his backup score. As a backup score, 2 works. So now you've got guys probably, sorry, we don't know for sure, but here's a guy, he goes out and gets 2 2s, that's not going to work. He gets a 3 and a 2, it might. He gets more than a 3, he's probably good. We got a ways to go before he gets to take his shot. Pushing that ski through that turn at 2 ball. Is that the actual drill?
We have been delivered a drill in case he falls. We are ready.
Yeah, Allie has it in her hands. Okay. A couple years ago, Allie, he fell right in front of us and was stranded out there. And
He was waiting for someone to
drill.
bring him the drill. Yeah, I believe that was the year that he was here with Sam Beach, and Sam came sprinting down. No. Yeah.
Yeah, Joel's a lot of fun, though. Quite a character, you know, seems to be always having a laugh and kind of upbeat and positive and exciting to watch ski.
Oh, weird edge change.
Yeah. So like I said, Joel, that stuff can happen to Joel, and he keeps on going, or it can look like smooth as silk. He can get it done whichever way. I never count him out. It's just one of those people that you just don't count out until they're absolutely off the rope.
Alrighty, so here we go, 39. We would expect Joel to run this here, but it is a must run for any chance at the final.
Really leaning into that 3 ball. He's tight enough out of 4. Smacking that buoy at 5, we can hear the thump. Looks like we're through that 39. So Joel, having got a 2 in the first round, needs to do more than that. He needs to make that his backup score. And we've seen Joel run deep, 5.
Yeah, I know 2 years ago, I think he ran, I want to say 5 at 41 here. Or 4.5, something like that.
Yeah. It was the same year that he ran some big scores before he got here. So he came into this event kind of high, and for him it's the spring, right? So he had just getting started that season, and he was just ripping. I don't know if he just was on form or just loved his ski equipment that year, but you know, not saying that he hasn't looked the same since, but we'll see how he's feeling today. Ooh, yeah, see, they're leaning into that 3 ball, getting caught by the rope just in time. And out to 6.
Alrighty, we're seeing the boat take off here, coming around. Coming in 41, as we've said a few times, needs at least 3 here. anything more than 3, I would say you got to start kind of feeling a little bit confident about making the final, but at least 3 is a must-have.
All right, eyes on the water. This is for the cut. This is somebody trying to get into your final for Sunday. He's going to let 2 go down the course. He's going to throw that ski out for 3, and I don't think he's going to make it, so I think that's a back-to-back 2 for Joel Howley. So Joel Howley giving it a rip, nice effort. I mean, it's hard to say that 2 at 41 twice isn't a good day, but today it wasn't enough. So close there to, it's just inches, right? Just a game of inches at that point. But we had Shannon on the webcast, so anyone asking about the drill. So for those that don't know, Joel has a custom boot there. It's a snow ski boot, and the way he clamps himself in requires tools. So he doesn't have buckles. He has to use a power drill. So that's why we're all joking about the drill. But sorry, that's an inside joke for some, but it's not really a joke. It's the facts. But still, it works for Joel. He loves his equipment. I think he's got a custom carbon rear boot. So Joel not afraid to experiment with his equipment and do what works for him.
Yeah, he came out with this boot after he won Worlds and broke his ankle, and when he came back with this really modified boot and has been rocking it ever since. And he's been skiing pretty well. So if it works for you, good on you, I guess. Up next, we've got Corey Vaughn. We see Corey here skiing with a headband. I was told he recently ruptured an eardrum, so he's been rocking the headband the last week or so.
No, that's absolutely right. And even more to that, in the first round, he couldn't find it in time to ski. So he skied without it, if you noticed, in the first round.
Oh.
And I wouldn't expect anyone to notice it. I don't think I'd have noticed it if Corey didn't tell me. But then if you remember, he came sliding into the 3-ball at 41.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, as I turned 2, I was afraid that's how I ruptured my eardrum, was kind of getting slid out like that and smacking my ear on the water. And he was a little nervous about doing it again, especially because he didn't have his protection on. So the headband, Allie, you mentioned, actually was a factor for Corey in that first round. But anyway, he made sure he had it ready for this round, and Corey is another one of our skiers that really, really needs to improve if he wants to get it. In fact, he has no choice but to improve.
Yeah, so he's sitting in the exact same situation that Joel Howley was in, sitting on a 2 at 41 from the first round. Same situation, needs at least 3. I'd say anything more than 3, again, would probably be pretty safe. But at least a 3, you would have a backup of 2. So, yeah. A 3 right now would put him in 8th, depending on what the rest of the scores would be. So I definitely don't know that that's going to be safe, but it would give him a fighting chance for sure.
I'm sure Corey's been to 3 in California Pro Ams. Certainly has many other tournaments. I think Corey's posted some deep 39 scores, or I'm sorry, deep 41 scores. So he's done it here, but now it's on him to do it now. He's got some cheer support in the chat here. Jim Powell saying, hi, Corey, let's go, rip it up. So it's fun when you're in the hunt, and Corey is absolutely in the hunt. He's got to run this pass. Yeah, I look forward to watching the replay. Like, did he slide down past 5? But nothing that he was worried about, no drama. But he's got to run that one more, and half of the next one.
So Corey this year won his first ever pro event over in Europe, the final stop, the Oxford event. He was able to win the night event. So that one was a pretty fun event, definitely an added challenge, but I know he was very happy to get that first pro win under his belt.
Yeah, what a milestone. I mean, first you compete in your first event, then you make your first cut, then you make your first podium maybe, and then you make your first win. But long time coming for Corey. I'm glad he squeaked that in. I'm glad he pulled that off. That was good for him. Yeah, Corey definitely maybe just I just saw the tail end of that replay, sliding down course a little bit. Nothing that would rattle him, I'm sure, but not quite up front of that 39 or 38 the way that he wants to be. He's going to shake that off and come in at 39.
Yeah, he was definitely a little bit more down course than what you would expect there for 38, but new pass, so try to reset here, stay ahead of this pass. Definitely don't want to get down the course at 39. Pretty good one ball there. He's kind of getting on the back of the ski here as we go throughout the pass, but staying with it. Outside 5. Oh, my goodness, no. Oh.
Bummer, but wait for him to fight through it. I was like one of those passes, I'm kind of holding my breath. We'll watch it here on the replay, but he was starting to get a little out of rhythm and a little bit of slack, even from 2, I think. And then just stayed with what he had. Right there, had to suck up that rope, and all right, now I'm not where I want to be into 3, and then, I'm not where I want to be into 4, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be smart, and just could not quite. We've had,
I mean, he broke at the waist completely there at 5 ball. So, I was going to say, I want to say it from the boat here. Not a terrible start, but he started kind of getting on the back of the ski as he went, so definitely was trying to make up some ground a little bit there as he was going. You could tell he was just a little bit uncomfortable, not quite where he wanted to be, a little bit out of sync with the boat. Here at 5, unfortunately, just completely breaking forward towards the tip of his ski. So 5 at 39 is going to put him out of contention for the final. So we only have one skier left to shake up the order from this morning. So Cole McCormick is our final skier that is currently not in the final, looking to secure his spot in the final.
We had the same thing with the ladies this morning. It ended up being the same 8, right? It does. In fact, the seating only changed at the top with Regina and Whitney. Otherwise, the round of 8 that we had this morning was the round.
And Jamie and Manon switched.
Oh, they did? Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for that. And so now we've got the guys. We've only got 9 skiers left.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. They did not switch.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
It was just.
It was the same.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. So, and then we had that field where once that happens, once you get past that threshold and the 8 is the 8, then it's about seeding. And we've got Cole. Cole wants to definitely make it more than seeding. Cole wants to find his way in. He's certainly a skier that can.
Yeah, so Cole right now, I mean, he needs 2.5, really, would bump Steven out. But then you still have Steven on the dock who could improve as well. So I wouldn't say that 2.5 is necessarily safe, but that would be leaving it up to Steven to kind of put the pressure on him to improve. And then obviously all of those 3 at 41s, it's all about seeding and trying to put themselves in the best spot possible. All of the guys are definitely aware of the order and who they would be skiing against. So right now with those 3s, it's a little unsure, but as we get down the list, they'll definitely be doing the math and figuring it out. I definitely think there's some strategy when you know head-to-head final is on the line.
Oh, yeah, it definitely depends on who you're matched up with there. And I think kind of all these top 8 are kind of giants. I don't know that anyone really wants to ski against anyone else. There's no easy game in there, but they definitely think about who they're skiing against. And Cole, I didn't speak directly with Cole, but I remember his body language. I think he feels like he's got a lot more in him. I think he felt like there's some buoys out there for him to grab. So
I mean, I know he was saying in practice he felt really good, and yeah, he's definitely, I think he's been skiing well lately and feeling really on form. So he's definitely looking to improve on his score from this morning and hoping to make it in the finals. And yeah, he won his first pro event this year, a big one at that, the U.S. Masters. So yeah, he definitely wants to be able to be in the conversation for the final and maybe even on that top spot again.
Yeah, that's a big event. That's a tough one to win. Another Nautique event. Thanks to Nautique for putting that on. Such a premier event, such an amazing venue with those grandstands, and good for Cole. I know that's a hard one for those guys to win, and the girls as well, and good for Cole putting that together. So Cole McCormick has run 35, coming back at 38, the skier in 9th spot, trying to secure a top 8 spot.
Yep, so he's first out of the finals as of right now. Definitely not out of it yet. Still has a couple passes to go here.
Wow. That was a nice pass. I can't wait to watch this on the replay. I feel like he got out of 1 about as early as you can. It was just stood up so early, so in front of 2. Looking forward to watching that.
I know as a skier, it feels good when those early passes just feel like they are dialed in, they're spot on, you don't have anything to worry about.
Just
like
standing
a confidence boost. You're like, yeah, okay. I feel dialed. I feel locked. And I think Cole's looking really good here.
Yeah, when you go out and I assume all of you guys have your cues and the things you're thinking about, and when they feel good and you feel good and the boat feels good and 32, whatever it is, 28, 32, 35 goes down and your confidence just starts going up and up and up. And if that were me and I ran a pass like this, I'd feel pretty good about it.
I think especially when that second, the pass before your hardest pass is really good. It's like, okay, that was nice. That was easy. Let's just do that again. Unfortunately, sometimes it's you have that bad buoy and your adrenaline gets going, and then, but that's when you get after it and you stay with it. And sometimes that's what you need to, a little bit of scramble mode. All right, here we go. Coming in 39, must run pass. He ran it earlier. Can he run it again? Nice one ball there. Looking good outside 3 over to 4. A little bit of a stall there at 4 ball. Nothing to worry about outside 6 and out the gates.
Yeah, well done. That was a nice tight one. You come into the line like that out of 1 ball. Everything's pointed across course. Dropping in on 3. Maybe the 4, he didn't get quite out of 4 the way he wanted, but then just let everything come together on the backside of 5 and through the ski around 6. No worries. I'm sure he never had a doubt. Watch this 1 ball from the boat. I feel like it was looked like a really good start. Just ahead, right? When you feel ahead like that.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to keep the line nice and tight here. I mean, I would say the only turn that maybe was here at 4.
Yeah.
Just a little bit slow, stood up just a little bit, but stayed nice and calm outside 5 and 6. No worries. That's, again, I mean, experience. You see the experience with these skiers, staying calm when things don't work out exactly the way you want them to be or you're not exactly on time.
All right. Cole, these are the moments that you train for. This is your opportunity to push yourself into that, potentially push yourself into that top spot. He needs more than 2. Little stall out of 1. We're going to go around 2. And then, with that little stall on the backside of 2, I don't know if he had any choice but to push and go and see if he could make that happen out of that 2 ball, but could not get the ski to hold. I think you just take that chance sometime, Allie. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think he had a little bit of kind of got stood up there out of 1. He was going to have to push to make it there, and yeah, unfortunately kind of losing the tail there. But, well, so that means that our top 8 are confirmed, the exact same as this morning. So let's see what happens with the order. That's what we're going to do now as we'll start to kind of fill out the bracket a little bit as we move forward. Up next, we've got Stephen Neveu, currently sitting in 8th seed, definitely wanting to improve upon that. So he'll be looking to get 3 or more to kind of catapult himself up the list a little bit, giving himself, maybe possibly an easier matchup, although I must say these top 8, I don't know that there's any easy matchup.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say there are no slouches in the group. So
there rarely is in the men's event. I mean, it's always a tight race to get into the final. So therefore, I always think that no matter what, you're probably gonna have a challenging matchup. You better show up ready to ski, ready to go all out every round.
If it wasn't clear, that was my attempt at sarcasm. But Stephen, thank you for so many years attending California Pro Am. Congratulations for winning it, I believe, in 2016. He'd love to win it again. And he's doing his part. Team Radar skier.
Well, he's done one very necessary part, which is make it to the finals.
This is true.
Making it through that 35 off start.
But so, for example, and I believe I am right, so if we finish with this seating, Stephen will get naked.
Correct. Yes. If he does not improve on his 2 1/4, he will be 8th. And as of right now, if the list stays the way that it does, Nate is our one skier that is through 41, so he would stay the top seed as of right now. So yeah, if it stays the way it is, it would be Steven and Nate.
Yeah. I don't know if it's much better if that becomes Will Asher or Thomas DeGasperi, right? So this is what we're saying. Everyone in this group is a force to be reckoned with, but Steven, nonetheless, he's going to run as many buoys as he can and give himself the best chop to move up, maybe into the middle of this group. Who knows? Maybe to the top.
Yeah, so I mean, all of these skiers are skiing already in the final, so you want to say that maybe that's a little bit of pressure off, but really the pressure's still on. They're still trying to ski the best that they can to put themselves in the highest seeding possible. So we're looking to either improve upon our 3s or, at least get a good backup, because then that's how they'll all kind of shake out based on the backup scores. And I believe if we have perfect ties, it'll go back to the world ranking, which is what we used for the original seeding of the tournament.
Other than 8th. If it's a perfect tie based on your 2 scores, then they run off for 8th.
For 8th.
Yeah, only
which
for 8th.
Which there's not. So
right.
Our 8 are confirmed. So
thank you
we
for that.
will not have a runoff today. No bonus skiing today.
So when I watch Steven ski, I feel like he's skiing a mini course. He's so tall.
His height does help, I must say. Yeah.
All right, Steven, representing Team Canada, Radar skis. Must run past it. He ran it earlier. He's planning on running it again. This is 39.
A little bit slow there out of 2, but staying with it. Oh, I kind of saw that coming. Yeah, a little bit of slow there out of 2. We'll see it again on the replay here. Nice tight line out of 1. Here, just a little bit of slow out of 2. Got just a little bit stretched out there at 3, and unfortunately did not come out the backside of it. So he will stay in 8th position at this time, yeah.
Yeah, he has secured 8th based on his scores today. I'm sure he wanted more, but that might make him dangerous for tomorrow. He knows he's got a lot more in him, and maybe he's just saving it for Sunday.
Yeah, definitely going to come back tomorrow hungry to kind of redeem himself. But most importantly, he is in the final. So he has secured himself the spot to ski tomorrow at least. All right, and now our next, our next 4 skiers are all tied with 3 at 41. The first of which will be young Lucas Cornell, another skier from Australia.
It's always exciting to see somebody new, break into the field, some young guys come out.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see the young talents kind of come out and start putting up the big scores. Lucas is one that I've kind of had my eye on this year. He's really been looking good and skiing strong, and great to see the young talents coming up.
Yeah, coming up and now in our finals, right? Making the finals, and we'll be seeing him ski on Sunday. We'll be seeing him going to work in the head-to-head. And we just need to figure out who he's going to be matched up against.
Only time will tell right now. Lucas put up some big scores at the beginning of the summer this year, so I know he's definitely capable and ready, to do it again and do more. So let's see what he can do here this round. A little bit of pressure off here, that he's already made it in the final. So hopefully we see him kind of put it all out on the line here. Lucas is one of those skiers, I will say, that I think he skis pretty aggressive the whole time. Like even his early passes he skis pretty hard and aggressive. He doesn't really take the early passes off. He gets locked and loaded early on. Oh, you're not? Jump. Alrighty, here we go. We've got Lucas coming in around the far island, coming back at 38 off. Yeah, he gets his aggressive, snappy turns.
Yeah. I was saying earlier, different skiers have different approaches. I remember Andy Mapple talking in interviews about how he wants to attack every pass. I think you're right. This is the way.
Yeah, I think he kind of takes that same mentality of attacking from the first buoy, the first pass. He attacks the whole time. He skis very aggressive. Instead of, we do see some skiers, I think you see them kind of ramp up every pass a little bit, adding a little bit more energy. But I really think Lucas kind of takes the attack from the first buoy.
Yeah, we'll see it on the replay. Just watch him out of one. Like, that's not a take it easy one ball. Boom.
Keeping the line nice and tight here.
Line tight, and he's really tall and just really stacked. Like you, Ellie. Yeah.
And he comes on the backside of the buoy and just really, locks the handle down, hits that lean, and just holds. You need a longer arm. All right, so as you see the end of that replay, ramping up for 39 now. Coming around the island. Boat revving up to 36 miles an hour. We saw Lucas run this earlier. Can he run it again? This is the 39 off pass. Oh, wow. Big two ball there. Staying with it here, over to 5. And I believe that's going to be a full 6 again. So he is going to get a chance to improve his score. He has a 3 at 41 from the first round. He's looking to, try to improve or at least post a big backup score to be able to put some pressure on the other guys that are standing on the dock.
Yeah, and as the new kid on the block, right, send a message to the competitors that I'm here to play with you guys. I can do this too. Whoever he gets matched up against, should take him seriously. And I mean, look how it. I don't know that it's not that it's overly aggressive, but when he gets hooked up, he gets into a nice deep leverage and then pops right back out of that thing so quick. Snaps that Conley ski around so quick. Like, watch this 2-ball, wham. And he is ready to go out of that buoy. Well done for him. Both rounds into 41. And his chance to get out of, he's currently 7th. So Well, we won't know how this seeding shakes out till we see what everybody else's scores are. But the higher he does here, the better chance he's got of moving up that list.
Yeah, so we've got Will and Thomas sitting with 4 at 41 right now. So if he can get 4, he can throw his name up there to take their spot, or maybe even get through it. I mean, I think he's definitely a skier that is more than capable, even at the young age. I believe he's 19 now. So I mean, I think he's more than capable of running 41. Could he do it today, or at least go put the pressure on and get maybe 4? Let's see.
Well, that was, I mean, I think it was just, what do you got to lose? He's going to be aggressive. He's going to go for it. Maybe he didn't come off the gate the way he wanted, but as he got out to that one ball, he was going to go. And let's just, when we get back to the boat video, we can get an even better look at it. But that's the first time this round that he came a little forward and unweighted that ski a little too much, maybe on the back, and tail slid down course. Let's take a look at it here. Tough pass, but good skiing for him with a half at 41. So now it's going to come down to the rest of these threes. What are their backup scores about to be? So we have Detrick next?
So I mean, we have Brian Detrick next. Yep. So all of these skiers are going to have to run 39 to have a chance of moving ahead of Lucas, obviously. So he'll do no worse than 7th, though, moving into tomorrow.
It's Brian, JT, and
Charlie.
Brian and Charlie, yeah.
Charlie.
Yeah, so Brian, JT, and Charlie, all the other 3 skiers with 3s. And so we'll see how they all do in their second round and where that ends up placing them for tomorrow. Skied with Brian many, many years here at Shortline, and he's a good friend of mine. And, and happy to see him get through that 3 in the first round. He thought he had more in him, so do I. He got a nice start. He got a 4 here a couple weeks ago and a record. So we'll see how he puts it together here in this round.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see him back skiing. I mean, I know he's one that has dealt with a lot of injuries and whatnot, and has kind of battled to be still in the sport. So happy to see him back. I don't believe he skied with us here last year. So good to have him here at the California Pro Am this year and in the finals for tomorrow. So that's exciting for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely been sidelined with injuries. For anyone out there that wonders what happened to Brian Detrick, he certainly didn't decide to stop. He just had to get through some things with some injuries and get back to where he's feeling healthy, which he is. And we'll see how he puts it together here. That's his house in the background right there. Well, technically,
not a bad day to have a tournament in your backyard, right?
Oh, no.
Not a bad setup at all.
It was really hard for him last year, sitting here with me announcing and stuff while he couldn't ski. Happy to see him out there this year. I know this is Brian's fourth ride on this particular ski.
Oh, really?
So yeah, he's working with the team at Good and Greg Bedell in particular, and they're working together, dialing things in for the best way to have these skis come out, and this is one that both Brian and Greg are excited about. So I know in the first round Brian was thinking about that a little bit, but decided this was his best chance of success for the weekend.
It's always a bit nerve-wracking trying something new right before an event, but sometimes you try it and you just know that it's going to be better. And I think that's when you have to trust your gut and just it's one of those things you got to make the decision. You have to be okay with the result either way. But I think at the end of the day, we're all picking what we think is going to set us up for the most success. So Brian decided he tried the ski, thought it would go well for him. Clearly it did. He made it into the final, got a 3 at 41 in the first round. Like you said, I think he definitely felt that he had more in the tank. So that's always kind of a good feeling. It's a little bit frustrating, but when you go out and put up a pretty good score and you're like, I think I could have done more, it's a bit gratifying, I guess, to feel like there's still a little bit more there, even after a good score.
Yeah, and like you said, that's exactly what happened. He felt really good on it in practice. He said, "Absolutely, this is the thing I should do. I should definitely ride this ski." And after this tournament, they'll continue to work with the people in Ogden, and continue to dial things in, and always looking for whatever they can do to improve. That's what every ski company would strive to do. And for Brian, and Greg, they're both happy with how this is going, and Brian's getting it done out there. So that was Brian's 38. I forgot that for a second that's what we were doing, because that looked pretty comfortable. So it's nice to see, when Brian's on, it looks really easy. I tell him it looks like low calories. It looks like he's not doing anything. So this is 39. This is what Brian needs to do in order to push up his seating, potentially even keep his seating.
Oh, not a very good one at all there. Breaking forward. Gonna have to make up some ground here as he comes into 3. He's still on it, though, over to 4. Can he stay with it and run this pass still?
Ooh.
And down he goes around 5. I mean, definitely not a very good start there. His first round, though, honestly, I think was about the same. He did not have a very good one, was able to fight and stay in it. You see it again here. He broke all the way 4 there at 1.
I think somebody's smoking pot.
Oh, makes sense.
So Brian, watching this on that replay, so that not the one ball he wanted. I mean, not at all. And good for him for getting down the line that far. I mean, a shame to do all that extra work and put that load on his body to not get that skier on 5. I'm glad he didn't get hurt there. At least I hope he didn't. But another skier there, getting into that 5 ball and not able to complete that pass. We had Terry there. We had, I'm trying to think of the others that we got over there. It was almost Ryan Canepa, but he got it done. But yeah, so Brian, that means Lucas went ahead of him.
Yeah, so that I was just about to say that puts Lucas up. So that puts Brian down in the 7th spot for right now. Moving Lucas up to 6th.
So while we get ready for this next skier, this is on-site announcement for everyone, all the officials and skiers staying for the dinner. We're moving that location down to the property by the South Dock. So you'll be able to get your food and watch jump at the same time. So go down to the last dock, down past the jump, on the opposite side of the lake. That's where the food will be set up.
Big gust of wind here.
All of a sudden.
We were making that announcement. So papers went flying kind of out of nowhere here. Our next skier is Jonathan Travers, JT. So hopefully this gust kind of moves through. There we go. That wind kind of came out of nowhere there.
It did.
It's kind of staying up here for John. We got a tailwind off the dock here. If it stays like this, yeah, a bit of a surprise there, but I mean, I was just saying it's a big gust. I was going to say if it stays like this is going to be definitely a challenging tailwind for 39. Unfortunately, going down there at 2 ball, he's no stranger to starting at 35, so that's quite uncharacteristic for him. Fortunately for John, he did the hard work in the first round and made it to the final, so with his 3 and that backup, he will now be the 7th spot skier.
Yeah, really, surprising for John. You'd have to ask him what he felt. We haven't seen that, yet in this event, but it's, it can happen to any of us at any time. That wind is no joke. That just came up, between that and the 35 start. That's something that we all know Jonathan Travers can pull off. So our field is starting to come together. Well, the field is together, but the seating is starting to come together for tomorrow. So we're now into our last skier who ran the 3 at 41 in the first round. That's Charlie Ross. Then we move into a pair of guys that got 4 at 41, which is T-Gash and Will Asher, and then we'll have Nate, our only skier to run 41. But Charlie has it all laid out in front of him to figure out what he has to do to get ahead, and that's 1 at 41. He's got to get a piece of 1 to go ahead of all the other guys with 3. Probably a task he's got some confidence in. Allie's got to take off. She's got some things to take care of, but thank you so much for Allie for joining me. I know everyone on the webcast appreciates hearing from our other pro skiers and hearing their perspectives and their insights. A pleasure to have Allie on the dock here, or on the tower here with me. But now we've got Charlie Ross on the water. That tailwind has picked up. There's no doubt about it. There's a tailwind off the dock. JT felt it. Now Charlie's feeling it out. That's going to be, unless he opts, which you never know what Charlie's comfortable with doing. That was a 35. He's going to have the 38 head after the 35 tail. And then he would, if he doesn't opt, he's going to have 39 in this tailwind. So we'll see what he does. But I'm standing here with Brian Detrick. Here. Hey, Ty. So I joined with Brian Detrick here in the tower. Brian, how you doing out there? How did that? Just tell us about how you felt on that ride and how things went for you.
Yeah, so mainly was just kind of testing my arm out. Probably most people don't know, but came back to the dock after that last set and had a pretty big swelling by the time I got back to the dock on my forearm, and luckily got a good team out here that helped me right away, and my brother being one of them was able to make it out, get some work done, and so really I was just kind of really testing out the arm, see how that felt. It was nice to be in and not have to really worry about that, and but it definitely picked up. You're talking about the wind. It definitely picked up on my 39. I felt it there, and we'll see how Charlie does. Headwind 38. He skied great this morning. I know you said he had a phenomenal 39, and that was a good-looking headwind, the 38.
Yeah, we'll get back to you in just a second. But for Charlie there, nice pass. I'm talking about opting, but then I forget. He's thinking, no, I got this tailwind 39. I'll have headwind 41, right? So what's he got to lose? This is all he's doing is battling out for seeding. We've got Lucas is ahead of him with a half, and then it's you with a 4.5, and then JT slid down there with his, missed 35. So maybe Charlie's thinking headwind 41. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie's six seed at worst case right now, and could work his way up all the way to 4 seed.
So Brian, back to you. I know you hurt the arm, and I'm glad that I can see it's still swollen, and good for you for battling it out. So that 39? I mean, I was thinking about you there. That wasn't the one ball you wanted, and you did a lot of work to get as far as you did. Yeah, tell us about that.
Yeah, definitely. Not the start I was looking for. Definitely dug myself a hole. Kind of wasn't as bad as that 41 earlier, but it definitely reminded me, especially being from that same end. But have a lot of faith in my good ski, or the ski that I'm on. It's borrowed ski, and it just tried to battle it out, and just rushed 5 a little bit. Still trying to test the waters on the limits of that ski as well. So Charlie, little back at 1, 39 off. Good out of 2, over to 3. Loose line out of 3. Can he get to 4? Around 4, over to 5. And he's able to, well, you notice with Charlie, his 135, he really comes in, sometimes a little more speed, but he's able to just snap that ski around, and you saw that there at 5, and I'm sure webcast land, you'll be able to see that on the replay once we get view of that.
Yeah, I don't know if the folks can tell, but there is a pretty strong tailwind. And
I'd
Charlie,
say 12 to 15 mile an hour tailwind.
yeah, I mean, it's no joke. I don't know what it looks like necessarily on the webcast, but this is a strong tail. So there were some cheers from the crowd watching Charlie do something pretty incredible, running that tailwind 39 and put himself in that spot right here. So Charlie, if he gets a full one, he goes ahead of Lucas, and maybe he's thinking about, well, if I can, maybe I get a piece of 4 or get around 4 and get in the mix with, T-Gas and Asher. So Charlie doing his work, making his way through this event, and has got himself a nice opportunity.
Yeah, the headwind, I mean, I was thinking with 38, if even though the headwind was, a little strong, it felt really good. So Charlie looked really good at that headwind 38. And even with that little extra speed we talked about he can have into 1-3, that headwind could slow him down and hopefully keep a tighter line for him out of the finish of the turn. So we'll see. Boats coming in the course. That blue Nautique, Will Bush driving, Charlie Ross through the gates, 41 off. Big one. Can he hold it? Doesn't look like he's able to hold it. Unofficial 1.5, 41. Still great skiing.
Yeah, 1.5 there. So that is his backup score. So he's got a 3 and a 1.5. So that's going to leave him where he is as the 4th seed coming into this event. And he's moved ahead of you, Brian, and the other guys with 3s. And, well done for Charlie. I'm sure he feels like that was an opportunity to go a little farther than he did. That was a nice headwind. It wasn't even as strong as it was when he ran 39. It kind of let up just a little bit, but that's all right. Well done for Charlie Ross, earning himself a fourth seed into the Sunday final.
Well, I know, Kevin, this is unofficial, but I think we'll see the young guns battle it out in the 4th, 5th seed with Charlie and Lucas, as they've done, numerous times in the juniors and I'm sure under 21s. I believe they're both 18. So that'll be a good battle of the young guns, if I have that correct.
Yeah.
Obviously unofficial, we got to wait for the official, but that's what I'm looking at here so far.
I think you're right. Like you say, we'll let the judges figure that out. On the one hand, that's a super cool matchup. On the other hand, it's too bad because only one of the young guns is making it out of that matchup. So we've talked a couple times today. We're so exciting to see those guys get into the mix. And hopefully we'll get a chance to check with Charlie if he doesn't mind stopping by here in just a second. But we're still not done with the action. We have got... Yeah, I'm going to let Brian go. He's still got his stuff on. He's still soaking wet. But we'll good luck tomorrow, Brian. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Great job. Keep up the good work. And, yeah, I've got some last 3 skiers we'll put on a show.
All right. So our Pro-Am veteran, Thomas DeGasperi, pulling off a big score there with a 4 at 41 in the first round. He is out there feeling out this wind. It's legitimate. It's legit for sure. Do you mind stopping? Yeah. All right, so I'm here with Mr. Charlie Ross. So you're awfully smiley today. How are you feeling about your rides today?
Yeah, really good. First round felt like really cruisy, and then this one was a little bit more of a fight, a little bit more of ugly skiing, but we got through it.
Yeah, it can't always be as pretty as you look, right? Every now and then you're going to have to get a little dirty. So that tailwind 39, that was impressive. I was telling the folks online, that was a legit wind. How did that feel to you?
Yeah, it kind of surprised me. It was a lot more windier than I thought when I left the dock, but I was just thinking, all right, let's balance through the turns and then work like a madman in the zone, and then we'll be all right.
Yeah, well done. So you look like you're going to be unofficially, I think you're the 4th seed for tomorrow. Well, let's see how this all shakes out. Tell me a little bit about skiing with your family, and you got your sister here on site. How's Team Ross doing these days?
Yeah, it's going really well. It's kind of nice in the summer. It's my dad, Neely, and I, we train all summer. It's really fun. And then, Uncle Doug and then Uncle Clay also. It's fun to kind of have a whole family that was into it, and yeah, it makes for fun dinner conversations.
Yeah, I bet. And sorry we missed the action with T-Gas. He's out there. He's just put down that 38 into the headwind, but well done. But Charlie, great seeing you out here. It's fun to see the young guys mixing it up. It's great to see you skiing. Beautiful skier. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
As we look at the replay, T-Gas making good work out of this 38. He is so solid, so strong, so consistent. He's out there battling through that wind, and he's now T-Gas has his turn to do something impressive and run that 39 tail. Charlie, I think T-Gas at the second doesn't have the wind that Charlie did. Charlie had the strongest gust right when JT skied, and then when Charlie skied, it really picked up. But T-Gas has a chance to settle down there. Get ready for his 39. All right, eyes on the water. Thomas DeGasperi, 39.5 off. See how he manages that tailwind. I love the way he turned that one ball. He dropped in on that too. He's ahead of it. Coming into 3, skiing into that line. Oh, Thomas waiting for that out of 4, just 1 inch away from getting his hands on that handle and getting rocketed out in front of 5. He had a great start. He had that going. He was in rhythm. A game of inches out here as we shorten this line. So what we have is, at the moment, Thomas still tied with Will Asher, but Thomas has confirmed his backup score of 3.5 at 39. If Will Asher goes farther than that, he'll have secured at least the second spot, and he's got to get 1 at 41 if he wants to compete for the top spot. So Asher has his work cut out for him. He knows exactly what he has to do. I'm sure Will is another one of those guys. It's a calculator. I know he knows exactly where we're at in the event, exactly what he needs to do. And Will Bush goes back to the dock with that ski nautique to grab Will Asher to come in his 35. I want to repeat that on-site announcement. We're going to do dinner at the south end of the lake on the opposite side that we're on right now. Won't be hard to find. It'll be the place with all the tables and chairs. You'll be able to watch jump as you have dinner. And due to the weather and due to the delays, we're going to update the schedule of events. I'm going to read this carefully before I say it out loud, make sure I've got it. So tonight, after we complete slalom, we're going to go immediately into open women jump. We do not have time to get to open men. So we'll finish the men's event in slalom. We'll go into open women. The slalom finals will start tomorrow as posted. Then we'll do open men prelim. We'll then take a break. We'll do the finals for open women, followed by open men. I'll repeat that again in a minute, but right now we have Will Asher on the course, coming on course at 35 off. Again, the tailwind persists off the dock. Will's out there getting a chance to feel that out, assess how much do I really feel the wind? How much is that on my body? How much of a factor do I think it is? From here, it looks like 0. Will is such a professional, such a dialed-in skier. So immediately after slalom, we've got one more skier after Will. We've got Nate Smith. Then we're going to do a quickest change as possible to get us right into the women's jump event. We're going to do women's jump tonight, prelims. That'll conclude the action for today. In the morning, we'll start with our slalom finals as posted. We'll do some women, then some men, then some women, then some men, depending on how they break up exactly the brackets. We will determine our slalom champions. We'll then do a jump prelim round, the one that we didn't get to do tonight for the men. We'll take a break. We'll do women's finals, and then women's jump finals, and then the men jump final. So exciting stuff. Asher has opted up. So he's coming back at 39 into the headwind. Eyes on the water. That's Asher opting up. 39. You can think through that strategy. As long as he's confident he can run it, because if he doesn't, that'll get scored as 38. But if he runs it, he goes ahead of DeGasperi, and he stays ahead of DeGasperi and maintains his second seed. But Asher, 39, deep out of 1, but early to 2, slices out of the 3 ball. He's hooked up out of that 2 ball. What a professional, just what a machine out there. Says, I'm going to opt up. I'm going to run this 39. I'm going to keep at least my second seed. So he's no less than the second seed. But the only way for him to take out Nate is to run 41 going into the tailwind. Again, dinner on the other side of the lake past the jump. Follow the tables and chairs. We'll do open women prelim jump tonight. We'll finish the rest tomorrow. We'll try to get that updated online. Our standings on the webcast now as they stand at the minute. Okay, boat spooling up. Will Bush driving the ski nautique with a masterline rope, 0 off cruise control, all the equipment sponsoring this event and keeping us all on the water. Will out for his 41 gate. A little bit forward into that 1 ball, look decent off the gate. Maybe, it'd be interesting to have Will explain to it a little momentum that maybe he didn't have to get all the way under the line out of that 1 ball, but nonetheless, Will has secured his second seed for the finals tomorrow. One skier left for the men's slalom event. That'll wrap up our slalom prelims today. Nate has secured the first spot on the merits of his first round score. He needs no backup to resolve it. Nate will be your top seed tomorrow with a first round score of 1/2 at 43. Incredible skiing by Nate. He's going to take another ride here. There's no pressure on this ride. It'd be interesting to see how Nate approaches this with the wind. He could have some fun and opt up and do different things. I have no idea what his plan is, but he's going to show us here in a second. But thank you again to Shortline Lake for letting us be here. Amazing venue to have this event. Thank you to all the officials, Greg and Debbie Bedell, and all of your team, and everybody in the towers and the boats and the driving, and Will and Greg, and so many people that it takes to put this event on. I want to say thank you to all of them, and thank you to all of our sponsors for helping us do this event every year. We've got Nautique, Good Water Skis. Sorry, Babes. I've left Babes out a few times today. Babes Boat Products. I use Babes on our boats. Great stuff. Great way to take care of your boats. Thank you to Babes. Syndicate Skis, State Farm, D3 Water Skis, Eagle and Masterline, thanks Russell, 0 Off, Dutch Brothers, State Farm Insurance, Rich Storley, thank you for what you do, Conley Radar, California Ski Ranch, Bay Area Water Ski Club, Sanger Homes, and Wilderness Forestry. Our sponsors that this event would not happen without the support they provide, the equipment they provide, the funds they provide. Thank you so much for all that you do. And Nate Smith coming in on what I believe is 35 off. We'll let you know when the boat goes by. I haven't been told otherwise. Looked like 35 to me. Looks like 35 on the water. Well done, Nate. All right, no opting as of yet. Nate going up the line here. We're at 38 into the headwind. It's a reasonable wind, but it's a factor. This is not a no factor. You don't just ignore this. Nate looks in good form. Looks like the Nate that we know, the Nate that we've watched for years. So solid, so quiet, tall, leveraged, no extra work, no extra movement. Just makes it look easier than a lot of us think that it should be. All right, Nate, staying with the program. Run this tailwind 39. It's I don't know if Charlie skied in a 12, maybe more tail. Nate's got 5, 6, 7. Probably nothing he hasn't done many times before. Nate getting in and out of the back of the boat there, staying in rhythm with him, with his driver, with his tow line, with the pylon. Everything's in sync. Set himself up nicely for the 41 into the headwind. Judges confirm full pass at 39. Our last open men's skier, our last slalom skier of the day. Already our top seed. All right, from one island view to the other. The shot we were at was at the north end. This is the south end. This is the boat bringing Nate around. Has been shortened to 41. So Nate Smith ran 41 in the first round. He's run, 200 of them in his lifetime. He would know the number. Rolling in here on that gate at 41 off. Little slow out of one, but nothing he hasn't managed. Rips that two, says, I'm going to go big or go home. What do I got to lose? And 1 1/2, unofficially, 1 1/2 at 41. I'm just taking a look to see if I'm going to take a stab at how I think this thing stacks up for the rest of the day, or wait for the officials to tell me how it is. But Nate, no doubt, is your top seed. Will Asher is your second seed. DeGasperi is the third seed. They have it on there? Oh, thanks. I wasn't even looking at that. So this is how it's laid out. Thank you, webcast. Thank you, Calvin. So we've got Nate Smith, Will Asher, T-Gas, Charlie Ross, Lucas Cornell, Brian Detrick, Jonathan Travers, and Stephen Nevieux. We'll get those guys laid out into a bracket. They will battle it out head-to-head tomorrow. Nate Smith against Stephen, and so on and so forth. The head-to-head format, it's something we've done for years at the California Pro Am, and it's exciting to watch, exciting to ski in. We've got the team in the water switching over to jump. We're going to take a break while we get the lake and the cameras and everything converted for jump. We'll talk to you in a bit. We're going to go to commercial break.
water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass buoy slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
Alrighty, we'll try that again. Welcome back, everyone, here at the 2024 California Pro. We are getting ready to start with our open women jump event. Got, I believe, 6 of the best jumpers here in the world. To my left, we've got Blaze Grubbs here to help announce. I'm Alec Veo.
Yeah, Alex. So we got 6 women jumping. From my understanding, 8 move on to the finals. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe this round 1 is kind of just a preliminary round. I'm pretty sure all of them are going to move through to the finals.
We got quite a tailwind. So my question for everyone here is, are they going to hit the ramp or not today? There really isn't a huge point if they're all going to move on to finals. It's really like a safety thing, but if they're feeling good, I could see them taking it down the lake still. And yeah, first skier, we got Valentina Gonzalez representing Chile. Shout out to the Gonzalez family. We got, I'm sure, Mati Gonzalez watching, Paula, Jose, Fifi, and Domi, one of the nicest families you'll ever meet. And yeah, Vale, a junior, multiple-time junior world champion, and we're excited to see what she does here.
Yeah, and just to go back over it, we are kind of rescheduling our events here. We had a little bit of a delay with the weather, so we're going to run our open women jump prelim tonight, and that's all we're going to be able to get in. And then tomorrow morning, we're starting with the slalom final into the open men jump preliminaries, and then we're going to get finished with our jump finals.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, saving more jump for tomorrow. Obviously, it's windy, but we still got some daylight left, so we'll get to see some jump and then even more jump tomorrow with some slalom. So been a great day here at Shortline besides the weather, but making the best out of it. So
yeah, and even still, even with the weather, we've seen some great skiing today. Hopefully these women can give us a little bit of a show with the jump event.
all right, Vale coming in on her first jump, pulling out nice and wide. Behind that beautiful red ski nautique. All right, nice turning for the ramp. Let's see where she ends up. And she's going over. Wow, great first jump by Vale.
Yeah, all things considered, she was in a pretty good spot, just feeling out the wind, kind of feeling out everything. I'm sure she's got a practice right under her belt here, but, came off the top, looked like a good-looking jump. We watch the replay here.
Super impressive to just show up, massive tailwind, waiting all day, and finds her place, gets her height. I'm sure she may not be super stoked with the score, just a nice tailwind and taking it easy, but that's a really impressive first jump by Vale, and we're excited to see her definitely onto the finals tomorrow. And she's coming off of a surgery this last year. She hurt her ankle, from my understanding, so had to rehab it, and it's great to see her back on the water now.
Well, there you go. We got a first jump in the books. 139 feet there from Valley on her first jump. Definitely not the furthest jump she's ever produced, but still, all things considered, great looking opener. She's got a feel for the conditions and knows what she needs to do here moving forward.
Absolutely. Representing D3 skis as well. Her brother, Matias Gonzalez, one of the best trickers to ever live. He's only 16 years old. Big shout out to Mati. D3 family, and they're getting it done here.
Alrighty, well, we got Valley coming into course here, full double cut. See if she brings it down a little bit here.
Yeah, it looks like a little later there at the 6. Getting nice and wide with Greg Badal driving.
Oh yeah, I think she definitely brought that jump down about a solid 10, 15 feet. We'll see what she does here as she turns. Yeah, probably the smart choice. Electing to pass there a little bit. Probably down course, a little late, got pushed by that tailwind into her turn, but, really going for it. Nice spot. We'll see if she makes the adjustments here for jump 3.
As many know, California Pro Am being one of the longest running pro events ever in water skiing. So props to Mr. Greg Badal for making it happen, and big thank you to all the sponsors: Good Water Skis, Babes Boat, State Farm, Eagle, Masterline, Zero Off, Dutch Bros, Syndicate, Sanger Homes. We got it all.
Not to mention our other sponsors: Conley, Radar, Bay Area Water Ski Club, and California Ski Ranch. Big thank you to everyone here that helps us put on the event. This is our 22nd year here. Not here at Shortline Lake, but in general. All right, Blaze. So these girls are going off what, 5.5 foot ramp?
Yeah, 5.5 foot ramp. Boat's going 33 miles an hour. 75 foot long rope hooked up to a switch that every time you engage it, or back. Every time we engage it, the boat goes faster. So if you hear that boat really firing up as they turn, that's totally normal, and that gives them this launch into the base of the ramp, making them go super far.
Yeah, and to elaborate on that switch, the rope goes through the switch, and basically when the skier pulls, it tells the motor in that boat, in that nautique boat, that it needs to give him some more power and really slingshot him into the ramp. And that's what allows us jumpers to really build up the speed they need to produce big distances. We got Valley coming in, jump number 3. See if she'll bring her spot down just a little bit, bring it back up the lake a little bit, be on time for this jump.
Looks like even later here.
Yeah, I agree. She did.
Keeping that ski. Looks like she put it down a lot nicer. Nice turn from Valley coming into the base. She's going to pass. I think that's smart. She got to jump on the board. She felt the ramp. She did. Stuck to her flight plan, and I think that's a great opening set for Valley, and she's going to push it tomorrow. So,
yeah, I agree. I think, smart jumping. She took the safe route. Got to look at the ramp, saw her timing, saw where she really wanted to be, got all of her sights in. So she'll be ready for tomorrow in round number 2, the final round. But as we look, the water kind of seems as if it's almost setting down just a little bit here. It's still a bit of a tailwind, but it's not as bad as it was maybe 15, 20 minutes ago when we finished up that men's final.
yeah, those men's really had the brunt of the wind. But yeah, up next we have Regina Jaquis out of Florida. Everyone knows the legendary name Regina. Multiple time world champion, masters champion. She's accomplished everything there is in water skiing, and she's still doing it with a smile on her face. It's amazing to have top names like her here at the 2024 California Pro Am.
Yeah, you want to talk about great skiing. Just watch her on a slalom ski. She will make anyone look silly on a ski. But not only that, she's a great 3-event skier. Jump being probably, arguably her second best event. She's a great jumper. She's starting to find her form again recently of late. But not quite sure what she's thinking out there today. I know this round is kind of just a warm-up for them, but wait as the boat gets her from the dock.
Definitely has one of the best jump coaches you could ever have. I mean, Jack Critchley watching, her boyfriend, absolutely incredible jumper in the over 220. And, we'll see if she's going to go over or just get a look at it for tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure with Jack, and not to mention her other longtime coach, Jay Bennett. Skis out there at Bennett's with her some, with him some.
What a special lake here and a special evening, Shortline Lakes. I don't know about you, but there's not a lot of water ski lakes where every single homeowner on the lake is extremely involved in tournaments, actively water skiing, and this is just such a special place here in Elk Grove, California, and we're stoked to have the Cali Pro Am once again at Shortline. Regina wearing the iconic USA helmet.
All right, there we go. We got some updated. Just got a sheet handed to us. Regina, we got an average sheet. Regina's got an average jump distance currently at 52.5 meters, and that roughly translates to, about 172 feet. So 172, Regina's been finding her form recently. We'd like to see if maybe she can't put out some big jumps here today. Another nautique athlete, so she's going to be out here pushing skis behind these boats regularly.
Looks like Regina's finding a very similar spot to Valentina Gonzalez. Nice and wide on the boat here on her countercut. Looks like the wind's dying down just a bit. Let's see if she turns. It's super nice. And she's over. What a great first jump by Regina. Awesome spot. She was actually pretty late, I thought, Alec.
Yeah, no kidding. We'll watch that replay back, but she got off and got a lot of float here. But as we look back at the replay, watch her ski here on the right corner. Not as bad as I thought. From our angle, she looked pretty late. It might have been the shadows playing tricks on us, but great looking first jump.
Absolutely. with her expertise as well. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she's right on the right-hand corner because she's done it before, and she's confident, and that's a great first jump by Regina.
Alrighty, Regina takes our lead so far in the women's jump event. That's a 157-foot jump. Not quite as far as Regina's been going. Maybe a little late. Didn't quite get everything off of the ramp, but great opener, especially given the conditions. As we look now, it's almost kind of flattened out for us.
Absolutely, and that's a very impressive jump in its tailwind. Those skis are about 88 inches long, and just like an airplane, and the tailwind doesn't work so well, but if you have a headwind, you can really get up and push over the skis, and you usually go higher and further. So in a tailwind, it's the complete opposite. So super impressive stuff by Regina, and let's see what she got for her second jump.
Yeah, exactly. With that headwind, the skiers can feel confident to press into their skis, and kind of when you're jumping in a tailwind, you just don't feel that same pressure underneath your feet. So it's a little harder, but these skiers are seasoned veterans. They know what they're doing out there. We got Regina coming in jump 2. Yeah, it looked like she brought it up maybe a couple feet, realizing she was maybe a little late on jump 1.
And over again, that looks a little further from here. Another perfect spot on the ramp. I thought she had a lot more speed in the base, carried that edge super nicely. So
yeah,
they're putting on a show, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. I think I liked the turn better. She didn't freak out and rush her turn as much as the first jump. She was able to kind of settle in and get her cut going a little later into the base of the ramp here. Watch her float on the replay. Yeah, kind of in that same hole. Yeah, so a couple feet less. Her jump on jump number 2 there was 152 feet. So losing about 5 feet there. Might have just been a little early, but see what Regina does. Jump 3. She's got a good feel for the ramp now, a good feel for the conditions. She knows what's out there. She knows what she's got on the dock behind her in the terms of Brittany Wharton, Lauren Morgan, Sasha Danishkaya, and Hannah Strutslova.
Some big names to come in our sport. Many of them world champions, so awesome having them here at Cali Pro Am.
Yeah, looking ahead at our remaining women after Regina, we've got some really, really strong names. I think Hannah Wright, the reigning world women's jump champion. Regina's going to look to put out a big jump, put some pressure on those girls. We'll see what she does here, jump 3.
Bringing it down even more, Regina, getting nice and wide on that boat.
Yeah, you watch her edge away from the boat there. She's got some speed on this turn.
Crushed a little bit on the ramp, but 3 for 3 going over. That's some good jumping from Regina, and we will definitely see more tomorrow.
Yeah, Regina, like you said, 3 for 3 on jumps, not letting the wind bother her. As we watch this replay, she looked like she had some speed on this turn, really digging hard. A little bit of an upper body crush, but still getting off pretty good. But only a 154, so not quite as far as jump 1. Jump 1 will be her best, 157 feet. Good skiing from Regina, good smart skiing. Got a feel for the ramp, got a good eyesight for tomorrow. We'll see what she got. All right, well, looking ahead, we've got our next jumper all tied into the boat here. Got her skis on, getting ready to go off the dock. We've got Brittany Wharton coming to you out of Arkansas. Hailing from that Greenwood clan out there.
What an absolutely legendary last name. Her dad, Scott Greenwood, I'm sure is watching. Big shout out to him. He does so much for the sport. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, and it's amazing to see his family now so involved in the sport and absolutely crushing it. So let's see what you got for us today.
Yeah, I think we missed Brittany last year at the California Pro Am last year. I think she was kind of dealing with a rehabbing knee injury, but I think, a couple years ago she had a pretty big jump. We're glad to see her back this year, mostly healthy, so hope she can put a big jump out for us.
Absolutely. As you and I both know, jump can be one of the hardest things on your body, and being able to do jump for a long time is just so difficult. So it's great seeing Brittany overcoming an injury, back on the water, and just so much talent. So let's see what she has for us on her first jump.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Brittany does the other events. I know she's pretty much a jump specific in competition. So she puts a lot of time and training into that jump event. Another late cut. Might be our latest first cut on an opening jump here. And there you go. Another good opening jump. Looked like she maybe lost some speed in her turn. Maybe got her ski down kind of quick and drifted back up on the boat. But, she got off the ramp good. No crush. We watched the replay here.
Really love her turn. So calm, cool, and collected. Great spot. Crushed it just a little bit off the ramp, so lost a little bit of different distance. But 144-foot opening jump. And, yeah, these first jumps, just to get the feel of the ramp and bring it down more on the next jump. So,
and watching Brittany ski there, kind of reminiscent of one of the guys we're going to see jumping tomorrow, of Freddie Krueger. Kind of flying those wakes, really strong, powerful jump skier. But not the distance Brittany's really looking for. She's going to try and push it down the lake a little more. Conditions are kind of getting a little better for us here. We're mostly down to flat water. Yeah, 144.
Absolutely. There's many different ways to cross the wake, which is really interesting in jump. Some people fly them like the legendary Freddie Krueger, like we just saw with Brittany. Some people cut through them like Ryan Dodd with left ski up, and some people keep both skis down, cutting through. But at the end of the day, what we really want to see is the most amount of speed at the base. More speed at the base, if you get the kick, you're going to go the furthest. And a lot of the times, we see skiers flying the wakes, landing on one ski, and going super far.
It looks like Brittany's brought her cut up just a little bit on the lake here. Felt maybe she was a little late. Kind of maintained her width better as we watch her into the base. On a good kick off that ramp. That looks like, to me, our best jump of the day so far.
Absolutely. That was textbook. Beautiful turn. Super nice and wide on the boat. Found her spot on the ramp and definitely kicked it a lot better there. Great second jump for Brittany.
Yeah, I agree. She was in that spot on the ramp where she was, she was pretty late, but she was comfortable. There's a
160 feet on her second jump. Biggest jump we have seen today. Super impressive stuff we're seeing here.
Yeah, there you go. Her first jump into the 60s from the women. But like I was saying, there's a spot where most jumpers feel, comfortably late. It's at 1 to 3 feet from the bottom right corner of the jump ramp. A lot of jumpers like to push for that spot and really flirt with the edge, but that jump looked like a really nice spot. See if Brittany can't maybe generate a little more width on her counter cut, get some more speed into the base on jump 3. Maybe see if she can't push something up into the high 60s, maybe even 170s, put some pressure on these last 3 girls on the dock.
All right, Brittany coming in, jump 3. 2 for 2. Let's see if she passes, maybe changes her spot on the ramp.
Yeah, I don't know. I think these girls are probably starting to feel a little more confident. You look out to the shoreline, you see the trees, not really too much movement in them. So we got Brittany coming in, jump number 3 here. Yeah, she's out nice and wide here. You can see it looks like she's carried a little more width out into this turn. Here we go. Yeah.
Amazing third jump. If anyone wants to know how to turn jumpers and get through the wake, watch Brittany. That is absolutely textbook.
Yeah, I agree. Brittany, we're looking pretty late there again. Again, our angle shows us a little later than I think she really was, but just getting off the ramp really, really phenomenally there. Yeah, good jump. Nice float. We'll wait for the distance. Yeah, not quite as well as the last jump. 156 feet on jump number 3 there. She's going to take a 160 into the dock. But I'm sure Brittany, given the conditions, first time back at short line, she's going to be happy with that, build on that experience, and take it into the finals tomorrow.
All right, next skier, a name that we all know so well, Dr. Lauren Morgan. Congratulations to her. Getting through school, becoming a doctor, and she's going to show us how it's done on the water now.
Yeah, Lauren's been around for quite a few years here. She's a great jumper. Really seen some good jumps over the years. Not sure how much she's been jumping recently. I know she's kind of, again, another one of those people kind of, with jumpers rehabbing some sort of injury, but I'm sure she's been out on the water training. She's got an average sitting right about that 173 foot mark. I know Lauren's put jumps close into the mid to high 180s. Conditions, again, not perfect today, but she'll be looking to put out something big there with the final 2 girls on the dock.
Absolutely. She's seen the podium at World Championships many times, so an absolute legend in the sport. And big shout out to her dad, Mike Morgan, as well. Someone who gives so much back to the sport and is just very involved. And as I say here, there's just so many cool families in the sport of water skiing, and a lot of them just give so much of their time, money, and family back to the sport. So let's see what Lauren has for her first jump.
Alrighty, we got Lauren Morgan riding those D3 jump skis as the Nautique boat comes roaring into the course. Full double cut, much like other women in this event. Lauren eyeing up that ramp out on the right side of the boat, getting ready to turn.
Right on the corner.
Wow.
Lauren Morgan, first jump. That was straight down the lake. I would argue that was the biggest jump we've seen today as well. Perfect timing, executed extremely well. And again, that's so hard to do. To be at the lake pretty much all day, waiting for your turn. First jump being that perfectly timed. Crushed just a little bit off the top. 166 foot opening jump. 166 foot opener jump for Lauren.
Yeah, not only is that the biggest jump we've seen of the day, that's also the biggest opening jump we've seen from any woman. Just an explosion off the top of the ramp. Great looking jump. Our angle's kind of showing us looking maybe they're a little later, but as we watch the replay there, Lauren was actually in that pretty good spot. She's got a feel now. She knows what she's doing. She'll be looking for 170 plus. And I know she's very capable of that, very capable jump skier. Alrighty, Blaze. We got Lauren coming in here for jump number 2. She's got a 166 in the books. She'll be looking to push that down a little more.
She's a Masters champion. She's a World Games champion. Let's see what she got for jump number 2 for us.
Yeah, leaving this one pretty late. Aggressive cut. Yeah, there you go. That's a bigger jump. I'm almost certain on that one. I think she was in a little bit earlier of a spot, a little more manageable. Didn't get that upper body crush, but We'll watch the replay here. She had a nice strong turn. Just really built speed early here. Yeah, and I think just in a better spot in the ramp. I would argue to say that's closer to 170, but we'll wait for the official
Totally
distance.
agree with you. 170-foot second jump. It was right on the corner again. Perfect timing. Didn't crush as much. Got over those skis, and that was a beautiful second jump for Lauren Morgan.
Yeah, I agree. That was an awesome jump. Just very textbook, very clean. Just can't ask for much better in a preliminary round and like this. So great second jump from Lauren. She'll be looking even more here. Jump 3. She's got one more jump here in the preliminaries. She'll be looking to see a late spot. Get ready dialed in for the finals tomorrow.
All right, we'll already see Lauren Morgan into the finals tomorrow. She has a 170-foot jump on the board. Let's see what she has for us on jump number 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Lauren tries to bring it down here, really see the ramp late, see where she can push herself at the finals tomorrow. She's out wide, looking like she's taking a lot of speed into this turn. Yeah, and kind of what I was expecting, just a feeler jump, really seeing how late she could be. Electing to pass there on jump number 3, take that 170 into the dock.
Yeah, great jumping from Lauren Morgan. I'm sure her and her family will be happy with this today. And super impressive stuff, being that perfectly timed right on that corner of the ramp. As many know, the later that you go, usually the more speed you have, usually the further you go. So super impressive stuff, her being right where she wants to be. And that second jump was gorgeous. So we'll definitely see her tomorrow.
And that'll bring us into our top 2 women on the day. We've got Sasha Danishkaya on the dock. Really starting to push our jump distances up. She's got an average of 54.5 meters. I believe that's going to be somewhere in the range of 175, 6 feet, somewhere right in there. Alrighty, Sasha waving to the crowd there. She comes in down the lake, getting ready for jump. You know, Sasha got that boat at the max speed for the women, 34 mile an hour.
Giving everyone a wave on the way down. Definitely a crowd favorite. Sasha, just a couple years ago, became a world champion. Not a lot of people get to say that, so it's amazing that we get to have her here at the California Pro Am. And congratulations to her and Taylor Garcia. Taylor finally put a ring on it, and definitely a power couple. We'll see Taylor tomorrow sending it down the lake, and it's great that they're both jumping, so involved with the sport and being at the top of their age divisions.
Yeah, not to mention Sasha, another one of those really competitive overall skiers, right up there with Regina in the overall division. I would say Sasha excels mostly in her jump event. Here we go, jump number 1. I'd say that's our latest looking cut of the day. Really edging out wide on that nautique. Oh, yeah. Great opening look at jump. Right up there. Whoa.
Oh, actually went down on the landing. That was strange. Looks like she's okay.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened there. I was ready to pencil that one in for a good jump, but we'll watch the replay. Comes off the top really well, but maybe the shadow's playing some tricks on her. Looks like the ski kind of jumped up on her and she went, but that's all right. Still got a feel for the ramp. Good safe jump. It'll go in the score as a 0, but, you know, she'll learn from that one and move forward for jump 2.
167 foot, 57. We'll get confirmation on that. Either way, it'll be a 0 in the scoring book, unfortunately, but I really love how much she gets over her skis off the ramp. Definitely a signature thing for Sasha. She'll get on the back of that beautiful red ski nautique. Elaine Bush will give her some soap, get the skis back on, and we'll bring her in for her second jump.
Alrighty, we've got Sasha back in the water. She's got her skis back on and ready to go. She'll get back up, dial in what she needs to do here for jump number 2. And like we said, a good-looking first jump, not quite able to ride it away. It's going to go in as a 0, but she's got a feel for everything. So she'll look to make her adjustments here on jump 2, hopefully ride away a jump. And again, that slight bit of tailwind still persisting, but not all that bad. Give Sasha a cheer. She goes down the lake. She's waving to the crowd, stoked, amped up. She'll be looking for something obviously a little better than jump 1.
Yeah, no stranger to the jump game. Last year, she got a silver medal at the Masters in jump. Seasoned pro, and she's still so young. She has a great long career ahead, and we're happy to have her here.
Yeah, Sasha definitely finding herself on top of a lot of podium finishes a lot over the years, and in recent history, she's definitely found her form. See if she can't find something good here on jump number 2. All right, we'll see where she makes her spot on the 600 buoy. Like we said, she was the latest of all the girls, bringing it down even more here. Wow, that's a big jump. She was late. She took in a lot of speed for that jump. Rides it out safely. I have a feeling that might be our new leader in the books right now.
Absolutely. These ladies know where the corner of the ramp is today. They have found it almost every jump. Not in a bad way at all whatsoever. It's just textbook jumping and timing out there.
Yeah, look at that. Kind of slipping out maybe just a little bit, not getting everything off the ramp. Oh, and I stand corrected. 164 feet there on jump number 2. That'll put her squarely in second place for now. But, you know, great jump. Got a lot of lift. Maybe slipped out. Watch here. She kind of banks sideways, but she'll adjust here on jump number 3. Put out a big one.
Got a nice shot of that beautiful ramp. I don't think there's a ramp in the entire world that is more maintained than Mr. Will Bush's jump ramp.
Yeah, you know, that ramp built by Will, it's a great feeling ramp, one of the best ramps arguably in California. It's a good feeling ramp. These women got to be loving it. You know, Sasha's here, jump number 3. She's got a feel. She knows what she's doing. The water's pretty settled down here. We've got pretty flat conditions. She'll be looking to put out a big jump, hopefully take the lead from Lauren Morgan. We've got Lauren Morgan in with a 170. Sasha's got 164 on the board. She'll be looking for more. All right, he kind of looked like she found the middle ground between jump 1 and 2 here on jump 3. A little earlier, out wide, getting ready to turn.
Another huge jump for Sasha.
Yeah, I won't speak too early, but that jump looked great. Got all of her kick there, right on the corner again. A lot of speed, a lot of width on that turn. We watch the replay here. She comes in. And there you see it, just straight up. No bank, no slipping. Not sure what the jump distance is going to be. We'll wait here for the official score. Oh, and a 169 foot there on jump 3. That'll put her in second place right behind Lauren. Not sure what the meter difference is there. But nonetheless, great first round of skiing from Sasha. She'll be happy with that. She'll take it into the dock, be ready for the jump finals tomorrow. Alrighty, and that'll just leave us with one. We've got the one and only Hannah Stretzlova on the dock, 2 times world champion, Masters champion. She's got a PB somewhere, I believe, in the low 190s, maybe 191, 192, but she is a force in women's jumping. You know, Blaze, I don't know that I've seen a more dominant jumper aside from perhaps prime Jacinta Carroll. You know, Hannah's out there. She's just a very strong competitor.
Absolutely, yeah. 2-time world champion, 6-time world champion in cable skiing. You don't see that a lot, but in Europe, across the pond, that is a very common, popular thing. She's also a 3-time Pro Tour champion, and just this last May, she took the Jump Masters title there on the iconic Robin Lake.
Yeah, there you go. Hannah got a lot of accolades to her name. See if she can't add a California Pro Am to it.
Last year I was teased for losing to a girl, and I did not feel bad because I lost to Hannah Stretzlova, and she is a beast on the water.
Yeah, she is no joke. She is a very serious jumper, very, very, very dominant out there. She'll be looking to put a score for all these women to chase out tomorrow. We got that red nautique coming in, jump number 1.
Hannah definitely being the latest on the counter. Looks like she had a slight bobble, but she's back over her feet well. Nice turn. Let's see where she ends up on the ramp. Huge jump down the lake on her first jump. She'll be happy with that.
And there you go, rides it out. I saw that as well. Kind of on her counter cut there, she kind of almost tripped over her feet, got pulled up. But as we watch the turn here on replay, great looking cut, great extension off the top, just floating down the lake here at Shortline Lake. We'll wait for the jump distance. Not sure if it's going to be enough. Yeah, 162 feet. Good opening jump. Puts her squarely in third. Yeah, third place there. But you know Hannah's going to be wanting more. She's going to be wanting to take that top seed into the finals tomorrow.
Absolutely. Getting some advice from none other than Jay Bennett on shore. Hannah trains a lot at Bennett's Ski School there in Louisiana. Very popular water ski school. We've had nationals there. We've had pro tournaments there. We've had collegiate nationals there. So Bennett's an iconic name in the water ski world. And Hannah coming in second jump.
Yeah, you know, Hannah was pretty late there on her first jump on the counter cut. She was, you know, that's a sign of some real confidence out there on the jump skis. I wouldn't be surprised if she brings this one down, even maybe hooks the 6. Really feels her spot for tomorrow. Water's very much flat. We've settled down. You look at the trees; they're not moving. conditions have actually turned into something decent for this jump event. We watch as Hannah comes in. Yeah, and there we go. She brought it down quite a bit. You know, about 595, hooking the 6. A little stronger through her counter cut. You know, I think she had a little more speed there, but really not too much more in the way of distance from my perspective. Another great-looking jump, but I don't know if it's quite the 170 that we saw from Lauren there. We're going to wait and hear from the final. There you go, watching the replay. A little bit of slippage on her heels. Yeah, there we go, 166 feet. So still not quite where she wants to be. Still sitting squarely in third. I don't know, Blaze, what do you think? What do you see there?
Yeah, I loved how wide she got. I saw that she was right on that right-hand corner again, but she just didn't get as much lift as I know she can get. So another textbook jump, but she still has a lot more left in the tank. I'm sure she wants to be top seat tomorrow over Lauren Morgan. These skiers want to know what they need to do to win.
Yeah, for sure. Being a jumper, you like to know what you need to do. It's hard to go out there. I mean, there's both pros to both sides. You know, you can go set the score, or it's nice to know what you need. I think Hannah wants to be the one knowing what she needs. I think we'll see if she can't get a big jump here on jump number 3. Maybe find that middle ground.
Final skier, final jump of the day. Hannah getting nice and wide by the 600. Got tripped up once again on her counter cut, but she's back over her skis nicely.
Wow.
Huge third jump by Hannah.
Yeah, that was a late cut. She has some real speed coming in there. I would be shocked to say that might be our biggest jump of the night. As we watch the replay, Hannah's took a ton of speed in the ramp. Arguably, just watch this here. Just exploding off the top. Not even a bit of slip. Great looking third jump. We'll wait for the distance. There we go.
174 foot.
Yeah, 174 feet. That's going to put her top dog in the finals tomorrow. But great jumping there from Hannah. Really getting off the top of that ramp. Knows where she needs to be for tomorrow. Good safe jumping. And don't forget, guys, we've got our new order of events. We're going to start tomorrow at, I believe, unofficially 8 a.m. with the slalom finals as posted. Then we're going to go into the open men jump prelim, and then open women jump final, open men jump final. We'd like to thank our sponsors for the day. We've got Good, Babes, HO Syndicate, State Farm, D3 Skis, Eagle Wetsuits, Masterline, Zero Off, Dutch Bros, Sanger Homes, Conley, Radar, Bay Area Waterski Club, California Ski Ranch, and Wilderness Forestry, Inc. Thank you to everyone for tuning in today. That's going to wrap it up. I'm Alec Bayo. This is Blaze Grubbs.
Another safe day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hi, my name is Thomas De Gasperi. I am from Trento, Italy. That's where I was born and raised. I'm here now in Orlando, Florida, where I spend my winters, doing a little bit of ski school, a little bit of training. I joined the Team Good in 2004, and I remember calling up Dave and asking to try a new ski, and because I was kind of like looking for a new ski, and he sent me one, and since then it's been a good relationship with him, a good relationship with the company. And I'm still riding it today, and I still feel like it's the best choice for me.